Hello and welcome along and welcome back to No Man's Land. We have moved forward to the last day of March. We've basically not got a lot to do on here. We have done everything with our field, so there's no arable work to do on here. Mainly, the work recently has been to keep our productions going and keep our two garden areas and our greenhouse running. The garden areas are producing really well. We've got 3 pallets of tomatoes out already, 5 pallets of potatoes. As somewhere to cultivate potatoes for seeding, this is fantastic. And then we've got just a single lonely pallet of lettuce. So it's producing well. I think we're going to end up replacing our greenhouse. It is, well, I'm not expecting the lettuce to produce as fast, but it's, yeah, 1 to 3 of the rest, or to 3 of the tomatoes. Maybe, yeah, actually, that production rate is about right. It's about what I'd expect. Thinking about it, it's more that we've got lettuce running on it than anything else. I'm just putting 2 tanks of water into our open air gardens. That is because we've used a fair amount in the 4 days since our last video, and I do kind of wish that I'd put in the chickens at the end of the last video, because we got the space for them, and I should really put them in there, and I still haven't got this open air chicken coop. I might go out and get it and see if we can get that in here. But it's I think, yeah, getting some chickens running around would be a good idea. So maybe we'll try and do that in a moment as well. But all in all, we need to move some of our produce. We are going to go pop down to the shop and get something really nice and new that is going to help with that, seeing as we've got this, and something's come up secondhand that is going to be so massively useful going forward with our produce. So we are headed down to the shop to check out exactly what that is. We still don't have a tractor. I really wish we'd had a tractor come up, but unless something's changed since we were down here last, or since I checked, I don't think we have anything. Let's have a look. Yeah, so this is what we've got. A TX32 has come up and a Schaefer has come up, but 3,868. We have got a Brockman trailer in which we could store stuff and stack it and take it down for sale. So we're going to buy this VF001 No Man's Land. Perfect back only. Yeah, that will do us fine. So, okay, that. Wheel setup. We have a choice of standard. Oh, standard to standard 2. No price difference between them. I think I prefer those wheel setup, though. So, we're going to buy that for 3,800. We will almost immediately get that back with the price of the stuff we have to sell. I am going to be selling the potatoes. I don't think their price is massively good at the moment, but it's I don't think it's massively good for anything. If we don't sell some of this, though, we are going to be absolutely inundated with it. So let's reverse this up a bit. There we go. And oh no, and connect up everything. Let's get this back to our farm and yeah, start loading this up with some produce to sell, because yeah, we are still just selling madly. Next time we're going to be actually doing some grass work and making some more silage bales for us to sell. At the moment, though, it is really just how much money can we make off the produce until we're able to get our fields harvested. So bring this up here and round like this. There we go. Yeah, potatoes definitely produce at a pretty fast rate. Don't know how easy it is going to be to fill. We'll see. I think we can go too high in it. Don't think that opens. Nope. I think we can go too high. And that's going to fit in a fair few. Let's see. Let's see how well we do. I think that these are worth about 3,000-ish. Sorry, 300-ish per 1,000 liters. Each of these is 1,000 liters. So, yeah, it's only about, well, it's under 2 grand's worth of potatoes we've got here. Now, yeah, they will fit in here fairly nicely. That's good. Now, I think the best way for me to do this is probably going to be to try and stack them and then push them in. See if that works. Otherwise it may be a case of needing a telehandler or something like that to fill this. Which will be a long-term goal, but not something we are initially looking to do. So, up and in. Oh, wow, these are fairly heavy for our tractor to handle. Yeah, wouldn't want to pick up 2 of these with this. Right, let's push them about as far back as they'll go. So yeah, it is a case of just trying to get it in as best we can with the equipment we've got until we have something that we'll be able to do something, do it better with. The little JCB Teletruck is looking very, very interesting right now with this setup. We'd be able to very easily put everything where we want to. Because that has a nice little extending arm. And that's in there. So, looks like we can get about 6 pallets in here. Which is good. And then if we put the stuff in the flatbed or in the bed of our truck as well, that's a really decent amount of transport we've got. Going to be transporting on a fairly regular basis in order to keep all of this clear and making money. And the potato, wow, yeah, that is fun. But it, oh, is it in? It is in. There we go. Potatoes in. No, oh, push them on. Yeah, lots of realism going on right here, right now. But that has got those in. So 1 more load of potatoes, I think. We'll put the lettuce on top. And then we can take the tomatoes in the bed of the truck. And yeah, that will make us, again, will make us a decent amount of money. We'll see how far this gets us towards repaying for all of this work we had done. And hopefully getting us set up today with some chickens too. But we have got ourselves in here where we were very, very efficient at the end of last year. And ended up just doing a huge amount of work before the winter. That meant our fields were all ready. I think, rather than rushing, it's worth looking at having 1 winter crop and 1 spring crop. Just to try and even things out a bit. And give us a little bit of work to do in the springtime. On top of what else we have going on the farm. Although, having said that, as we get more fields and expand more, we should find that won't matter. Right, there we go. Now, does this have... No, this does not have any straps. So, I want to start that up. Close that. Hopefully they won't go flying. And what we're going to do then is just drop that off quickly. And bring our truck up the side. so that we can load in the tomatoes. And I'm going to start with the first one sideways on so that we are able to fit more in here. There we go. So nice thin forks. And slot these in. It might have been better actually to have had the tomatoes in the in our freezer truck or our freezer trailer and the potatoes out here. Although actually putting potatoes in the back of here with the weight they are, that probably wouldn't have gone down well. I think we're probably better off with how we've done this. But I am interested after a month and a day, because we were mid-February last video, how much the production from these 3 areas has been worth, and whether it is actually worth replacing our greenhouse with another one of these. I think it would be once we have some fertilizer and some seeds. I think putting fertilizer and seeds into these will just turbocharge them. We will just make a ridiculous amount of money off these. We've made enough just off the, or we're going to make a decent amount just off a few days. But we could make a lot more, and that could make a big difference to us. Right, let's get these onto here. Like so. And yeah, strap all this down. Put that across the wheels. It'll be the most stable position for it. There we go. And then move the tractor out of the way. Not bad at all. And we've got the honey processing as well. Look. There's honey. The front of this truck is massively off the ground. It is really struggling. You can see the weight and the load on the back of this. And then the, and then the trailer. It is not overly happy at the weight it's pulling. We'll see how much this is. Wow. Yeah, we might have to drop down. 5,000 litres of potatoes, 1,500 litres tomatoes, and 500 litres of lettuce. And I think I need to drop this down a gear. It is not happy. Let's see if we can get this to the shop. So it's such a strain on the car. I've had to drop down to 3rd gear, and and then we're just sort of sticking around 23 miles an hour. So it's good that we've got up here. Let's bring this round and get this sold. So up and in. Hopefully we've got stuff coming out the back. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I can hear. Wow, all the potatoes are gone. So the potatoes are all gone. The lettuce is empty. The tomatoes are going. And this should mean we have a decent amount of money. There we go. 4,054. Not bad. We've already paid for our trailer. So that's good news. This can go back up by there. But yeah, we don't have a lot of pulling power in our truck, especially when we have that many litres. 5,000 litres of potatoes in the back. It is not a happy truck. So let's bring this back up here. And I think we want to try and part this out the way a bit. So let's see if we can add in an animal pen here. I have gone in and got the fenceless animal husbandries. For 2,000, we can do one. Oh, wow, that holds. There we go. So let's spin this around. And we could put chickens. Now, we've got two choices. I can either try and put the chickens up here, which might work quite well for us. Have them hanging around here. Or we could just have them hanging around outside the house. That's not bad. Just sort of, yeah. Although that would put the... No, I think I am going to put them over here, along with all of this. It does overlap with another object. There we go. So we want it here, just back a little bit, right up to that tree, basically. There we go. So if we put that in there, we've got a nice chicken area over there with that mesh. Yeah. So why does that mesh... Is there any way I... right, there. We can turn the mesh off there. So that looks brilliant. I like that we got a nice little fenceless chicken area here now. We can put a little bit of grain down for them here. But first, I want to buy some chickens. So we want to get these producing stuff immediately. 150 chickens at just 50 each is going to be fine. So immediate chicken production, maximum number of chickens we can get. Although actually, let's get 50 chickens. Let's get 48 chickens and a couple of roosters and let it build up, because it's going to be 2,600 just to do those. So buy that, yes. Okay, and then we'll get a couple of roosters. I don't want 48 roosters. You can't type. That's the only thing that you can't type it. So, yeah, we'll get a couple of roosters in there, and that means we should get some chicken reproduction. And slowly over time, then, we will build it up to the 150 chickens. So there we go. I've done that a few times before. So, yeah, there we are. There are our chickens who have arrived just in time for some rain. And now we can park this out the way. I'll park it down the end there will be quite well. So forward we go. Yeah, still gives us enough space for us to park here to load up. And if we put this... actually, let's get the tractor out the way. And we'll put this beside the honey. And then that will be nicely out the way. And then we just need to go and get some feed for the chickens. Shouldn't need too much of that, though. But that will get them set up nicely. Now, the chickens aren't going to take very much feed. So what I want to do is switch out our forks here. Drop these off. Like so. I'm going to switch them out for the bucket instead. Like that. Perfect. Do we have any seeds? We have seeds kicking around. We have both seeds and fertilizer kicking around. I'm really tempted to put them into the garden and see how much we can produce. How much money we can make just producing tomatoes. Would just make sense to me. What a way to feed those extra bits back in. So let's take the barley, 1,000 litres of barley in our bucket and see how well this does for our chickens. So we don't need to get our trailer out. Don't need to take the flatbed off for that. Although we now have something to deliver production stuff in. We can probably get rid of the flatbed trailer, quite possibly. Okay, and give them some of that. How well did that do for our chickens? Under animals, there we go. So yeah, we need about 5,000 litres. Perfect. So, yeah, let's go and get another 4 buckets. And that's going to be all of our barley. I hope it lasts them a while. So they've taken 3,700 litres of barley. So we've got some that we can put back. Which is good. That can go back into our grain store. And we'll help feed them a little bit later. How much have we got left in here? I think it's about 2,500. I know, it's 1,300. So, yeah, there's a little bit left there to feed our chickens going forwards. But all in all, they're looking fairly healthy at this point. We are expecting, yeah. So this will all pop up, and we'll get some extra stuff. We're going to keep an eye on the reproduction rate and make sure that is going up. Do we have anything new in the shop since we've been working today? Nope. We just got our combine and our front loader. So I think we have a load of, yeah, we have a load of seeds and a load of fertilizer. So what I'm going to do is just drop our weight off the back of here. Like, so. And I want to go and turbocharge and use up the seeds and everything that we've got kicking around at the moment. We're not going to be using anything until at least the autumn. At which point we should still have plenty of money to do this with. So let's just grab this here. We've got a big bag behind our seeder, but I want to empty out the seeder and the fertilizer spreader, because the fertilizer spreader, remember we over purchased on fertilizers. So yeah, we're gonna supercharge with the 1,400 liters of this that we had. So let's unload those two, and then we can cover that back up and put it back. And then I want to do the same with our seeder. We want to empty that out. Now I'm hoping that these are going to actually work to empty, because I know that the greenhouses that we're using on Oldstream, those don't seem to work with anything other than the big bags. Right, there we go. Bring this out. Actually, we'll leave that open. Down and unload that. So that gives us some seed. Actually washes that a little bit as well. I'll just put this off to the side. We can move this all around later. Go. And then we can spin around and grab that last load of seed out of here as well. And yeah, we'll go and see if we can sort our gardens out so they're actually producing even more stuff. I think we'll try it with the tomatoes. I think we try it with the potatoes. We're going to just be so inundated with potatoes as to not be funny. We're going to need the weight back on the back. So let's do that. To maneuver a little bit better. There we go. Right. So we'll go and put these seeds in first. Don't know how many seeds we've got in here. Find out. Oh, it's not going to tell me. Let's have a look. How many seeds we got in here? 688 litres. 1,000-litre bag of seeds. So, yeah, we'll take this first and put these in, and then we'll go and do the other two. Oh, sorry, the other three. So the 2 fertilizer and the other thing of seeds. And hopefully this will give us a lot of tomatoes off here. So slowly round. It's our fill point. Yep, there we go. There's our fill point. And that in that. Right. Just need to see if the others work now. So yeah, they do. That went in there very easily. So I just need to get the 2 fertilizers in there, and then with that done, we will be able to up the production on the tomatoes and see just how fast we get tomatoes out there with seeds and fertilizer thrown in as well. I'm actually quite pleased we overspent on the fertilizer now. It is going to give us a very nice boost to this garden. There we go. In goes the fertilizer. And now we can pop in here and pop to here. Then that's this open air garden. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to deactivate that. And we should have everything we need to activate that one. 64 compared to 1. Wow. Although, but we get a lot less cycles per month. So that's interesting. I'm not sure this is actually going to produce that many more. We will see. We will see what the difference is. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, yeah, it's a lot less cycles. Why is this better? Is then my question. But we shall see. All right, we need to get this out of the way. We might as well use up the fertilizer and seeds. I'm hoping it's going to be a higher production rate than if we hadn't done that, because otherwise that is just a waste of fertilizer and seeds to do something that we could already do otherwise. Otherwise, as I said, the farm is doing fairly well. We're still producing some honey, so that's coming. We've got a nice new trailer to transport our wares in, which is brilliant. Chickens have started, although they're not yet producing eggs. They are nicely fed, so that's all good. And the sun's come out. The rain has disappeared, and we are very nicely on a nice sunny spring day. It won't be long now before our grass is ready to cut, so that is going to be our next job. So we're going to be spending a day on the grass field while we wait for our arable fields to grow. We are into mid-April, and we actually have some work to do on the farm. We've got some grass that needs to be cut. So over here on our meadow field we've got around here, this is looking very much ready to cut. So we're going to go through and cut that, row it. Well, no, we're going to cut it, bale it, and wrap it today, and get that ready for us to sell later. First, though, I've noticed the front loader on our tractor is in some need of some TLC. So we're going to start off with that today. That is here. So repair for that is only £639. So that's fine. I do have something come up I have had something come up in the shop, which would be fairly useful, but I don't want to stretch myself to get it. This Massey Ferguson 4700M has come up in the shop, which would be a useful little tractor to have around the farm. But to get the horsepower we need on it, which would be the 100 horsepower version, does take it up to 35,000. We're a good 10,000 short of it. And as a result, I don't want to borrow money to get it. And I don't want to... I don't want to borrow money to get that tractor because it's still only 100 horsepower. And we could do with something a little bit higher than that. I'd like maybe 125 to 150 horsepower off our second tractor. So there is that. I should have come back here. So we're going to reverse our way around and grab this because we want the mower. So yeah, I would have grabbed it if it had been within our price range and hadn't required us to do anything other than just go out there and buy it. I think it'd been fairly useful. So we're going to leave that for now. We still have got a few months until harvest kicks off. We're going to have another round of the silage before then as well, so we should get a couple of rounds of silage in before harvest as well, and that should mean that we're in a really good place on here. it is going to be very much silage and our produce. Produce is doing well. We've got 4 lots of tomatoes out, and as somebody pointed out in the comments for last video when I asked the question as to exactly how prolific the gardens are when you use fertilizer and seeds, they use half the water and they produce twice as much. So as a result, we end up with a double the produce on them. So I think what we're going to do today is probably sort those out as well and get them done too. So we're going to go round here, get this all cut, get this all rowed up. The section between these two fields, or between the two parts of this field, I very much do feel that probably I could get away with cutting along there or making it into the same grass setup as we've got around the rest of this field. Might help produce a little bit more grass, but it gets really fiddly around there, which is why this isn't an arable field, because this as an arable field would be even more fiddly. So I want to try and avoid getting too fiddly like that. And it's, you can see here, it's actually fairly easy to navigate round that circular bit. Just gets a bit odd and difficult when you get further into it. This looks like we're getting a really good yield off here. Really good yield. I'm quite pleased with this. The grass field on here is producing well, and grass seems to be in Farm Sim in general a really good way of getting income for very little outlay. We found this on the Old Stream farm at the weekend, where we made a crazy amount of money from 3 grass contracts, and here we're funding the farm partly just by having a single odd-shaped grass field. I mean, we could probably make this even less odd-shaped looking at the bit that's there. But this is, yeah, this is producing well at the moment, and I'm really quite happy about it. I think I might, though, cut that line straight across there rather than have it go, yeah. We'll cut the end of this field so we get some nice straight lines down here, and then that will open up for the rest of the field quite nicely going forwards. So we've been around the field a few times. We're now at the point where we've got 3 headlands cut, and I'm just paring this down. I'm not going around the sides here. I'm just, yeah, working around this bit. We've got a really nice amount of grass off here, and cutting the middle of each season seems to be our best point for doing it. And I'm really pleased that somebody suggested that a little while back, because yeah, it is making a big difference. So our aim is to cut the grass every April, July and October, and that should give us 3 cuts a year, give the grass enough time to grow back for each one, and means that because we're cutting in October, it gets that all-important growth in before winter kicks in, and doesn't cause it to sort of stunt its growth a bit at the beginning of the year as well, which is great. We are so much better off cutting with this, or doing it this way. And look at that. That's some really big piles of grass. We still had a windrower. That would make some massive piles were we to merge these. But we don't, because our mower itself actually has a rower built into it, and so it saves us the cost of a piece of equipment, and means that we are able to skip an entire step and avoid going round this field several times when we don't need to. So saves us fuel as well. last little patch, and then we can go and switch our mower here out for our baler and move straight onto that. Probably do with filling up with fuel. I'm slightly annoyed with myself. When I came down to the end here and spun round, I missed where the edge of the field was and caught some of my crop. So yeah, I've destroyed some of my crop, unfortunately. Not very happy with myself for that. That is a rookie error that I should have avoided doing. Now what I want next is our baler, which is sitting in the shed. That's our nice New Holland baler. Still very much on a red and yellow theme for the most part on here. Only thing that isn't is our combine. Yes, this goes on the end. I don't know what I had previously parked in the middle there. I must have had something. We want to top up the water in our garden and our greenhouse today as well. Or gardens, I should say, and greenhouse. That way we can get some more of that. We have got our first eggs out as well. The first eggs have come from our chickens. Right, let's turn the engine off while we're refilling this. And that is that done. So let's turn her back on. And then we should be able to just swing around. How much fuel do we have left? While we got money, we really want to make sure we keep the fuel topped up. Because, yeah, we end up just running out of fuel and then we're in trouble. So let's do that. Attach that. Attach all that up. Fuel is 253 litres. We're fine. I don't think this tractor... I think that will fill this tractor up a couple of times. Let's have a look. We have... a total, yeah, 105. So yeah, that will fill it up nearly 3 times, or 2.5 times. So yeah, we're fine for fuel for a while. This tractor though now has 34 hours on it. I really need to take the strain off it with something a little bit bigger, because it is just doing so much work, this little tractor. Right, let's start this up. Drop it down. And away we go. Now, with a little bit of money in the bank, I'm not actually that worried about how quickly we sell these. We can hold on to these silage bales until we get the most amount of money for them. Which, when we're doing 3 full cuts this year, should mean that we end up in a really, really good position as far as being able to take them all in at once. The downside to that, of course, is the fact that we are going to have an awful lot of these to take at once. And I think the way we're going to probably end up looking at investing our money this year is if a really good tractor comes up, then we will go and we'll purchase that. We'll sell stuff and we will, you know, work to get that onto the farm as best we can. I think that is definitely a top priority. Failing that, I think our best bet is to hold on to our stuff, get the best prices for it, and go from there with it. That way we know that we should be able to then afford something to enhance and upgrade our farm by the end of the year, which will be great. I don't know if it's... We're going to have a look at how much it costs us to maintain this tractor at some point as well. Because obviously as this tractor gets older, it's going to cost us more and more to repair it all the time and keep it going. 40 hours isn't a huge amount, so I'm not overly worried about that yet. And especially if this takes a bit more of a backseat role where it's not used all the time, we won't have to repair it so often, so it won't be such a massive issue. So it's really a case of seeing how things come along, but at the moment the plan very, very much is that we're just going to continue on and get our fields cut, get our crops in, and we're in a pretty strong position to just keep the farm ticking over and making money, and no longer having to be quite as reactive as we've had to be to this point. we should, with any luck, now be able to set our own destiny a bit better. And maybe, just maybe, at the end of this year, be able to afford our second piece of land. We're up to 6 bales already around this field. We've got 1 sitting here, 3 down that far end, and 2 down that bottom corner. So I'm thinking we're looking at probably about a dozen bales off here today, is my estimate. If I get 6 more, I will be happy. If we get more than that, we're doing very nicely on here. So I'm very much hoping that that's going to be the case. But I think 6 is a fair number. You can see there that we had that kink from the baler, where this tractor is still a fairly low tractor to be baling with this baler, and its pickup is so rigid it just lifts you off the ground all the time. But we're making it work, and at some point we will get a tractor that's slightly bigger than this one, and it'll be no problem with this baler going forward from that point. So I'm not too worried about it. As I said, we are able to just work our way through this and be in a position where I don't need to panic. Something I haven't mentioned today is this. This is the lime price. You can see that the lime price continues to drop. It's still all hovering around the 1500 mark. I think this is the new lime, or the update to the lime crusher that we got in. It did reduce the price of lime quite a bit, so we're waiting for that to stabilize before we sell any lime off the farm. It's why we still haven't done any, because we have no idea what the top price is at the moment. It is not 2,800. We are never going to see the likes of that price again, because the lime crusher updated, and the price of the lime in that reduced as well as part of that update. So it's thrown all our graphs off, and yeah. We can't get a good idea. We'll still make a decent amount of money from the lime when we do work out what the best price, or when the best price is. But yeah, it's not going to be nearly £3,000 per 1,000 litres anymore. That is just not a price that's ever going to be achievable again. For once, I think my estimates might be spot on. We are up to 11 bales. We've got the 12th bale currently working its way through the baler at the moment. And not a huge amount of grass left on this field. So, yeah, there should be enough here to make 1 more bale. And then we'll have 12 bales off here. We'll have a dozen bales. Absolutely brilliant. I'm very, very pleased with that. As I said, I wanted that many. I wanted to get the dozen bales off here today. And if we do that, that's going to be 36 bales over the year. If we look at the prices on that for silage, where are you? There we go. Silage over the year. So top price is 342 per 1,000 litre. And I think, how big are these bales? These are 3,500 litre bales. So yeah, they're about £1,000 a bale. We're looking at sort of 30 odd £1,000 just for our silage bales for the year, which is brilliant. Absolutely perfect. Is this going to give us the last 9% we need? No, we are marginally short. We are short by just 5%. That's annoying. We don't have any. We actually. This is one of the cleanest bits of baling I think I've ever done. We do not have that last 5%. Never mind. We'll leave it in here, and when we come to do it in the summer, we'll get another bale out fairly quickly. Does give a good argument though for expanding that field just a little bit to add another sort of half a bale's worth of grass into it. So just 2 more jobs to do today. We need to get these bales wrapped and off the field. And once we've cleared the field off, we'll be able to roll it. We don't actually need to roll this field today. I could get away with doing it the next day. And just try to see if there's anything that we could do alongside that. I mean, we've got a fair amount of stuff to do around the produce and that kind of stuff. You know what? I could have cut this area here. Should have cut this area here. But yeah, we got a load of stuff around the produce that we can do and probably needs doing. There we go. But that's mainly just putting the water into the gardens, everything. We want to convert the one that is currently doing potatoes. That needs to be converted into using fertilizer and seeds. So we might end up popping up to the shop and doing that. I think this area here, I'm going to probably try and make into a dirt area. Able to me to see where the crop ends and the grass starts for first thing, and second thing because yeah, it needs to be cut. and it's actually just an area that gets driven on, and we drop these silage bales off to clear the field when we're doing this. So yeah, I think we could possibly put this down to some dirt in the corner here. Otherwise, yeah, this has been wholly successful today, I think. I'm pleased. 3 more bales to get off the field. And it's a fairly quick job wrapping these up with this. I'm quite pleased with how quickly this little Vicon, yeah, is the Vicon version. This little Vicon wrapper works and just drops them off into this area here, and we just leave them to ferment then, and then come back to them later in the year. I think it might be. Not only do I think it might be wise to put a dirt area down there, I think it might be wise just to put a little shed. Not that the silage bales need to be undercover, just because it's sort of it's an area in the middle of the farm where we can store stuff if we need to, and in fact we do. Yeah, reverse that out. 1 more bale after this, and that will be this field cut, baled, wrapped, and soon to be rolled in a single day. Nice and efficient. This tractor, still the perfect little tractor for what we're doing on here. I'm still so very happy with it. It's done it. This little tractor has done so well for us on this series. It's been ridiculous. It's probably one of the smallest tractors I've used ever as a main tractor on a farm, and it's done everything we needed it to. We've pushed it to its limits in a couple of places. I mean, I think our stone picker is 110 horsepower, and this little tractor I think has 100, if I remember correctly. Do we have... No, 95. So it's not even the full ton of horsepower on this. And yet it's still done absolutely everything we've thrown at it. It struggled on a couple of the hills a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, has been absolutely fine. So I'm really pleased with it. It's just a cracking little tractor. Having dropped off the last bale, we need to get then this dropped off. We're not going to bother going all the way back to the farm. Somebody did say, oh, why did you go back all the way back to the farm with the wrapper last time we did this? And it's true. We do not need to go all the way back to the farm. We can just grab our roller here And then, because we're going to dump the roller here again later, we don't need to worry about our wrapper doing that. We do have that pile of stones we roll over every time. That cannot do our roller any good at all. Right, let's roll the end section of this field first, and then we'll go around the edge and get the rest of the field done. I find it so picturesque with the deer in the background and going around the bottom of the trees here and working these fields. This is why I didn't want to basically cut all these trees down and make all the money on the farm that way. It spoils for me the look of the farm and sort of the whole ambience of the lot. So yeah, that's why I've never really got too much into forestry on here. I mean, we have done some, but it's never been the be-all or end-all of everything for me on No Man's Land. I think if we got into a large area of forestry on here, and bought a large area of a bit of land with a large area of trees on it, then yeah, we might look at doing that and going that way. But otherwise, I'm not really that interested in destroying the things that make this map so beautiful in places, especially in this kind of sunlight. It just looks awesome on a day like this. And if you take out all the trees, it just becomes this sort of barren wasteland. So yeah, it's just really lovely. And especially when you're driving through the trees like that and you get just specks of sunlight on the tractor. Just really, really nice. I absolutely love it. Now, a question I'm sure to get asked, considering it is being released today, is will we be adding precision farming to this series? I'm at two minds of it at the moment. We are nearly 40 episodes in, if we aren't already, and I don't know if that would help this series at this point. I really am waiting for a map with its own soil map to come out to do a series with precision farming and go through with that. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are in the comments, whether you think precision farming should be added to this series or not. I'm always, as always, interested in your feedback. I'm of two minds of it at the moment. Certainly, I will be doing a series with precision farming once a map is out with its own soil map on it. I will also be adding it in my live stream on the realism experiment on Calmston Farm. That will have precision farming in it once Calmston has updated with its own soil map as well. And in fact, that is on a small hiatus, that series, until then. So yeah, we're going to be playing around with precision farming probably on one or two of the base game maps. And so as soon as we have something that we can play with that is customized, I will go with that. I know that you can use precision farming on any map with just the default soil map. Personally, I really like to see what maps have with their own custom setup. It's always an interesting way to go to not have that default one and have something that fits the contours and the layouts of a specific map. And gives it its own character. So yeah, I know I can use it with just the default one, and it probably would be on here. I have no idea if Alien Jim has any plans to update No Man's Land with its own soil map, but yeah, we will be doing precision farming. I just don't know whether it will be on this map at all. Got a very small section now just to finish up on here. And then our field will be all rolled and ready for the summer cut. We are we're jumping ahead. We're just sort of doing 1 month, 1 day months at the moment because we don't have that much to do on the farm. We have got ourselves so far ahead and so well prepared that we're just moving along very, very nicely and not having to worry about things. We're in a sweet spot. This setup here now on No Man's Land is well established. We've got a good range of equipment. We aren't really needing to go and buy anything to progress, other than possibly, as I was saying earlier, we could do with that second tractor. And certainly, if we do expand to another piece of land on here, we are going to need another tractor. We are going to need to start doing hired workers and things in order to get everything done. But today, we're doing okay. We're in a position where that's all of our jobs done. I think we're okay for water in our gardens and everything. Let's just take a quick look at the productions. So we have water in there. We've got water in our potatoes garden, and we've got water, seeds, and fertilizer in our tomato production. So I think next time what we'll do is we will go and buy a whole load of seeds and fertilizer. Sort this one out for the tomatoes. Make sure that that's topped up. Sort out our potatoes as well. We'll see if we can switch them over to this, where we will produce a lot more potatoes. And then, yeah, lettuce as well. We will top that water up and sort of get all of our produce producing at its highest rate, because that's going to bring in more money as well. I'd love to use the potatoes out of there as seed potatoes if I could, and then plant potatoes on here. But there's no potato harvester. There's no small potato harvester. You know, something that I can run at around about 100 odd horsepower that I know of. If you do know of one, let me know, because I'll be interested in checking that out. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be one that I can run at that sort of horsepower on a tractor like this, really. Otherwise, there we go. It is 5:20, and we have done all of our jobs for the day. We've got that field very nicely cut, rowed, baled, wrapped, and the field rolled ready for next time. And our little Massey Ferguson 3709 AL is still doing the job brilliantly. So happy with this tractor. We're starting down here because I have been alerted to something that is of great interest to our farm. And that is this. Look, we have something in the used sales that is actually quite useful to us. This little Brewer 6105 is going for 16,000. How much is it off? It's got nearly 60% off it. It has on it already, how many hours? 19 hours, so it's not too old. It's in pretty good nick. It's 34 months old. Yeah, it's got 100 horsepower to it. So it's a great little track to take some strain off our Massey, especially until we can afford something a little bit more. It only has regular tires on it. I'm going to put the Michelins on. I don't think we can. Yeah, we can only put standards and wides on here. I wouldn't like to try and do any spraying with this anyway. So we're going to put the Michelins on with the wide tires. We are not putting GPS on a tractor like this. But I do need to put a number plate on it. I think we want VF 004 on this, because our car is 1, our tractor is 2, our combine is 3, so this is 4, and we've got NM for No Man's Land. So there we go. We will put it on back only, license plate type 1. Yep, there we go. So okay that. And yeah, let's buy this little tractor. 16,000 is really good for a second tractor on our farm. There we go. 17,000 in actuality. Yeah, we're going to grab our nice little new tractor and we are going to get this back up to our farm. Look at that. We've got a new tractor and it hasn't cost us the earth to do it. This will be really useful for doing grass work and for transporting stuff and things like that. So yeah, it's going to be really useful to take some strain off our Massey and to spread the load a bit. And we're now able, if we want, to get a hired worker doing some work on our farm, which is brilliant. Now looking at this tractor, it's actually in fairly good nick. We've not really got any paint chipping. The repair level of it is around about 75 to 80%. So it's in pretty good nick from that point of view as well. And let's just check. We did put... Do we have a number plate on our combine at all? It doesn't look like it. Might have to rectify that. But yeah, this is our fourth piece of kit on here. So yeah, this is going to be doing a lot of field work. It's not a massively fast tractor. It has a maximum speed of about 15-16 miles per hour. So it's going to be useful for doing all of sort of our field work and things. We can then have our little Massey here handling a lot of our other bits and pieces. Now, because it's not particularly fast, what we're going to do is actually park it up here for the rest of the day. It was just too good an option to miss out on. It's going to be really, really useful to do our grass work, this tractor. And also, when we are doing bales and loading bales up and things onto the trailer, we can put this on the trailer to move that about easy enough. I think we'll then have to put the Massey on later. Yeah, it'll be quite a useful little tractor to help move trailers about and do bits and pieces like that. Now, we need to probably get some money in from this as well. I need to therefore go and look at our other recent bit that we've got, which is our gardens. They are producing stuff really, really well. How well? Let me show you. First, though, we're going to need to hook this up and get our bit sorted. I have sorted manual attach. If you saw yesterday's video, lots of people pointed out in the comments that it's actually just a case of all of the key bindings being reset. So yes, on all my mods, all the key bindings have been reset. I have now sorted those out and got them into the right bindings again. Look at the number of tomatoes we have on here. This is amazing. So we're going to be selling tomatoes today. And then we're going to be trying to put them into the trailer sideways on. So try and get them in like that. What I'm going to need to do, though, in order to do that is go and get my truck as well. So we'll bring this up here and hook this up to our trailer. We've got a few bits of lettuce. We've got lots of tomatoes. We've got lots of potatoes as well. So I want to keep things running fairly nicely. We'll hook this up to our trailer. And this is the thing, I'm not too worried about our new tractor not going very fast, because it really isn't its job to do lots of transporting. It's very much going to be the ploughing and the field work and things like that that gets used for. Giving our Massey a bit of a break. There we go, open our thing. And yeah, we should be able to, I think, get two of these in side by side. Someone was saying that last time that I wasn't really using the space I had in the trailer to the full effect. So rather than going straight on this time, what we're going to do is we're going to pick this up from the side here like that. And I'm hoping we've got enough weight on the back of this Massey to get these in here. The potatoes, I think we're going to have to load onto a trailer to transport. They are really heavy. And yeah, the trailer doesn't like carrying those. Tomatoes should be fine, though. As should the lettuce. And it kind of makes sense to be putting the produce, the smaller produce in these. Oh, wow. So already we've got a second one of these out. Maybe I'll have to put them in one by one, because at the moment, this is just going to keep producing more tomatoes as we move them out the way. Or we just back this off. Wait for it to drop another one in, because it should do. And when it does that, at least I think it should do. Let's have a look. These gardens are really good. No, we're not storing any tomatoes at the moment. Ah, it has dropped another one though, so that's good news. We got a fair few of these to load up and put in here. And they should get into the trailer fairly easily. Let's line those up. It doesn't matter too much because we're going to drive up and try and grab both of them at the same time. So they'll get lined up just purely by me putting the forks in to grab them. Get our forks in the right place. Pull them up a little bit. There we go. And yeah, it is pushing the tractor's nose down a little bit. But otherwise, I think we're okay. And side by side, yeah, look at that. We can get 2 pallets into here. Perfect. So what I'm going to do, because we're going to have to push them towards the back, we'll unload these here. We'll put the pallets on the next set of pallets on the top. And then we can push those pallets to the back before we put the next lot in. Right, I've got both sets of pallets in, so we're just gonna take the whole lot and push them to the back. There we go. Or push them as far back as we can. What we'll then be able to do is get another couple of sets of pallets and load them on as well, and then push the whole lot towards the back. Should work fairly well for us, I think, and just load this up. It holds a good number of pallets, this, but we are producing a lot of pallets at once. Getting these forks on these pallets, though, can sometimes be a little bit tricky. There we go. Got it. Let's get another stack on here and get these loaded up. And in with the second set of pallets on the top. Those, yeah, right back. Like that. And then we'll come in a little bit higher. There we go. And just try and push those as far back as they'll go. I think that is as far back as they'll go. So we can't fit... Yeah, we can't fit any more on there. Now, will this... I don't think this actually locks down. What I do want to do is we'll close this up. And close it up. There we go. And then we're going to need to move the tractor out of the way, because what I want to do is get the rest of the tomatoes into the flatbed of our truck, and then any space I have left, I will probably put the lettuce into. So we'll back this up here. We've got one thing of honey so far. I'm not worried about selling the honey off yet. But it's going to be very much a produce heavy day today, I think. Getting all of this done. I'll pull this forwards. Like so. We'll undo our straps. I think we got those strapped up from last time. Off and off. Right. And then we'll come in here and we can create a stack of 2 of these here. And then when we've done that, what we can do is get that... I think that stack will go behind the wheel archers at the back. So, yeah. Pull that up. Stack it like so. Maybe a little bit further there. Right. And then we'll come in from the side and take this stack and put it onto the rest of into our truck. His truck is really good for our small garden setup here and us making money off it. Does take a little while every so often just to go through and do this. We know we've got plenty of storage space though in these as well. So if we've got like the potatoes at the moment where it is fully loaded, it doesn't matter so much. Get out of my potatoes, dear. It won't matter so much because we know it will store and we know we can make a big thing later from that. And in fact, when our best time for us to sell potatoes? Let's have a look in here. Potato sales, price fluctuations. We're looking at a December sale for these anyway, so we're quite a way off. We want to hold on to the potatoes for a good long while, and then we might just empty them into a... Well, we'll either stack them up on our flatbed or empty them into a trailer and go and sell them in December when we'll make a whole whack of money off them. At the moment, the price for tomatoes is not great. It is sort of about halfway-ish. Lettuce is similar. It's not massively down. 1,800 and 893. So, yeah, we've still got fairly good prices for these at the moment, so I'm not too worried about selling these right now. Just trying to get them into the trailer though. That is the trick. Oh wow. Okay, this might not be as easy as I thought. I want it right on the ends of my forks, and there we go. Now it will fit behind my cab like so. And then we should be able to fit a couple of these in as well, stacking them similarly. They'll go between the wheel arches, and then we might even fit one more at the back. I think we have managed to do that in the past. So we'll see how that goes. Bring it up and in. Don't think... I'm not going to go a third stack high on here. But yeah, we haven't got enough space, unfortunately, to get that last lot of lettuce in here. It's just... Actually, no, there is a way, isn't there? No, I don't think there is. I don't think I can. I was looking at it and thinking maybe I can. I think it would be pushing it. I have fit more than this in before, and I'm not sure quite how I did it. But yeah, the lettuce we've got here, we'll leave that up here for now. I do not have a full stack of eggs or anything yet. So yeah, we're in fairly good place. Let's close up our tailgate. Reverse this up like so as well. And then we can connect that up. And yeah, let's go see how much this lot is worth, and whether this will pay the 16 grand we've just spent on this new tractor, or 17 grand we've just spent on this new tractor. Here we are, up to the sell point. Oh, it's really challenging the brakes on our truck, but we're in. We're selling. I think it's selling from the trailer as well. Yes, it's selling from the trailer as well. So how much is this going to make? There we go, 6,335 with everything emptied. That is a decent amount. I'm quite happy with that. Let's get all of those undone. Right, and then we'll head back down. So we're back up to 11,920, and we do still have quite a bit of stuff that we can sell. We've got that thing of lettuce. We've got some honey. I don't know what the price of honey is like. I did do a quick check on the way back, and the price of honey is actually quite good at the moment. Looking at it here, it's 1,769 on the way up. Best price is 2,021. So we got the ability to hang on for a little while, I think, with the honey and wait. We've got nowhere near enough eggs yet. The only one that I'm looking at and going, wow, we've got a lot of them, and we might need to make some space, is the potatoes. But as I was saying, potato best price is a long way off. So I think as far as all of this is concerned right now, we're best off kind of leaving our productions where they are, letting some more honey build up, letting some more lettuce and everything build up, when we are not desperate for the money. So it's not something I'm overly worried about. We do need to go and put our truck back though, and what I think we'll do is we'll get our new tractor out, get some water into our greenhouses and gardens, because we could always do with that. And actually, you know what, I'm going to park this by the house, and then we'll go and bring the Massey back. And yeah, we might need to do a trip down to the shop today, grab some more seeds and some more fertilizer and things, and top up our gardens a little bit more as well. So let's pop around here and jump into this. Starter up, and yeah, we can then just pop this on our water tanker here and do a few runs around with this, because yeah, again, perfect little tractor for sort of running around a bit and giving, well, taking a little bit of strain, as I said, off the Massey. Also fits in with our sort of rustic setup here quite nicely. Look at that. Up we go with the water, and we can get our gardens and our greenhouse nicely filled up and fully operating. Okay, we'll start with our tomato one. We'll go and have a look at where our water stands on all of this. So set up on here, we currently have, so we're doing tomato seed and solid fertilizer. We currently have 4,466 litres of water, which is fine. We could do some more seeds. We could do some more solid fertilizer. And that is probably true of our potato one as well. In fact, yeah, we want to put seeds and solid fertilizer in here and produce more. At the moment, we've got a few potatoes in store. We can store so much potato here, though. But I want to switch to this production, because that will increase our potato production quite a bit. Then our greenhouse, we do want to switch out this greenhouse at some point. So maybe when this gets to maximum again, or when we run out of water in this, and this runs out. So we're not going to refill this. Let this run out, and then we will go and switch this to a more productive greenhouse. But at the moment, yeah, I want to switch potatoes over. So we need some seeds and fertilizer. And we want to put water certainly in our potato setup, because that is getting a bit low. So we're going to do a couple of trailers worth on each, and then we'll go down to the shop. We'll see if we can afford some more seeds. Let's empty this out. There we go. Doesn't take very long to empty this small trailer. I think we might need a bigger water trailer. How much is the bigger version of this water trailer? Let's just have a quick look at that. Be under animals, I think. Is that the one we've... Yeah, that's the one we've got. So 8,000. We could actually go for the larger water tanker. Holds 6,000 litres instead of 2,000. I think that might be a better way to go. But I think we need to bring a bit more water in first. It will save us a lot of trips doing that, though. This little tractor is working great. I've had it do Two tanks so far. We've done one tank into the tomatoes and one tank into the potatoes. We're going to put a second one into here now and unload that. There we go. And then we can check on the status of these. Doing really well. I'm very happy with how they're going. As I said, though, we want to switch our production of potatoes here. Speed them up a bit. Produce extras by going with these seeds and solid fertilizer. It's about twice as fast with less water when we're doing that. So, yeah, it should work really well for us. Okay, we're going to go and drop this water tanker back at the farm. And I think we'll put the flatbed on and go and get a couple of bags of fertilizer and a couple of bags of seeds. And that should allow us to start getting the potatoes running at a higher production rate than we are at the moment. Now, buying a couple of bags of seeds and fertilizer is going to cost us a fair amount of money. It's about 2,000 per bag of fertilizer and 800 per bag of seeds. So we're looking at spending shy of £6,000 on here. I don't think we've not got any modded ones in. So yeah, two of these is going to cost too much because that's 8 of them. There we go. 3,640. I nearly had a heart attack then. 3,640 for 2 bags of fertilizer, and then 2 bags of seeds is going to be 1,600. So by that, yes. So we're down to 6,680, which isn't the end of the world. That'll keep our farm running fairly nicely. With that kind of cash kicking around. Doesn't mean that we can't suddenly buy a new tractor or anything, but we're good for tractors at the moment. Now that we've got that cheap brewer for 17,000, we should be pretty good. We've got enough to keep us going fairly well, and we can just the cash flow issues that we had the previous year just now are not something that we've got a problem with. We can now afford the stuff that we need to, and by the time we're looking to buy more stuff, we will have more money coming in because we've got a good regular yearly income on the farm now. And someone was asking the other day in the comments, sort of saying that none of my series seem to get to the point, or they can't see where in my series I'm gonna get to the point where I'm, I'm making money and I'm actually building myself out. We are at that point on here. We no longer need to spend lots of money to get ourselves going forward. And if we just farmed the land we had now, we would eventually get out of debt. We could just keep paying the debt off until it was clear at this point. However, we want to do that a little bit faster. So this is why I'm not just taking the money we've got and paying down this debt constantly, because we can use the money we're making to expand the farm to pay that off quicker at this point. So that's what I'm trying to do, and trying to make the most of what we have in order to do that. And we should end up with a really big crop of potatoes by the end of the year that we can then sell off and make a huge amount of money on, and expand the farm and, just make things work more and more for us as time goes on. Right, there we go. That is all loaded up. Let's get this lot back to our farm and back down to our gardens so that we can get those potatoes producing faster and therefore get more money in for them at the end of the year. I really think this is going to be a bumper year for us on the farm this year. We are so well set up to get extra cash in and extra money in and make a really decent profit. There's all of these, the 2 gardens and the current greenhouse we've got are producing well. The chickens are producing well. We've got a nice amount from them. We're going to get a boost in our canola crop from having the bees making the honey, and of course the honey will make money itself too. Oh, I did not like that. And yeah, it's just sort of all over gonna be. Everything we're doing now is gonna be bringing in money, and very little of what we're doing is just spending it. One thing I am very aware of, though, is the new pallet limit that came in with 1.4. It's part of the reason why I'm not moving the potatoes out of the way until we sell them, because we know the pallets will spawn in here, but we want to make sure that we don't end up with too many pallets kicking around. We already have another pallet of tomatoes here, which is quite something. So yeah, it's just a case of keeping the number of pallets down, trying to make sure that we only have pallets about really when we want them, and making sure I think it's unlikely we're going to hit that 100 pallet number, but it's still one of those things that I'm aware of, and I want to avoid. If I've got enough stuff kicking around, then we don't really want long-term pallet storage around here. Right, we're going to park this up though, because although it's only 3 in the afternoon, there's not really much more to do on our farm. We will check out the productions quickly and check on the status of those. And we need to actually switch the potatoes over to the larger production number. So let's do that. Drop that off. And I'm just going to park that here. So yeah, let's head back over to the garden. And we'll just pop into the gate here and into here. Right, so we want to change the production on this here. So deactivate that potato production and activate that one. So yeah, 192 at 48 cycles a month. It's a little bit more difficult to see. But yeah, we should end up with a lot more potatoes coming out of here now. 2,000 litres of seed and fertilizer in there. It is in the red, but those are okay. We're probably going to need to put some more seed and fertilizer in for the tomatoes soon, in order to keep those functioning well. Lettuce, yeah, as I said, we're trying to get this water to run down, so we'll let that just run. All in all, though, I'm pretty happy with this. We are nicely set up. We don't have any work to do on our farm for a while. How is our crop doing? Our canola is growing very nicely, and nestled in there we've got our beehive, so that is producing honey rather well. All in all, I'm quite happy with this and how it's all working. We are going to put our new tractor to work. It is midsummer, and that means it's time for our midsummer cut of crop. Or of grass, sorry. Oh, did I just disconnect them? I did. Let's reconnect that. There we go. Yeah, we've got to get things cut today with this. And as usual with our silage cuts, we're going to try and do the full round of work today. So cut and cut, bale, wrap, and remove it from the field so that we can get the field rollered before the end of the day. Which this tractor should be able to do. There's 100 horsepower available to this, and it seems to run fairly well on most things. And yes, this tractor has been bought to get a little bit of weight off our Massey we've had since the start of this series. Something has happened that has annoyed me though, and it's in the shop. If we go and have a look at the sales, this is here to taunt me. I wanted this tractor. This is the tractor that I wanted to add to this map when I bought our new one. Now, unfortunately, in the configuration that I wanted it, it would be £38,000. So even if I was to go and purchase it, even if I was going to sell everything I had and hadn't bought the other tractor, we still wouldn't be able to afford it. But ultimately, a tractor of around this kind of size, 120-ish horsepower, is exactly what we're after. And so, yes, the used sales has taunted me today, but we're not going to fall for it. We're not going to go into it. So what's this till do? Okay. Yeah, so I would love to have had that tractor. I have worked it out. I have tried to see whether it is something we would be able to afford if we sold all of the silage that we had and all of the various bits and pieces that we had kicking around the farm. Unfortunately, no. It just wouldn't work. We wouldn't have enough money. We could get this tractor, selling this tractor fully repaired and everything. That would get us up to 12 grand. There is not in any shape or form around here. 25 grand's worth of stuff to sell? That would be an end of year thing. So yes, the used sales are taunting me. But I'm happy because we have a new tractor on here and it's already proving to be really, really useful. Now, last time we cut round here, everybody said to me, oh, you should cut the verges. Make sure you include the verges in your cut. So this time we're going right up to the edge of the road, getting that extra little bit of grass from that to try and ensure that, yes, we do get the maximum amount of grass off of our field. It should give us at least 12 bales off here. That's what we're aiming for again at this time. And we should have we are fully fertilized on here, so we're expecting a good a really decent amount from this cut. So if we get 12 bales off this and 12 bales off the autumn cut in about October as well, we should end up with 36 bales in total. That would be brilliant. That would be an absolute monster cut off here this year, and would make a really big difference to us for how much money we make from the silage this year, especially as we are holding it until the best sale time in December. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how well our silage performs and how much money it brings in this year. We of course are getting very close to harvesting our crops. Our barley is very close to being harvested. That is maybe a month away. I think that's probably going to be an August cut for that. And then I'm expecting a slightly later cut for the canola. Maybe a September cut for that. But we should be all cut and done and dusted by the end of September, I think, on here. And looking for a nice quick turnaround on those crops again, so that we can get things sorted and back in the ground, ready to sort of concentrate on this side of things going into the new year. Also, very big possibility based on how much money we made last year, that we will be able to earn enough off of all of our crops and everything this year to buy another piece of land. That would be absolutely brilliant and would make me very, very happy. So yeah, we're getting to the busy part of the year, the bit that we've been working towards really since we finished planting our crops last autumn. And we're going to start looking probably to get a little bit more variety in our crops going forwards this year. Especially if we get another piece of land, we will definitely be looking to maybe add a third crop to our farm. and not another winter crop. I think we're looking to put something in the spring. This tractor is working really well with this mower. I've no reason why it wouldn't, but it is it's just really nice to use with this. And yeah, it's nice not to have the front loader sitting in my way, to be honest. So yeah, I like the fact that we've got this on here, and it's doing this job. And it's actually going to be a bit of the workhorse on the farm now, this tractor. It's slightly more powerful than our Massey, and it is it obviously doesn't have the front loader on it, so it doesn't have that in the way. And yeah, its open airness is a nice breath of fresh air on the farm. What we are going to find is that I think on rainy days we'll switch back to the Massey, just to avoid getting ourselves really wet and soaked through. But otherwise, yeah, it's good to have this nice open air with this tractor. We might not use this for carting is the only thing. I think using this for a lot of the other work on the farm works really well. I think carting and shifting things about like that, it's probably wise to stick with our Massey for those jobs. But all in all, this has done a cracking job of getting this field cut. So yeah, let's go and grab the baler and get this field baled up, ready to do some silage bale wrapping. Right, so we got the baler on the back. I'm just going to bale up the 4 strips we have here first. So start it up, drop it down. How much we got in? Oh, we got 95%. So we're going to immediately drop a bale on here. We may end up with 15 bales. Wow, this baler is even lifting this tractor off the ground. That's quite surprising, actually. I think it has a fairly heavy drop area here. I'd love to get the fast bale on here. I think that would be brilliant if that ever turns up. But it's I think it's probably a little bit too high in power requirement for any of our tractors we got at the moment. I think it's like 140 horsepower we need for that. So yeah, it's not going to be something that we can immediately use. There we go. Careful, or we're going to destroy some crop. 36 silage bales on here. That would be a massive amount of money. Just thinking about that is just so cool. We would be able to afford pretty much anything we want, including a new area to move into, which would be brilliant. The second tractor here is going to be... look at that. What is going on there? The second tractor is going to be a big part of that. It's going to allow us to just be more efficient all over doing all of this. Let's try it again. Yeah. Don't know why that does that. It's just... We may have to change balers because it's actually worse with this tractor. That is just lifting the back of this tractor up and pushing it in a weird direction. Yeah, look at that. So I'm going to zoom right in here. Watch what happens with that back bit. It is just lifting the tractor off the ground. It's too rigid. Let's see. We've not got anything in here. What is the cost of a new baler? Here we are. So, yeah, 48,000 for that. Of the options we have, yeah, these are 30,000. 110 for the fast bale. We are going to have to go, we are going to have to try and seek out a new baler, I think, because these just, that is just not good. That is causing all sorts of problems. I am very much struggling to use this baler with this tractor. It is, if you're not careful and you move too much, the back end just goes. It's even worse than it was with the Massey. I think what we'll have to do is go and look for some other balers or some other options, because at the moment I can't really use this. I mean, look at that. That is a tiny turn at the moment it's gone down, and just the whole back of the tractor just wants to go away from me, and I have to correct for it. It's just too rigid, the pickup, the way it drops down, and it drops down too far. So yeah, it's unfortunate because I like these balers, but if they're not going to work with the size of tractors that I'm using when I need them, they're not a huge amount of use to me. Like driving on ice. I mean, it just continually tries to push me out one side or the other at the back. And if I go too fast. So, there we go. Down we go. And carefully and slowly round here to try and avoid getting pushed. It just has this momentum of its own that pushes you round. And in fact, that's why it's not pushing me round, because I haven't lowered my pickup. Let's try that again. If we come in from this way, we should be okay. Take it slowly. And look at that. Just pushes it right out. The moment you go at any kind of speed at all. Anything above sort of about 5 miles an hour, and it will kick the back out. Really annoyingly. We are, however, producing a good number of bales. We've got one down the bottom. I know, 2 down the bottom there, 2 there, and 2 more here. So that's 6 bales off here already. We're about halfway through then what we expect to get off this field, which is really good. I'll be very, very happy if we get another 12 bales off here. And as a result, yeah, take ourselves up to 24 bales off this field, off 2 cuts, would be absolutely brilliant. So it looks like we're actually not going to get more than about 9 bales off here. I was wondering if I'd cut the field too early, but I don't think it's that. We've only got, yeah, a small area left. It is quite possible it is mid-June. In fact, yeah, I reckon we're probably a month early in this cut, thinking about it. July, August. So, yeah, we're about a month early in the cut, is why. We could, I wonder if it's possible to get a 4th cut out of this field then this year. If we cut in August, because it's only been 2 months, so if we cut in August and October, oh man, that's just sliding all over the place, we might even get 2 more cuts out of this, which would be insane, because that would be well, if it's doing 9 bales at this time for this kind of cut, then yeah, that would be nuts. That would be another 18 bales on top of this, which would be huge. Now we're at 91%. We do have a fair amount of grass still kicking around this field. We should be able to get another bale off here, I think. We've got an entire line of grass down by the that tree line. We've also got several bits of grass where we got lifted off it by the baler. You can get that bit. Let's back that up and put that down again. So yeah, we've got a decent number of bales off here. Just want to get this 9th one. I think it would more likely be 8 most of the time, because we had most of a complete bale in there. There we go. And yeah, I'm thinking back, we only did a cut a couple of videos ago, so it would be right that this is a bit earlier than I meant it to be. But as I said, if we've timed it right, we might get 2 more cuts out of this field again this year. Look at that, 100%. Unload that there, and we'll just put a little bit of grass in, which is about the same amount as we put in at the start. That does make roughly 9 full bales. Wow. Right, let's head back to the yard and switch out for the bale wrapper. So 9 bales in total. We can fold this out and bring it in, get that bale wrapping, and as always, we're going to take these and drop them off in our area over here, which I think at the end of the year, we'll probably at least put dirt down in this space, because I think having grass here just doesn't help us at all. There we go. Unload it. And let's go get the other 9. I think the area just at the bottom here, I was originally planning to put some animals on there, but to be honest, I think we could probably plow it under, add it as a grass area again, and a little bit more area to cut and to turn into silage bales. So I think we'll be looking to do that when we get the plow out at the end of the year. We're looking to seed everything. I think seeding that with grass before the end of the year is probably a good way to go as well. So lots of stuff to get done and do in there that will enhance our farm and increase how much money we can make off it. Especially with the kind of money we're making off things like the silage at the moment. Silage is worth a really decent amount of money to us. As is everything we're doing with the gardens and the greenhouse. The tomatoes are producing at a fantastic rate. In fact, we've got a full set of tomatoes again, which we might load into our trailer. And yeah, if we're doing a full trailer of tomatoes, in fact, a full trailer and a full truck of tomatoes once a month, that is bringing in quite a bit of cash for us on the farm, which is brilliant. I'd love to have them hanging around, and well, we might just leave the stacks there and store them for now. As I was saying before on here, I'm trying to limit the number of pallets because of the pallet limit. I do know that there's a mod out there. In fact, I shared the mod, but I don't see much point in having lots of pallets kicking around when I have storage space in my gardens and things, and that they just immediately spawn the moment I remove stuff. So yeah, we're gonna let them sort of build up, and then if we get full, then we'll start moving pallets and doing bits like that. For now, though, I don't see much point in moving pallets and getting more pallets to spawn until I actually want to go and take them to somewhere to sell. Final bale to get wrapped, and then our field is clear. I'm trying to remember if I sold off all the lime. Did I actually do that? Let's take a look in here. Do we have any lime? Oh, we still have 10,000 litres of lime. So we haven't sold the lime yet. Oh, hang on. Right, so what is the value of our lime? Let's have a quick look at this. Lime, I'd completely forgotten about this. Lime is right at the bottom here. There we go. 1,500 and It's much of a muchness, actually. I think we are at the high price right now. So I'm going to set the lime to sell. 10,000. Ooh, actually, that's quite a big jump suddenly. Let's get that lime selling because we may yet change tractors. So let's do that. Change output mode to selling because we want to automatically sell. We only have one place it's selling to, so that works out for us fairly well. And yeah, we'll see our money go up as it gets sold. It is a good time to sell the lime, I think. And yeah, maybe, just maybe, if that tractor's still kicking around, which it's not anymore. Of course it isn't. Doesn't matter anymore. This is the way it goes. Always the way it goes on here. Right, gonna drop off our wrapper here so that it's we don't have to take it all the way back because our roller is just to the side of the field here. And we can get this lined up. This tractor, absolutely perfect on this roller. There we go. Looks a little bit oldie worldy. Right, I want to get this into the corner. So carefully bring it round. There we go. And back it up. Oh, wow. This roller does not want to go where I want to put it. Right, back it up. Like so. There we go. Right, let's get this end of the field rolled, and then we can get onto the main body of it. I love the efficiency we've got going on here now. We are turning this field around so quickly. I mean, we had 3 less bales this time, admittedly, but we are turning this field around really, really quickly these days. It is fantastic to see because it just means we're getting more efficient on this farm, and as we go and expand the farm, we will find that we will be able to cover things more easily. I am considering going down to 2-day months. At the moment, we're doing we're skipping and doing like 1 day, doing 1-day months. But we're gonna probably need a bit of extra time going into harvest. I think harvest will take up a lot more of our time in order to get through. We'll get our fields cut and done, and then yeah, we've then got to get them baled on the 2nd day and mulched on the 3rd. So there's a fair amount of work that we're gonna have to do during harvest that might still require 3-day months to get through it all. So yeah, I'm quite happy with skipping days. Skipping days has been working well for us on this series, so I think that's what we'll probably stick to at the moment. It also gives us a few more options in the shop. So yeah, the used equipment updates every day, and of course having 3-day months and skipping ahead, we get to see more options. Interestingly, the lime has all sold, and we've only got 9,336. How much? That's weird. Let's have a quick look at our finances. Sold crops, sold products, 3,946. I must have misread that. I must have misread how much lime we had, because that does not seem like... Yeah, that's a bit weird. All in all, other than the lime not selling for how much I wanted it to, today's gone fairly smoothly. It is 20 to 5, so it's still taking most of the day to get this done. But We are very close to finishing rolling this field. I've just got this sort of this thin slither of stuff left to do. So we're just going around and getting that finished off. Once this is done, we're going to take this tractor back to the yard. I think we'll drop the roller off as normal and get this tractor back to our shed and nicely covered up. So I think we're going to be probably moving on to the harvest next time. It's going to be July. It's about the right time to harvest our winter barley. So yeah, I want to grab that, and after that, I think about August time is when we're going to see the canola come ripe, and we'll have those two fields to do. The barley, of course, as I was saying earlier, we will have to bale the straw from that, ready for that to sell later in the year. We will also then have to mulch those fields and get that all done. This tractor will be doing a lot of that work. It has been bought to be a bit of a workhorse on the farm. I think we'll still cart with the Massey, as I said before, because the Massey is quite good at keeping all the dust out, and is going to be quite useful. I don't really want to be using an open top tractor for that job, but certainly this grass work, this tractor's been great for. Has worked brilliantly. I think it'll be a good ploughing tractor as well, providing we don't get rained on too much, and probably a good drilling tractor too. I think as we get into winter though, we're probably not going to want to be quite so open air as we are at the moment. Good summer tractor this, maybe not such a great winter one. Right. Couple of small strips and things left here, so around here, and then this one around here, and that should be our field all done and dusted and rolled, ready for the next cut, which is the same before. We might try and do after we've harvested the canola in August. Certainly if the grass is long enough to cut, then we'll cut it. And we'll see if we can get another 9 bales off here to take our total up again. That will be 30 bales. If we get another 9 bales off the next cut, that'll be 30 bales, which is great. Then we could get as high as 39 if we're able to get a cut in mid-October then as well. So yeah, we'll see how we go. All in all, though, that is fairly well done, and this little tractor has done an admirable job today. It's done what we needed it to do, which is great. We've added another hour to it, but yeah, it's all good. So let's head back to the barn. The time has come again. We've got our combine out. And yeah, we have crop to harvest. It is the beginning of July, and if we have a look through here, our top 2 fields are fields of barley, are both ready to cut, so we're going to head around there. We've been waiting for this for a little while to get these started. So we're going to be doing the straw swath out the back of these and getting the straw out so that we can get that sold later in the year. We've got lots of stuff in our gardens at the moment, so I think we're going to take a break in the harvest next game day, skip and do 2 days this month, get all of that cleared up. We've got all the baling and collecting up of the bales and everything to do as well. So for the first time in a while, I think we're going to be spending a few episodes, a few videos in a singular month. Something I do need to check, and something people have pointed out, is that my barley, my bees, let's just hop out here quickly. My bees may not be giving me the most may not be giving me honey because there's a limited range on the catcher. So I'm just going to sort this before we go any further. Not farmland. We want to go into here and construction. There we go. And just see if we can get another beehive collection. Where are we? Animals is what I want. Bees. So I should be able to put one of these. Yeah, you see, you've only got one item allowed per farm. So this must be collecting up all of my beehives, because you couldn't put them all within range of that. So yeah, this hive should be covering this field fairly easily. Hopefully the other hive is covering the other field. But yeah, I couldn't believe that that's only got a small range. If you can catch, if you can only catch the stuff from one hive on it, it would be a little bit counterproductive. That. Right, so we'll start it up. Down with the header. And yeah, after this year, we're going to need to get ourselves... Oh, no, that's not what we want. Let's change over to swath, please. There we go. I'm wondering if after... Well, no, I know that after this year, we need to give this combine a wash. It hasn't been washed since last year. It is looking very, very mucky and in serious need of a clean. And combine this age, you leave it this dirty for too long and you're going to get flames. I really love this old combine. I'm pretty sure it's a model as old as I am. And as a result, I know we had a John Deere. I think I mentioned this last time we did this. We had a John Deere on my dad's farm around about this time. In fact, I've got pictures of a harvester, John Deere harvester, we had on my dad's farm around this time that this would have been available. And I'm really, really wondering if we had one of these. Whether this particular model was available in the UK, because if it was, I'm pretty sure that we had one of these, and it would that would be really cool to have that. I have realized something that I keep forgetting with this combine. We have to leave the auger out, because otherwise, as it was, and the way these things were sealed, you would lose grain out the side. So yeah. We were supposed to leave the auger out at all times on this combine, and then we can put it in when we're not using it and we've got an empty grain tank. Otherwise, it is just gonna drop grain out of the hole at the bottom of the auger all the time. 96% full now. I think we're gonna end up being a full tank by the time we get to this corner. So I'm taking it a little bit more cautiously as we come up to here. There we go. Because the last thing I want to do is end up with the combine running into the thing. And I'm going to go back and get the tractor and trailer. And I think we're going to use our new tractor for this, actually. We're not going to be sitting there while it's unloading, so I'm not too worried about there being no cab on this. If I was actually carting, then I'd take the other tractor because of the cab. But with this one, we don't need to worry about that. What we do need to do is get our... Come on. Is get our trailer sorted. So let's get this hooked up. And... come on. Where are you? There we go. Get that there. Start her up. I really would like to get a more dedicated trailer. A proper carting trailer and a proper... and a trailer to use as a flatbed, especially as this is a flatbed is quite small for us, so it doesn't quite meet the requirements. Right, open this, customize it. We want to take it up to the 8,000 capacity. What's the chassis color options? Oh, that. No, I'm not going to change that. We're not repainting that today. And customize, yes. Okay. Back out. Interesting. The actual point to get this to hook up is rather weird. There it is. Quite a way out, that is. Right, let's go empty the combine. If I'm honest, I don't think this is a tractor I plan to have on the farm for very long. It is not quite in fitting with what I'm trying to do here. And yeah, I think at some point I want to replace it with a Massey. We have had a good Massey turn up, and we discussed this last time. And I'm just unable to buy it. And I don't think we could ever have bought it in the setup we wanted. But this will do us for now. It will keep things ticking over. It is used, so it wasn't a huge amount of money. Let's empty this out. Start the combine up and get this emptied. Why cannot not be performed here? There we go. This combine is not the fastest unloading machine out there, but we are almost done. There we go. Right. Auger. No, leave the auger out. Start her up. And away we go again. Get this third headland done, and then we can start cutting into the field. This little combine works great for our farm as it is right now. It's got a 6,000 litre tank, roughly. It works great on these little fields, especially with its size of header, and just is perfect. And it wasn't that expensive. I think what we paid 20-ish thousand for this, and just works as it should, which is great. We've only got 1.5 hours on it, so we didn't even buy this second hand. We bought this straight up for 20,000, and it does the job absolutely perfectly. I did have a Ford one on here that I did try out, and again I spoke about this last harvest, I think, and it just didn't work as at all. And this John Deere, I think it's by Tired Iron Modding who did this this John Deere, and it just, yeah, it is a fantastic mod and absolutely perfect. But what we need and what we're doing on here, can we get the whole of this end in here? If we can, then we're gonna get this whole stripping, because this just gets thinner. I think by the looks of it, that's not missing anything. Oh, it's missed a tiny chunk. We'll have to come back and get that. But otherwise, we've got the rest of this row in. Absolutely perfect. Now, there's a mod that got released last week that I think will be perfect for here. I haven't downloaded it, installed it yet, but for what we're doing and how we're setting up and what we've got on here, I think it's going to be absolutely perfect. It is, of course, the grain mill, the old windmill grain mill, which I think is going to be fantastic for everything on here. Allow us to turn our own grain into flour, and then possibly build a bakery a little bit closer to the main workshop, or the main sell point, and make bread and things like that. In fact, we are only a few cows away from making cake, which would be really interesting. So I think we're probably going to try and get that. We'll put the windmill somewhere on our land, make our own flour, and make extra money from our crop just by doing that, which would be well worth it. So yeah, and it's about 13,000, so we don't quite have enough money yet, but come later in the year it will certainly be able to afford that when we get all of our silage sold. And there we go. And yeah, that will make us extra cash. I think the rest of this field is going to fit in this combine. It's quite interesting. Only 2 full tanks off here by the looks of things, which is a lot less wheat than I was or a lot less barley than I was expecting. We do have, just gonna pop out here. Yeah, our yield bonus is only 80%. What did we miss? Oh, I know what we missed. We've got why have we got weeds? I don't know why we only have an 80% bonus on these fields. Let's just have a quick look in our map here and see what we've got. So nothing. Yeah, this is where it'll be. Weeds, no. Take the mulched off. It's fully fertilized. Doesn't need rolling. Doesn't need lime. Doesn't need plowing. I don't quite know why we've only got an 80%. That's really weird. Oh, hang on. Fertilized 5960. Really? Let's check the other field that we haven't done yet, just in case. Okay, we've got 100% yield bonus on here. Maybe we do. Maybe it's because it's a thin strip that we're looking at here. Possibly, because, yeah, it's only saying 20. We'll see how we do on the other field. But, yeah, we are 100% on the other field. And we seem to be the same here. I think it's because we're looking at a thin strip and it's checking a larger area. But, yeah, that's a bit weird. I'm hoping that we are at 100% on here. Of course, without running precision farming on here, which at the moment I'm not planning to do, partly because we're running such old equipment, I won't really know. Now, let's get that done. We'll turn off the thresher, and then we can get this unloaded and go and get started on the second field. And the header on this combine doesn't seem to get dirty. It gets dirty, but nowhere near as much as the rest of the combine does. Right. I've got to sort out my controls, I think, because that should be dumping into that trailer. Right, let's try this again. It's weird. It'll do it by the keyboard, but not by my side panel. I need to work out what's going on with that, because, yeah, I want to do that via the control panel. Wow. That's, we're going to have to empty out into the trailer again before we start the next field. I suppose it's only 8,000. So yeah, we are going to have to empty out before we get too far into this field. That's the downside with that trailer. I really want a larger trailer, and I think that's a fairly big thing now, is to get that. So let's go tip the barley and get started on this second field. I don't think there's enough space in the combine to get around that headland, so yeah, we definitely need to go tip this and get that done. The other thing actually about the grain mill, I'm thinking about it, is it will take our canola and do canola oil, and we've got quite a nice location for it just in here, off to the side of the trees, although I'm not sure you'd put a windmill right next to a load of tall trees, because I think that's going to affect your wind power. But we have got plenty of places we can put it around here. There's by the lake here is a good place. I think we got some space near The entrance, yeah, we have. It could go right here, in fact. So we'd have Windmill Farm, we could call this then. And put it there and do that. There are options. But I definitely think that it will be a good thing to have here, and a good investment for the future. Right. See, that dumps there fine. Don't know what it is. Right, I figured out what my problem was. I had both dump and dump on the ground set to the same control, and it was confusing the hell out of it. So I've sorted that now, and yeah, we are dumping into the silo, and hopefully when we get back to the field, we should be able to dump straight out of the combine very easily as well. Alright, here we are back at the field. We'll just bring the tractor up to the edge of the crop, like so. Turn that off. Jump into the combine. And back it off. Right, let's see if this works now. There we go. So yeah, no longer trying to dump all of our crop on the ground. We've got it going into the trailer properly now. Ideally, we want a trailer that will take 2 loads off the combine. So about 12,000 litres. I think the carrot, that without its extension, takes pretty much a perfect amount. The one that I want to get, though, is this one. Takes 15,000 litres, so has enough space. And, yeah, is pretty perfect for us. And it's a Massey Ferguson trailer, which fits in with the Massey Ferguson farm we're trying to build here. So yeah, that's the trailer I want to get. If that comes on offer at any time, then we'll probably grab it. At the moment though, it's not, so we've got to stick with the one we've got. But upgrading our trailer on the farm, I think, is a must. It's getting to the point where it doesn't meet our requirements either for carting or for transporting bales and pallets and things either. We've got enough space in the combine to make it back around this second headland, and then we want to empty it really. We've got 4,200 litres in here. So we're going to be in a place where we've got more grain in the combine than we can put in our trailer. And we know that we can't do much more than 1 1/3 full tanks off this combine into that trailer. So it's not a very big trailer. Hence me wanting to get it changed to one that can take 2 full tanks off this combine. And so it's going to be a case of emptying it as much as we can. And then probably, yeah, if it's less than 2,000 litres that we are left with in here, then we won't bother emptying the combine when we come back. If it's more than 2,000 litres, then yeah, we definitely need to empty the combine when we come back, and then we can do another full tank out of here and into our tractor and trailer and get that done. It seems to me though we might be getting a slightly higher yield off this field. We are 2 headlands in and we're nearly at a full tank. That's more than we were getting off the other field last time. So I don't know. It seems to me that is a little bit odd and a little bit off. Don't know what's going on with that other field. Or maybe it is just my imagination, but both of these fields were treated the same, so we shouldn't have any weirdness like that. Alright, let's get this emptied out and see how much we have left. There we go. That is all it will take, and yes, we have more than 2,000 litres left. So let's turn the combine off and go and get this tipped. We'll come back and we'll empty it again, and then we've got enough space for about a tank off the combine. Right, a nice empty trailer. Let's get this refilled again with a couple of 1,000 litres. Round it in and unload. And there we go. That's nice and emptied again. Let's jump into the tractor, and I'm just going to move this off the field and onto the other one, so it's out of our way, and we can get stuck back into this field. We've got 16,000 litres off here so far, off these two fields. I think we might get it up to 24,000 litres, maybe a little bit more, which, in all honesty, is a pretty decent harvest. I'm happy with that. Cutting in now, and we've got nearly half a, no, in fact, we're just shy of half a tank, having just done the first cutting off this field, off one more headland. That is actually quite a huge yield off here. I'm really enthused by the fact that I think we're going to end up with hitting another full tank on here, and possibly another 2,000 litres, maybe, if we're lucky. I mean, to be certainly at this point, I was not expecting it to be over half a tank. So yeah, I think we're gonna be doing well off this field, and I think to turn as much of it to flour eventually as we can is gonna be very important. One thing I do want to know before we go down that route is how much does flour go for? Here we go. So yeah, I'd like to make bread and things, but at the moment that's not a possibility. Making flour though very much is. Let's see, where's flour? There's flour. So that goes at the farm shop. It goes up to 1,242. So yeah, I think it's going to be worth processing our barley into flour and our canola actually into oil. Do we have, there we go, canola oil. That tops out at 3,400. Wow. So yeah, we want to be looking at getting the windmill, because that is gonna be massively worth it. We're coming up to another full tank, but I think we probably have enough in the combine to fill the trailer now. So I'm gonna cut back in a little bit along here and then just stop there, and we'll go and get the tractor and fill this up. It makes sense not to go for a full tank and just keep going. It'll probably keep us going a little bit easier and doesn't stop the combine so much. There we are. And I think what we'll do is we'll do 2 trips at the end. So empty this now, fill the trailer up, and then we can go and fill the combine up as much as possible off the rest of this. See if we get another 2,000 litres. If we do that, we'll be over, well, we'll be at 26,000 litres overall, which will be absolutely brilliant. And keep us going quite nicely. This combine really does take an age to unload though. And we've got to be coming to the end of that. Yeah, that was a really good estimate. We filled the trailer with only 3% left in the combine. That's pretty perfect. Oh, what I do need to do though is move the tractor out of the way, because that is going to be horribly in the way of what we're doing. So we'll just move this over here, turn the engine off, and hop back in the combine and get the rest of this field done. We've got that little patch there just to finish off, and this bit here. We are at nearly 1,900 litres. We are at 1,900 litres. So, is there 96 litres of wheat left in, 94 litres. The answer to that is going to be a resounding yes, because we have just passed 2,000 litres. That means 26,000 litres off off these 2 fields. That's brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic. I am so pleased with that result. So there we go. That is it. 2,085 litres. That gives us a total of 26,085 litres off these 2 fields. Brilliant. We're going to just park the combine here for a moment as we hop in the tractor. We'll go tip this and then we'll come back and empty the rest of the combine. But that is a resounding success, and it's 4:45 in the afternoon. So it's been a good day's harvest. We've got both fields done. We're just going to have to get both fields baled next. So, yeah, that's going to be a job for the next video or the video after, depending on whether we do anything with our gardens and our chickens and everything. Because we do need to make sure all of that keeps running well. So back to the field and just get this under our auger. There we go. Like so. And then over into the combine. Start her up. Empty her out. And there we are. So, 5:10 in the afternoon. 2 fields harvested. I'm feeling really good about this. We're up here at the shop in our little tractor because I have downloaded a new mod that hopefully is going to help solve our problem with our baler. So let's head over to here and let's have a look in here. Now I'm thinking it's in the miscellaneous, and oh, it's not. Where is this mod? So I think this is located under miscellaneous. Let's have a look in here. And yeah, there we go. We've got a Massey Ferguson front hydraulic. Now this should work better than the other one we had. We are going to do it without a PTO for now. We're going to put 2 connection hoses and main color. We don't have, yeah, we'll just go with the standard gray. Let's buy that for 2,200. And this should allow us to put a front weight on this tractor. Hopefully even things out. And maybe prevent the baler from lifting the back up like it was. So what we're going to do is get into gear and go and hook this up. There we go. Bring it in. A little bit further forwards. Difficult to see it from here. There we go. Attach that. Seems to go on much smoother as well. So no front PTO on this. We've only got 2 connection hoses. We'll be able to alter this if we need to, but that is the cheaper setup, which is going to work quite well for us because all we need to do at the moment is put a weight on it. I want to avoid spending any money on a weight, so we're going to grab the one off the back of the Massey. So, yeah, we'll just drop that down. Start up our engine so we can get the hydraulics working. There we go. And then we can just pull this out and move it out of the way. Like that. There we go. And then just bring this in here and hook up this front weight. Now that we can. There we go. A bit of confusion in my controls, I think. That should have lifted that then and didn't. We have a forward and a reverse in the things. I'm having a lot of controls issues with Farm Sim at the moment. It resets my... I've been saying this for a few videos, but it keeps resetting my controls every time I switch mods for a save game. And I have to bring all my key bindings in. And then Yeah, and then stuff gets sort of randomly reassigned. So if we go into here and have a look at our keys quickly on the gamepad. Now raise and lower. Lower tool, here we go, is 20. Yeah, which is correct. Select previous tool. So I need to turn that off. Select previous tool. There we go. So we'll take that off. There we go. So that should fix the issue now. Don't know why that was showing like that. Right, so we have 71 litres of grass in here. I'm not expecting that to cause us to have a grass bale out first. I think we'll end up with a straw bale. So let's lift that up. Drop that down. It does lift the back of the tractor up again. I don't think that is the weight is necessarily going to help this. We'll see how we go. It may help to keep the tractor a bit more grounded, but I think we could possibly do with some wheel weights. That might actually help the situation. Although, this does feel a little bit steadier than it has before. Maybe we'll be okay. So far, after a complete round around the field, this feels a bit more stable. The back is kicking out a little bit, but not quite as much as it was with this tractor before. I mean, this tractor was much, much worse than the Massey. And here, it just seems to be holding it okay. I think doing a lot of the maneuvering with the bed or the drum picked up is actually making a difference. Seems to be the better way to go about it, but that's not really sorting the issue in general. Somebody did offer to send me a modified version of this baler fixed over, and I did try and have a look at trying to fix it myself. But yeah, it's seems the added weight on the front is making a difference and helping to keep everything just that little bit more stable on the tractor. As I said though, I don't think this tractor comes with wheel weights, does it? Let's have a quick look at the small tractors. Where are you? There you are. I don't think. No, it's wide tires and standard, wide tires, standard and wide, standard and wide. Yeah, nothing with wheel weights on this. So nothing we can do to add extra weight to the back of the tractor, unfortunately. Oh, the back's still open. Let's back it up a little bit. There we go. Close that down. And we can continue on. So, yeah, I mean, you can see here, it is being a little bit more stable and working a little bit better. So, yeah, I think this was the right choice. And until we can get a larger tractor than this one to start working on, we're still looking out for a 125 horsepower tractor, really, to replace this with. I know that means we won't have this for very long, but it's sort of a stopgap a little bit, this one. And yeah, as soon as we can get a 125 horsepower tractor on this, which is a little bit bigger, I think that's actually going to solve our problems in total anyway, because it'd be a little bit higher off the ground. I think when it comes down to it, it's how you use this baler more than anything else. If you turn with the pickup down like that, you're going to get it skidding out the back. If you actually raise and lower the pickup, you tend to have a better time with it. We've got most of the way through this field. Oh, we've hit 100% again though. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with this bale. 7 bales off here so far. Again, I think we're looking at probably about a dozen based on this then, which would be good. That would be absolutely brilliant. And then it'll be interesting to compare, considering what we had last video, how many bales we get off this field versus how many we get off the other field. If we're looking at similar yields between the two, then we should expect a similar amount of bales. And if we don't, if there's a lot more yield on the other field, then we can expect a larger number of bales off that one compared to this one. This will be our last bale off this field, which takes us up to 9. Come on, there we go. So unload that. So yeah, 9 bales is the number to beat. I mean, 18 bales off these two fields would be absolutely brilliant. We will sell these bales as we have last year's as well. We've not got any use for these on the farm beyond earning some extra cash. And because of the situation we're in on here, we should very easily be able to make a good amount of money at the end of the year. And as always, we don't need to sell before we hit the top prices. Lots of people who have fed back to me on Hope Belleron have said to use the windmill on there, and I'm very tempted to do that on there. We don't have enough money to put it on here, and we won't have until we sell this year's crops. So I don't think it's going to be something that we can particularly do on here anyway. And so yeah, I think we're going to end up putting the windmill mod on the other map on there and using that here, and then using just straight up selling here, which makes sense for our farm at the moment. It may be something that's worth doing later on, and I think if I was to be on here long term, then we would look at trying to build a production area closer to the shop, somewhere where we can take all of our stuff to and produce various bits and pieces. At the moment, we are not in need of that. That's why it hasn't picked up any extra. We want to get this dropped off here. So, yeah, there was about half a bale in here before we started on this field. So that is 9.5 bales off our first field and half a bale off here so far. So we just got to make sure when we count up at the end that we take into consideration that half of a bale that we dropped off on this field actually came from the other field when we when we got started on here. When we're comparing the two, there is definitely more stability with this tractor with this front weight on. Turns that before would have just sent the back of the tractor careening off to the side just aren't doing it anymore. I've had one big instance where the back of the tractor has slid out, lifted away by the baler. Otherwise, it has just been completely normal, which is so surprising. It's ridiculously so. But we so far have got 3.5 bales off here, just on the headlands, and we haven't even finished the headlands yet. That's as many bales as we got off the headlands of the previous one when we completed the headlands. So I don't think this field is massively larger. No. In fact, if there's anything, I'd have said that there are possibly more headlands on the other one. I don't think it's... Yeah, this field is not massively larger. I think the other one is a bit squarer. So in total, we got 5.5 bales off the headlands. And I think that compares to 3 off the previous headlands. 1, 2... Yeah, I think it was about 3 off the previous headlands. So certainly seems to be more on the headland here, but our field is much longer, and as a result, longer and thinner. So as a result, I think we got more, or we got less sitting in these actual strips going up and down the field than we have on the headlands. So yeah, I think we might end up with a similar number of bales, quite possibly. This bale will take us up to our 7.5 bales off this field. So I don't think there's 2 more bales in this field. I don't think this is going to get 9.5, which is interesting. Very, very interesting. That means we have had a, well, we know that we had a high yield off this field. That would also seem to suggest that our other field is slightly bigger than this one, because it couldn't have had a higher yield. It must have had the same yield. So yeah, everything I thought seems to not be the case. I thought this was the bigger field, and I thought it had the higher yield on it, and neither of those things seems to be the case. We are going to get 8 bales off it. We're already up to 60-70%, but not going to be a case of getting a 9th bale off here. So it's going to be I think we're going to have 9 bales in total. I think we might hit the 50%. Actually, no, I don't think we're going to do that. We are at 100% here. So that is our 8th bale off this field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 10. So that is 9.5 bales off here. Ever so slightly more. Let's see how full this gets. But no, I'm wrong. I miscounted. I missed a bale when I was counting up earlier. There we go. So that's another third of a bale off here. So let's just turn that off and lift that up. Turn the engine off this so we don't move. And yeah, there we have it. 19 bales in total. We know we got 9.5 off the first. So 9.5 off the second is 19 bales. That's amazing. That is exact. These two fields are pretty much identical. That's really good. I'm amazed by that. Right, let's drop this back down to our farmyard, and then we'll be back up here with the flatbed on this, and the bale forks on our front loader. I actually decided, in the interests of getting these fields cleared quickly, what we're gonna do is we're going to collect these bales up, and then we have some space near to the next field over where I can just line these up on the grass. I want to give myself enough space to maneuver when it comes to picking these up. So if we can put them in 2s, then we'll be better off. There we go. So we'll pick them up in batches of 2 off this field, and then what we can do is, when we come to actually sort our trailer out, get it into the flatbed, or possibly even buy a large flatbed, because that would be really, really helpful. No way we can get 18 bales on our little flatbed. That just isn't going to work in any way, shape, or form. So what we're going to do is just get these collected up in such a way that we can then load them onto that a bit later, and it'll work a bit better for us, and will allow us, probably, if we're lucky, to get this field mulched today. I definitely want to get both of these fields turned around quickly. We want to put some canola in these, seeing as we're now running with a canola and barley setup. I think it was barley that we had on here, yes. So it's very much we need to get this cleared off, mulched, and set for reseeding, because it's a really early seeding for the canola. Last pair of bales. So that one up there. And we'll pick the second one up as well. And then what we can do is the reason why we got the second tractor. The chief reason why we got the second tractor. Beyond giving this one a bit of a break, we can now do work on this field while we're clearing the other one, which is something that is going to make just a huge difference to us. So we'll drop those bales off there, and then I'm just going to run back to the yard quickly and grab our other tractor with the mulcher. In all honesty, I'd forgotten our mulcher is as big as it is on here. This is going to take this tractor no time at all to get this job done with this. So yeah, but this is why I want I wanted to be able to put a hired worker on here, and hopefully this is going to do the job fine. So we will unfold our equipment. Certainly we can get this tractor ploughing while we're doing our second crop if we wanted. That would certainly be a great way to do that. And, or seeding. We could have it seeding the canola while we're harvesting the canola. That would be amazing as well. Right, so bring this up here, get it online, drop it down, and hire. And away it goes. Right, we can now clear off the second field. Excellent being able to lead that mulching job up to the hired worker. It means that we are very, very much freed to clear this field off. It means that when we come to doing the ploughing, we can actually have one tractor doing the ploughing and the other then doing the field behind with the stone collection, or just free us up so much to get all of this done. When is our actual time to plant the canola? Yeah, so the window opens next month, closes in September. This is going to give us plenty of time to get everything turned around, despite the fact that normally with our 3-day month setup, we still seem to run out of time there. But we're going to be done nice and early this year, and it probably means we're going to be able to get the sales and everything done in December, and then again skip forward to the first cut of silage. It's brilliant. It's absolutely incredible. We seem to have got this down to a T now. We are ready and efficient enough to expand the farm. We just need the money. This is the last bale off the field. So yeah, 19 in total. Perfect, like this. So I'm going to return this, and I'm going to take over from our hired worker so that we can save ourselves a bit of cash and get the second field mulched as well. We've caught our hired worker just in time. It was going to go and do the slightly more difficult bit at the end of the field, where it gets... It's pretty square up to this point. I mean, we've left it going along here, and yeah, this field is pretty square to this point. And then as we get back towards where the rock outcrops are, it suddenly pulls in. So what I want to do, take this down here, and we can just finish this end of the field off ourselves and make it easier so that the hired worker wasn't gonna get all confused and tell me it was done, and you get that kind of thing. So yeah, there we go. And then just want to reverse it up here, mulch this little bit here, and then mulch the little bit we got at the side of the field there to finish this field off. I am very, very happy right now. We are doing exceptionally well with this year. Much better than we were last year. I don't think we were quite as far ahead of ourselves by day 2 of harvest as we are here. Right, let's bring that down. And yeah, I'm going to try not to lift this as I go around the field, because that is not overly realistic. Headland section's done. We are now into the main body of the field. And if we can get our width nice and right, yep, we should be okay. 82 degrees? That seems a little bit high. Never mind. I'm just going to try and cover as much of this field as we can. And yeah, by the end of today, we should have this all done. And as we approach 5 o'clock, in fact, as it just goes 5 o'clock, we are now approaching the top end of the field. I think we've got a couple of runs to go to get this completed. But yeah, there we go. We've got both these fields baled and mulched today, which is great. That puts us nicely ahead. Means we can get everything here now plowed and destoned, ready to get it seeded in a couple of months' time. And yeah, we might get a nice new cut of grass in the near future as well. Get our 3rd cut of grass for the year. Probably going to do 2 more cuts if we can fit it in. We have a lot of ploughing to do today. It is the 3rd day in July. We are heading into August next month, and with that we should end up with a whole load of canola to harvest, which is going to be absolutely brilliant, and I'm looking forward to that. So we've got that to harvest next time. Something we do have this time is that we're a bit short on water in our greenhouse. We're a bit short on it in one of our gardens, although it's in the green, so I'm not too worried about that. But our other one, our tomatoes one, is short on water, so I want to give a bit of water to both of those today. And the plan is that if we can get both of those functioning a bit better, what we'll be able to do is then get a whole load of seeds, because they're getting a bit low on seeds as well. But I'm looking to do that when we are reseeding our fields as well. So there's that to do as well. So it's a fairly busy day today in our clearing up from post-harvest, or post-barley harvest continuing. There we go. We'll fill this up. I'm only going to put 1 tank in both, because it does hold 2,000 odd litres. And yeah, we should get our farm turned around quite nicely. One other thing I haven't checked is the state of our chickens, but our chickens have plenty of food. And to be honest, we've got a whole load of barley in our grain stores that we can give them as well. So I'm going to go give the water to our garden and our greenhouse, and then we're going to hook the plough up and start tackling our fields. We've got a fair amount of crop hanging around here at the moment at both of our gardens. We've got a full set of pallets of tomatoes, and looking in here, I think we've got, we've got 3,500 litres of tomatoes sitting in there. Looking at the potatoes, wow, we have 21,000 litres of potatoes being stored at the moment. And then we are, no lettuce being stored. Oh yeah, the lettuce is still producing. So, wow, we've got a lot of potatoes here. 21,000 litres sitting in here, along with another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 boxes. So, yeah, nearly 30,000 litres of potatoes. That's quite a large amount. Should be worth quite a bit of money come the end of the year, but we've got to be careful. We want to make sure that we are going to not run out of space. Because if we do that, of course, they're not going to be producing any further. And I kind of want to go, I'm going to have a look in a minute and see when the best price for selling potatoes is. Because if we're going to be producing this many potatoes, we are going to need a decent sized trailer to load them into to get them sold later in the year. Either a decent sized flatbed or just a decent sized bulk trailer that either of our tractors can pull. So it looks like we're going to get an entire field's worth of crop of potatoes out of this, which is absolutely perfect. That is going to make a big difference to us. Now, where is my plow? There it is. So yeah, this is the first time we've had this tractor on the plow. It is slightly more powerful than our little tractor. We do actually have in the shop again another tractor on offer and for sale. However, it is a Zetor, and it's the Zetor Forterra, which has come up a couple of times recently, and it is not enough horsepower and too much money. So we'll be leaving that for now, but certainly we're keeping an eye out for a Massey, and especially if it comes over the winter when we have a little bit more money spare after selling stuff. That's when we're going to be looking to either add a third tractor or replace this one. So there are a lot of we're keeping our eye out, and once again hoping something doesn't turn up until we're actually ready to buy it. So my hope today is that we are going to be able to get this field, both these fields, plowed, and with any luck destoned as well. Start filling up our lime crusher, or our stone crusher, so that we have lime to sell again this year. And we're looking to do better than we did last year with the lime. What we want to do is actually go and sell it ourselves. Fill up a trailer, go sell it ourselves, and make the money that way. We learned the hard way, I think, that selling it directly just does not produce any cash. It was a pitiful amount we got for the lime this year. So hopefully we'll get her a better amount next year. Now, looking at the price, what is the price we're expecting for lime if we go and sell it straight to the shop? See, it's 1,600 to sell at the moment. Price fluctuations, in May, September, and November. So we're looking to get all of our ploughing and stoning and all the lime crushed and done by November. We should get a high selling price at that point, and make a decent amount of money from it at that time. The comments on whether I should be using precision farming or not on this farm, it tends to be fairly split on this series. Personally, I've come to the conclusion that I don't really want to use precision farming on here, and I'll explain why. It's mainly because this feels a very much more rustic farm than either Haute-Baileron or on the Old Stream Farm. Old Stream Farm, I'm not planning to use it simply because it doesn't have any effect on grapes at all, so it seems fairly pointless to have it running on there. Haute-Baileron, though, we are beginning to explore what that means and how precision farming affects our farming on there. And it also helps to therefore distance this series from that one where we're doing crops and things like that. The other thing, I'm quite moving away from precision farming. The other thing I'm quite pleased about on this series is how diverse our farming is. We have a huge amounts of crops in a very small amount of space. I mean, we've got tomatoes and lettuce and potatoes and canola and barley, and we're just making a really great diverse setup here that it makes us money. And the other thing about not using precision farming on here is that it means that the stones and the lime are a crop for us as well, and it doesn't affect our output on the other crops. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that it doesn't put any weight on the fact that we are ploughing, and the reason why we're ploughing is not so much for the crops, but to make sure that we've got the stones coming in, and can keep that income coming that way. So yeah, it's another reason really why I'm not putting precision farming on here is because we make money from ploughing in essence, and I don't want to really be heading into doing the forestry on here because, as I said, I'm trying to approach it from a different way. So yeah, the stones very much are part of that. That is most of the field done. We just got the headland at this end to do. And like normal, it's taken me longer than I originally expected to get it done. However, one of the great things now is that we are able to set a hired worker doing stuff. So what we're going to be doing is getting this field finished and done and dusted. I'm then going to try and lay out the headlands. Just get that little bit. There we go. Try and lay out the headlands on the next field. And once we've done that, we'll set a hired worker off. Hopefully, he or she will then turn ahead of the headland where we want them to, and then we can go and fill in the headland afterwards. Meanwhile, we're going to try and get the stone picker on this field here and get at least one of these fields picked today. If we can do that, then that's going to get us nicely ahead. August is looking to be a fairly busy month, so looks like we're going to be using a hired worker again to do some of the work in August, just to get things maybe like some seeding done of the canola, get that nice and early in while we cart with the other tractor, and bits and pieces like that. So yeah, having two tractors now is making a big difference to our efficiency on here. And I'm loving it. It means that we're much more relaxed about how much work there is to do. And I think going into the new year, we are absolutely going to be ready to extend the farm into another area on this map. Okay, so I have laid two headland plows, or two headland furrows out down the field. Actually, that wants to be the other way around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and set the hired worker off so that they stay within these two lines. And if we can get them to do that, then that'll be great. We can then preserve our headlands and know exactly where our headlands are. Not that it matters hugely with us going over with the stone picker, but it's just a good way to do things, really. And hopefully she keeps this nice and clean. So down with that. Field not owned. Oh, right. What I'm going to have to do then is just do one line across the top here, because it's not recognizing that. Well, I am right at the edge of our land here. So in order to make sure that it's not going to have a problem with this, we'll do one strip across the top here, and then that should keep everything nicely in bounds and nice and happy with the hired worker doing the rest of it. But yeah, hopefully it'll stay within these two lines as I just have, and then we can come and do the headlands and get those properly done once the field has been ploughed in the middle. So down we go there and hire a worker, and away she goes. So I've got the little Massey, and we're just going to hook it up to the stone picker here. Should be fine on this. Well, we've had it on this before, and we're going across the slope, so that should be all good. And yeah, there we go. All hooked up. Right, and we can head down to the field and get picking. So yeah, looks like our plow isn't sticking inside the line I set. It's going over it. Never mind. We tried. It's not working. Right, let's unfold this then and line it up along the side of this field here, and we can get picking stones, and hopefully we're going to get a good number of stones. Does the hired worker produce stones? I hope it does. At least I'll know where the headlands are so that I can go over them because of that spot there. Yeah, it does. That's good. Having said everything I said earlier about why we have stones on here, and the fact that they bring us in cash, I think it's gonna very much depend on where we are by the end of this year. We are at 308 litres of stones off this field now. That is not a huge amount. I was hoping that we might get about 1,000 litres per field. And we're not going to. That very much at the moment is highly, highly unlikely. Well, no, it's just not going to happen. We would have to have a ridiculous amount of stones left on this field, which just aren't here. So we might hit 500 litres if we're lucky. And if we're hitting 500 litres on this field, we might hit 2,000 litres overall. That would be about 9,000 litres in total off 4 fields this year. And if we get 9,000 litres of lime off here, that's about £12,000. So yeah, it's not a huge amount of money. In fact, no, what's that? That's about £13,500, which is not a huge amount of money considering this effort. It kind of pays for this bit of kit in 2 years if we sell at the full price. But that is a lot of money to break even on here for something we don't need to do. Because we don't actually need to dredge up enough stones to stone pick. We have a roller, we could cultivate, and we could push the stones in. Could push the stones back in if they're small ones. So yeah, it really is a case of, is it worth it for that? We would, if we made that amount of money this year, we would make back what we've lost on this bit of kit. So it cost 25,000. It's now, our bit here is worth 12. So yeah, it's an interesting conundrum I think we've got. Is this worth the time and effort, or should we just cultivate this? And if we do, the thing we have got then is we're going to have to buy a weeder. And a weeder is not cheap either. Where's our weeders? Plows, cultivators, harrows, subsoilers, spaders, seeders. Weeders, there we go. Even the smallest weeder here is 9,500. So, yeah, it's still less than this. But, of course, we don't get any money back for it. Other than the fact that we get a little bit of a higher yield. It's just gone 7 PM in game, and we have got our last clump of stones. A total of 435 litres off this field. So yeah, not a huge amount at all. We are we have a slightly disappointing amount of lime off here, or a slightly disappointing amount of stones. 3.5 times that is around 650-ish litres of lime we should get out of this. At the current price, or the expected price, that's worth about £1,000. So, no, that's worth, yeah, about £1,000. So, not a huge amount of money off here. This is not looking like it's worth it, if I'm honest. There's the howl. I think that's telling us it's getting late. It is, as I say, it is 7:15. Oh, that sends chills down my spine every time I hear it. Hopefully by the time this is unloaded, our other tractor should be finished. We're going to leave this on the tractor because I need to get the other field stone picked next time. It's just adding to our jobs that we have in autumn, that. So, or in August. So, yeah, even more work to do in August now. But, yeah, I'm going to go and collect the hired worker. That's not going to be too far from finished. And then we just need to get that field de-stoned next time. Once we've done that, we can look at getting our harvest finished. So we'll see how we go. We might even start getting that field planted and turning that round quickly. We are heading up to our field up here. The second one we had ploughed yesterday, because we do need to go and get quite a few stones off here first. Now, as you saw as we were driving in, our fields of canola are ready to harvest. So we're going to be getting onto those. Probably going to be getting onto those next game day. I want to clear this off first and then probably get these fields being seeded while we are harvesting the other two. So if we get through this fairly quickly today, what we might do is then go get the harvest started while we're getting some seeding going on. Let's switch to the right bit of kit. Okay, there we go. Right, and away we go. And yeah, so this should be a fairly quick job to do. I want to get this knocked out. I did put out a vote, a poll on the community page, if you want to check that out. I am thinking of possibly doing some time lapses for jobs like this. Let me know on there what you think, whether you like the way we do it at the moment, which is to do some cuts and come back at various points, or whether you'd like to see me just sort of time lapse these instead, and maybe a mix of the two if you'd prefer to do that. I want to try and differentiate the role plays from the let's plays a bit, and so I'm thinking on the let's plays we'll probably do time lapses for this kind of job, and then on the role plays would keep very much coming with the cuts between stuff. So yeah, let us know on that what you'd like to see. I'm very interested in the feedback from you guys. We're about halfway through the field at this point, and there are so many more stones on this side than there are on the other. It's ridiculous. We are up to 544 litres. But look at how many we've delivered already. 435 litres. So we've got more stones already halfway through this field than we had in the entirety of the last field, which is a little bit ridiculous. I'm very, very surprised. What it does mean is my slight disappointment at how much lime we were going to get off here last episode is unfounded. We are going to get probably a fairly large amount of lime off our 4 fields this year, which is great. I don't know why we got so much less stones off the other field, but yeah, we've done pretty well off this one, and it looks like we're gonna make a fair amount of money, which is just brilliant news. Coming to the end of the field now, and yeah, we've got well over 1,000 litres of stones off this field. What is going on? Why is this nearly 3 times the number of stones off this field compared to the first one we did? That's absolutely incredible. I need to go back and check actually the previous ones we've done and see if we've got such a discrepancy on those as well. It's just a little bit mad that's happened. We are going to take this now, though, and drop it off in our stone crusher, create some lime. And once we've done that, I'm not going to start the harvest today. I was very tempted to, but I think we'll leave that, as I said earlier, for next time. What I am going to do is probably get on with cutting the grass. Now, if we have a quick look in here, we should be able to see, yeah, here, and we want to switch to grass. Yeah, that is ready to cut. Now, it's slightly early to cut it. It's the same as when we were last time. We're very early in the cut. But we should get 2 more cuts off this. So we should get one now and one in mid-October. Which, if it holds as it did before, should give us 18 bales in total. So it's well worth us doing this. We might also get our other tractor planting the canola. I think that would be a very good idea as well. So let's just back this up. Leave this here. Like so. And do we have any... Oh, I'm not sure we have any seeds. Is there anything in there? 14% damage. Is this going to be something we need to do later anyway? Let's back this up. Like so. I mean, this tractor will easily do this job. Right, and open it. Let's have a look in here. That is seed free, isn't it? We used all the seeds. You know what? I know exactly where we used all the seeds. We used all the seeds on our greenhouses. So we're going to have to pop down to the shop to get seeds. As I want to get this all turned around and get all of our bales done and get this grass cut, I think our best bet is actually just to go and do that job. And then we can go and buy some of that stuff. Next game day, grab ourselves a couple of bags of seed as an early morning run before we get started on the harvest here. And then go from there. Because I think we're going to need some more seeds in our gardens anyway. In the meantime, we can get this field here cut. And as we were saying earlier... it's going to be something that we want to get cut now and get as many silage bales off here as possible. Down and away. I'm wondering if cutting more often and early is actually worth more to us in the long run. So I've gone round the headland once and now I'm going round for the second time. I have cut the extra bit of grass actually around the top here, and yeah, we're just gonna squeeze through here and get this bit cut as well. Just see if we can squeeze that extra little bit out from around here, and then I'm just gonna do one complete turn around the rock. As I said, see if we can get some more grass out of here and get as close as possible. That is not really wanting to go over the rock itself, but juts out quite a way. There we go. And then we can do back round and onto here and try and get some straighter cuts. Definitely a different way I'm cutting this time. But I think it might work out more to our advantage in the long run. Certainly, it looks like it's going to give us more grass. Not got a very large area to finish off now. I'm just going to square this off a bit. There we go. And yeah, now we should have just a little bit to finish off and clean up. And it's working really nicely. Now, I have an updated version of the baler. I mentioned that we were having problems with the pickup on it. So, we're going to go and grab that, and we're going to try it out, and we're going to see if the update makes any effect to how our baler has worked, and whether it keeps lifting the tractor again. So, let's unhook this, like so. And then we're going to pop over into our baler over here. Get this connected up. And yeah, getting this cut done today and getting ourselves in a position where we can get a whole load more bales out. Gonna be really good for us. Wow, the wheels are spinning. Ah, there we go. Pick that up. Interestingly, that wasn't trying to lift the tractor. So we'll have a see and see how well this works. I'll be intrigued. I might go and compare how this file works and how the default one works. See where the changes are. But yeah, that does not lift this off the floor. I think we might have a fixed version of this baler. Suddenly, yeah, that makes this much more useful to us. Both on here and on other series. Now we're aiming for 9 bales off this field. We've got the 4th about to come out the back. So as soon as I complete it, bring this round. There we go. Yeah, 97%. Don't really want to put this across the end of these lanes. So yeah, there we go. Bring this here, back this off, and drop this off in the corner. But yeah. We are 4 bales into this now, so we're just over halfway there. We've still got a fair amount of grass to get off here, which is great. Did see somebody comment in the last video how they love the handprint on the back of this, and yeah, I love that. That is just a fantastic feature of the dirt on this baler, is that the area where you'd open up to put in your wrap and things like that very much has a great big dirty handprint on it. That's absolutely brilliant. The baler itself is performing really well on here. I have noticed it still has a tendency to lift the tractor off the ground a bit and shift it about, but only when we get quite a bit of weight in the actual baler. Then it tips back a bit and lifts the rear wheels up, which is actually a welcome change from what was doing before, because before it was lifting the wheels up, but it was doing it when you put the pickup down. Now it's definitely not doing it when the pickup goes down, and I think you could possibly alter that and fix it if you were able to put some weighted or some wheel weights on the back of this. I think that would possibly sort a lot of the issue or the issues that I've still got with this. So yeah, it's still not perfect, but it's an awful lot better than it was. This is our 8th bale that we're unloading now. I don't know if we have enough in the middle of this field to get a 9th bale out of it. I'm gonna close that down. Gonna be close. It's possible that there is. I've noticed a little bit of movement in the baler there where I'm putting the header down or the pickup down. So it's again back to that whole thing of it's not perfect. It is still doing a little bit of lifting. However, it's been much better than I've had it elsewhere. And we need to be at a 1/3 full. We are over a 1/3 full. Grab every little bit we can because we're gonna need every little bit we can. Are there? Well, just under. Yeah, we need just under 2/3 of a bale from these remaining 2 strips. It might be a fairly big ask, especially as this one is only sort of piecemeal. So it looks like, yeah, well over half has to come from this row. Otherwise, we're not going to have as much or as many bales as we had last time. Although the next thing we should be baling again will be grass. And we have 2/3 of a bale in here. But in total, I think we've only got 8. Yeah, we've only got 8 in total. So we're going to have to end that there and go and grab ourselves our wrapper and add these 8 bales to our ever-growing pile. Now, I want to get these wrapped bales off here today because, these bales off here today, they're not wrapped yet, of course, because then we will be able to roll this field at our leisure, which is perfect. Just makes things that slightly bit easier. In case you're wondering where the combine went earlier, it's over there. I moved it sort of along the side and out the way. We are going to have so many bales this year. Whoa! Well, those two are on their side. That is not going to help. I will have to sort that later. Yeah. Fun with getting these bales nice and close is the fact that you can send them flying as well. If you don't get your positioning just right. See? Just like that. Just one more bale to pick up. I'm going to spin around and grab this one. And then that will get it back. And yeah, that is a very nice jobbed. We've got everything out of the way. What is the forecast for the next game day? Let's take a look. That would be... Okay, we're all right for the rest of August. Wow. Rain. So, yeah, September through October, it's going to be very wet. Thankfully, we've got 2 nice dry days to get the canola in. So, that's really good news. And, yeah, we've got the grass cut again. And we got 8 bales off it. 8.5 bales, to be exact. So, with any luck, when it comes to October... we will be able to get some more bales off here and yeah, increase that number. We're going to need a bigger trailer. I've said that before, but yeah, we're going to need a bigger trailer in order to take all these bales. So that is something to take into mind as we go into the latter part of the year. But as I said before, I want to get a new tipper trailer as well. So we'll be keeping our eye out on the sales page for all of that. But all in all, that's been a pretty successful day. We are going to have to go and get some seeds next time as well. So we can get our seeder up and running and get next year's canola planted just as we are harvesting this year's. But I think we're all good. And yeah, might be a little bit shorter of a video today. But we've got a few bits and pieces on outside of here as well. We are heading into our fields of canola today. We've got them to get harvested. So I'm just bringing my Massey up to here where we've got our combine to get this started. Expecting a fairly good yield off here. We currently have a 100% yield bonus on here. 19, yeah, it's 100%. It's a bit difficult to tell at the edge of the fields, but it is pretty much spot on. So we're going to take our John Deere 4400 combine here, which I absolutely love this combine. As I said, pretty much every time I've used it, this combine is probably from the era when I was really young. Well, this is a 1977 combine, so it is as old as I am, which is quite cool. And I'm pretty sure we had one of these on the farm, or at least one of this sort of era of John Deere combine with the David Brown. So if I ever get a David Brown into Farm Sim, I will be bringing these combines back in order to use them with it. Because, yeah, that would be a fantastic setup. However, today, what we're going to be doing is getting around, getting this canola cut. And then I want to start turning these fields round. We are looking to get this field replanted with barley and our other fields replanted with canola. Our canola window closes in the near future, I think. So we want to get next year's canola planted fairly swiftly, and the barley as well. And then we're probably going to be able to jump forward a bit and with any luck get one more harvest out of here. All depends on whether we expand the farm as well. But at some point we are going to have to move on, and I'm just very aware of that. However, we are going to at least play out this year. We'll see how far we get, see where we get, see what position that the farm is in. I think we're going to be in a place where someone could take this over and expand this and go from there. At the moment, it's one of those things where I'm kind of looking out for the next map. I want to go and do something with the Ford tractors that came out recently. I really want to do a map with those and have some fun with that. I also have coming up Stone Valley. I have a wonderful idea for a series on there that I want to have a play around with, so that is something for the near future. Also, of course, Attingham Park is imminently releasing, so we want to be working around that as well. So yeah, it is going to have to be a change to the schedule in the near future. We're 48 episodes into this. I think this is our 48th episode, and we've done a good 3 years, I think, at this point on this farm. So it is a well-developed farm at the moment. And I always said in that my aim in this series was to get the farm, well, was to pay off the loan, which we're not quite at yet. But if this farm just kept being farmed from this point forwards, it's stable. It has a good income and very easily could pay off the loans. So yeah, we have pretty much achieved what I was trying to achieve on this series. Getting ourselves set up, getting ourselves a steady income, and going from there. I know there's an awful lot of people who really enjoy this series. Yeah, I hope you will enjoy whatever we go to next. However, as I said, we're not quite done here yet. We need to see what this year's harvest does, see where we come from, and go from there. 2 headlands done, and we are at 53%. I think we might take another headland out and then empty the combine. It is, yeah, it needs a little bit more turning circle, especially with the overshoot and the fairly awful brakes that are on this. So just to give ourselves a little bit more space, I think we will go with that. Just keeping that front divider in here. That is, I do like this combine a lot. It does exactly what I want it to do. It's perfect for a farm this sort of size. Yeah, we've not got massive fields on here. And should do, or has done, in fact, really well. It's also got a big enough tank to fill on here without having to empty too often, which, as we don't have a as we don't have a tractor driver, a carter on here, is pretty good for us as well. We're able to just sort of keep going around the field, occasionally empty it, and yeah, I think we only end up with a couple of empties per field, which is good. I think we need a bigger trailer, as I've said before, but certainly at the moment we're doing okay. And after 3 headlands, we're only 75% full, or actually only 72% full. So what I'm going to do is open up the field. We will head here, get ourselves on a good line. No, not that. There. That's the line I want. Right, there we go. Using our compass to make sure we're heading the right direction. And then try and keep on a nice 180 degrees as we cut in and open this field up. I'm pleased with the amount of yield we're getting off here. This is not bad at all. it's looking like we're going to be in the range of maybe 15,000 litres off both fields. I would be very happy with that. That would be a good amount for our canola. And a good question on yesterday's Haute Belleron video as to why I open up the field like this, why I cut into it and then work around like this. It's a fuel saver. It gives you the ability to travel less distance all the time for doing for cutting the field. Plus, it always means your auger is available to empty from. In fact, I have made a mistake on today's video in that this auger on this combine should be out all the time. On a combine this age, as I mentioned when we've been using it before, you don't have anything stopping the grains going out from the auger if the auger's not up like this. And so, yeah, we would have just had grain trickling all along the field. We are at 99%. Yeah, there we go. So let's go and empty this. So turn off our thresher. And we'll just head over here and do this. Rather than bring the tractor over, much quicker for us to just take the combine there and empty it out. Like so. Yeah, so we should leave the auger out on this combine. Something to note. Otherwise, we're not using it properly. And I want to make sure that, of course, I am using it properly. And there we go. Emptied. Leave the auger out. And then we can go and cut into the field. This is the other reason as well why we keep the auger in during the first headland. Because if you've always got to have the auger out on this combine, you have a good chance that you're going to whack it on a tree or something if you aren't too careful during that first headland. So you want to avoid damaging it if you possibly can. And yeah, the easiest way to do that is to do your first cut around the edge of the field with the auger into the field, with the second cut and beyond always having the auger available in case you want to unload it. Finishing off the last bit of the field, and we are gonna have about 2,000 litres off this second load, so not enough to fill the trailer, but enough to give us that halfway point towards 15,000 litres, which is great news. In fact, I think we might even be there now, which is, yeah, which will be absolutely brilliant news. 15,000 litres off here will probably earn us about £20,000, I think, in total, if I've got my amounts for my canola right. So that is a really, really good amount that we will get for our canola crop this year. I really would like to get to the point at the end of this year where the farm is ready to expand, where we're ready to get that next piece of land. We don't have a lot of equipment that we need. A new trailer might be nice that better matches the combine, although only really if we're going to expand the fields. So if we expand and make our fields a little bit bigger, then yeah, we might need extra space in the trailer. But as you can see from this, we are not going to be doing much in the way of filling this trailer. 97%, 7,793 litres is brilliant. So turn the combine off and we'll get the tractor and trailer. We're going to tip this and then we'll get stuck into our second field. But all in all, looks like we're getting a pretty good yield off it. Now, of course, canola isn't a great indicator of how much space we need in the trailer. Just getting just less than a trailer off these canola fields is not bad at all, but we know the barley has a higher yield overall, and as a result, we end up doing multiple trips. If I can do 2 full combines off here, that works really well for us. Actually, here is a perfect example of why you do not leave your, or why you put your auger into your field while you're doing this first headland. That would have dented it pretty badly if we caught that tree on that auger then. So yeah, that's the reasoning for it. You want to make sure that you are nicely protecting that, otherwise you just won't be able to unload your grains from your combine. This field can be a little bit misleading. We are most of the way around the second headland and we have hit 50% full. Now, that is partly because, compared to the previous field, this is a much longer, thinner field. So we end up having more headland, or more crop in the headland than we did in the previous field, which is a much squarer one. As a result, we end up, with a lot more of the actual grains as part of this too. And makes the whole field look like it's got a better yield than it probably has compared to the other one. We're still going to do 3 headlands. We still need the space to turn around at the ends. But it looks to me like we're going to be emptying a not full grain tank in order to make sure we can cut in and have enough space to unload, rather than going to a full tank this time on this one. Which will work out better for us. It'll give us far less problems. And we know that we don't or can't do 2 full tanks into the trailer off this combine anyway. Headland's almost complete, and I'm just looking over at my chickens, and I can see over there we've got at least 1 pallet of eggs. We are most of the way there on lettuce from the greenhouse. We're full on potatoes and tomatoes as well. So there's plenty of income to be had on here. We are 82% full in the combine. So before we cut in, let's empty it out. So there we go. And this then will free up the combine to get the rest of the field cut. And there we go. That is the combine emptied. So we can now cut in here and get the rest of this out. God, we got another 5,000 litres off this, which is not completely out of the realm of possibility. That would be 10,000 litres off this field. That would be a higher yield off here than the other field. And a pretty spectacular one at that. So it does surprise me. We are looking at getting closer to 3,000 litres than 5,000 litres off here. And that's mainly due actually to the top ends of the headlands. We of course are getting about the same number of rows in the actual main body of the field. But of course on the headlands we get the top ends across as well, which add up to more. So yeah, it does mean that we are getting less in the middle here than I expected. It is still going to be around about 8,000 litres. In fact, it's still going to be probably more than we can fit in the trailer off here. So that is a larger amount of this field than the other one that we've just done. So happy about that. That is easily going to hit our 15,000 litres. Probably will actually hit 16,000 litres, which is even better. Makes me very, very happy to see that. And we've got it all done by sort of early afternoon, which means that we're going to have time today to get on with another job, which is good. It means that we're going to be nicely getting ahead. I want to get our fields planted. I want to get the canola in, because I think, checking this, I know we're all right. So we've got September. I'm actually going to plant the canola in September then. We will concentrate on getting these 2 fields turned around and ready for planting as well. So what we'll do is we'll get a hired worker working on getting these ploughed, because yeah, that's probably the best way to go with this. And then we'll take our Massey here down to the shop and grab some seeds while we still have some money to get our fields planted. I think we'll only need a single bag, maybe two, but I'm going to start with a single bag of seed to get all 4 planted. That maybe not. Maybe we do need to get more seed than just a single bag. In which case, we probably need to start looking at some stuff we can sell as well. But let's empty this out. And yeah, about 2,800 litres. I think this trailer's going to be full. If not, then we're going to have about the same amount of this field as we had of the other one. And we're coming close to it now. Just, there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. 8,000 litres in the tractor. Let's leave the combine there for a minute. Start this up. So that is 16,000 litres that we've got today, because we were at about 98%, I think it was, for the other field, and we are at 100% full on the trailer, plus a bit off this field. That should be 16,000 litres canola. That's pretty huge. Now, somebody suggested I get the windmill on here. Now, I've got it on Haut Belleron. I don't really want to be doubling up things like that. I'd prefer not to. It would do both our canola, though, and our barley if we wanted it to. So it's a difficult one. I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you think? Should we have the windmill on here as well as having it on Haut Belleron? It would fit rather nicely next to our entrance here. Or maybe if I put it in the middle of the trees, there's no way that will get any wind in there. So yeah, it's a case of where do I put it if we get it. Oh, we could put it in the middle here. That would work out pretty well as well. Right, let's get the last 200 litres out of the combine. Like so. Oh yeah, and whoa, let's not put it over the cab. And so the other thing I really want to get, and something that's high on my list, is a pressure washer. We need desperately to wash this combine before we put it away this year. Otherwise, it's likely to end up in flames if we don't do that. Yeah, 206 litres is all that's left in this trailer. And yeah, September is going to be our planting month. We will get all of our canola and all of our barley planted in September, and that will work out fairly well for us, I think. So we just need to finish getting these 2 fields ready. Turn that off. We'll bring the combine back to the yard, and then we'll look at our options going forwards. So we have 2 immediate jobs on the farm. We need to get these 2 fields mulched, and we need to get this field here rolled. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to get the roller out on our other tractor, and we'll mulch these 2, and then we'll roll that, and that should cover us. Currently got it assigned to, or currently got it attached to the seeder, because I thought that was going to be my next job. But considering the amount of work we have to do after we plant, with rolling as well, and the amount of stuff that we've got kicking around the farm, I think it's going to be better for us just to get these jobs out the way and go from there. Yeah, if we can get these fields mulched today, and then get the grass field rolled, that will get those jobs out of the way. And then that means next game day what we can do is plow and de-stone the 2 canola fields, giving us a really good entry into September with everything in place and everything ready to do all of our seeding get that all done, and then go forward from there. Next time, I am going to have to check on my productions, and we're probably going to have to do some selling on the production stuff. So let's drop that down. Burst it up a little bit. There we go. And so yeah, as a result of that, we will set this tractor off doing some ploughing next time while we load up with some of our produce, go and sell that, and in return bring back some seeds and items to get ourselves set up ready for that planting session in September. This is a nice, efficient job, and I'm really pleased with our efficiency on here in general at the moment. Getting these fields turned around this quickly will make a difference to us. Just gonna speed things up so much. And the extra bit of income from our productions is definitely going to allow us to get this year's seeds all done and dusted. We shouldn't need... yeah, we should only need to do maybe... I don't know. I'm trying to think if how much we can get away with on the fertilizing front. But I still think we need to do 2 full spreads of fertilizer, unfortunately. Fertilizer is the expensive bit. We can get a bag of seeds for about £800. A bag of fertilizer will cost us £1,800. So it's you know, a lot more expensive. We do have a little bit. We are going to have to buy some more, though, for our gardens as well. Our open-air gardens are going to need a bit more fertilizer and seed in the near future. So that we're going to have to buy enough for that tomorrow as well. But then that is why we're going to load up on tomatoes first and get them sold. We're holding on to the potatoes. We want to get a really good a really good price for the potatoes, which will be a very big December sell-off, which is another reason for getting a new trailer. If we can load a new dedicated trailer with potatoes, that will work very well for us. Right, let's see our mulching coverage. A tiny bit at that top corner, so I'm less worried about that, I think. Mulching, where are you? There you go. Yep, so yeah, that's the whole field covered. There is a tiny bit, as I said, that top corner, but that's all right. I'm not going to do that for all of that. There we go. Done. And we now got to go and do the second one. I'm really pleased at the progress we've made on this map here on No Man's Land. It is amazing how far we've come in these first couple of years. I do want to get something to... yeah, I'm still not 100% certain about this tractor. I would quite like something... something to replace it with eventually. It is what it is, you know. It was 16 grand and it's doing a absolutely bang up job of what we need it to on here, so I've no wish to spend more money to replace it, but yeah, considering we sort of started with the Massey on here, I would like to have remained with the Massey, but that, yeah, is unfortunately not a choice. We did have one come up and just didn't have the money for it at the time, which is always heartbreaking. But as you can see, it is doing the job really, really well with this mulcher, and is really good actually on the stone picker as well, because it's got that little bit more power, especially on the hilly bits on this field. It's very, very good at getting those bits covered and making sure that we can still continue to work efficiently and quickly across these fields. One thing I love is the sound of the stubble as we're going over it, as it's breaking down. It's just really subtle. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's just one of those great little sound effects, great little add-ons that FS22 has. that just adds to the realism a little bit. It's especially good if you're doing a cabless tractor like this. You can hear it much more clearly than if you're in a cabbed one, because it is quite a subtle sound. But it just adds to it so much. I love the little touches like that. It's just utterly brilliant. And oh, there we go. Round, get this last little bit. And then we can disconnect this and put it roughly where those deer are. And then go and roll our grass field. That will make it ready for us to do a cut in October, which is where we're aiming to do our next cut. Let's lift that up and fold it. There we go. And with that done, we're then in a great position. We can get these fields ploughed and destoned, and then, as I said, going into September, it will be seeding season, and we'll get everything seeded and rolled, which should be brilliant. Right, let's leave this here. Drop that off. Turn around. Oh, tree there. We did miss it. Good. Well, I got a couple of branches in the face, and then we can connect up to our roller. We are going to have to repair this tractor sometime soon, though. I've just noticed that it's looking a little bit worse for wear. But this will work very nicely. This brewer seems to struggle a little bit more than the Massey with this roller, which is surprising considering it's got more horsepower than the Massey does. But yeah, I've had to drop down a gear, and it doesn't seem to have quite as much pulling power as the little red tractor, which is a little bit odd. This is the first time I've used this as a rolling tractor. And yeah, it doesn't seem to particularly like doing this job. I am going to try and roll this a little bit differently. I'm always going around the edges and trying to work my way in, and it creates a little bit of a funny bit in the middle. So we're going to try and divide the field in half and just expand our way out of there, I think, this time. This is also a field that's quite nice to work at this time of day. You get the you get the sun shaded by the trees, and so it doesn't get too warm or too hot. So as a result, it's quite a pleasant place to be. You can hear the helicopter going over. There it is. Yeah, they're on a hunt for whatever that sound is that we keep hearing every so often. Yeah, and then we have that patch there to fill in. But it should be a little bit more efficient being a little bit squarer, I think, doing it this way. And I rolled this end of the field here, got that all rolled, and makes it much easier to manage the rest of this as a result. Rolling it this way has worked pretty well. We do have sort of multiple weird triangles now, though, so yeah, maybe not quite as efficient as the other way we're doing it. Certainly reduce the amount of turning I had to do, or reduce the sharpness of the turns that I had to do, which does make the job easier in general. But we got a bit of a weird triangle bit here. We've got a bit of a weird triangle bit down the corner, well, in the central bit and down the bottom corner. So we're still going to have quite big turns to do. I think what I need to do is work out exactly what is the best angle to cover the most of this field we can, and then go from there. And that will then help, because as you can see here, I'm still having to go fairly sharply to make it round this. Create a bit of a teardrop shape at the end I'm going to have to deal with. And I've got to drive quite a way back down the field to come and get that last bit. So, yeah, that's not the most efficient. And then we've got to go and get that bit over there under the trees as well. So, a bit more to do. But it hasn't taken us very long to do it. And we've just got this last little bit here. I don't want to do a split. No, we're good. Let's just grab that last little section. Yeah, this is still a very odd-shaped field. And this is why it's a grass field and not an arable field. Trying to get the most out of this field as an arable field would be a real pain. So that's why we've not done that. I'm considering, I don't know, there are options as to what we can do around here. I think we've got this patch of grass here that doesn't really do anything at the moment. Was thinking of possibly moving the farmyard into it and doing it that way, so it's past the house rather than near the house. But I quite like where my farmyard is now, so I think we're gonna have to have a rethink with that a little bit more. But yeah, next time we are going to earn a bit of money. We're going to sell some tomatoes because they will do pretty well for us. We need to get some more seeds. Well, we need to get a load more seeds. We need to put a load more into our open gardens. And we need, of course, a load to get our fields seeded in September. We're going to get this tractor on the plough and get our 2 mulched fields ploughed and hopefully de-stoned once we get back from the store and get back from moving stuff. Otherwise, though, we are pretty much all done for today. So we're just going to back this up here, get this put away, and then I'll put my tractors away in a moment as well. But yeah, there we go. We are going to be setting up our fields today for next year's crop. We've got 2 fields that need ploughing, which is what we're going to get this tractor started off doing today. So our one right close to our farm here, and our other canola field that we cut recently. So that's just the other side of those trees there. We're going to get the brewer here doing those 2 fields. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the other tractor out and get that to load up with some seeds. We've got a little bit of money in our pocket, thankfully. We should have enough to actually get the seeds going. That is the wrong way round. I was right in the first place. And then we'll be in a great position to get the canola into the other field. So really, it's a turnaround on all of our fields today. Let's get a hired worker working on that and away. So hopefully, yes, I put the flatbed on our trailer here. And we've got the forks on the front of here so that we can actually go and sell some stuff. Then we've got a whole load of tomatoes to load up and sell so that we can get a little bit of extra cash in as well when we go down to the shop. And we should be able to load this up with seeds and fertilizer while we're down there if we want to. First, we've got 178 litres of fuel. Let's jump back in here and just refill this with fuel. Should still have plenty sitting here at the farm. Always a worry about fuel. I miss it so much of the time. But there we go. There's enough in there to fill this up. How much are we left with? We've got 98 litres, so that should be plenty. Let's put this onto the trailer then. And we've got the weight on the back so that we can easily load stuff. Now, oh, that's connected to the wrong bit. Let's see if we can connect it to the right bit. There we go. And then we'll take this round, and just over here, we've got our tomatoes to get loaded up. I think we've got quite a lot of tomatoes kicking around here at the moment. So just going to put the trailer there and disconnect it. And then we should be able to get a whole load of these loaded onto that. Yeah, nice and easy access that we've got from that point. Up here, and yeah, these are going to generate more. There's a whole load sitting in here. But there should be a decent amount of money from these tomatoes here. And we want to keep on top of this simply because we're going to end up with a lot of stuff to sell over the next few episodes. I've got quite a bit of, well, we've got quite a bit of income kicking around on here. We've got the tomatoes, we've got the potatoes, which I want to put into a trailer. So I'd like to get a larger trailer than the one we currently have and get that loaded up with potatoes. I've also got a fair amount of lettuce as well, but I'm holding on till December really for that. I think we're going to have a big sell-off in December to see how much money we can pull in. And I will say December is going to be our last episode on this map. After thinking long and hard about it over the last few episodes, I think we've got to a point on here where everything is very nice and stable. We've got a good amount of crops coming in all the time. We're making a decent amount of money all the time. And eventually it's just going to be a case of paying off the loans. So we're in a position where I think we pretty much succeeded as what we were setting out to do on here. And as somebody mentioned in my comments on the last video, it really is a case of now, do you expand the farm a little bit and make the money back quicker? Or do you just continue on with the small farm setup here and then just make the money back slower? I don't think it's a case in either way of not making the money back from our initial loan anymore on here. As a result, I'm going to hand it over to you. We're going to get it set up at December. As I said, we're going to sell everything off, and then I'm going to upload the save game for you guys to continue and see where you want to take it from here. I will give a full model list at the same time, and then yeah, you guys can take this farm where you want to take it. We have a lot of tomatoes, so I have filled up about as well as I can a single row of this. We've got 11 boxes or 11 pallets of tomatoes on there. We still have a full row of tomatoes. They are still spawning in. So what I'm going to do is we are going to load up 22 boxes of these. I think we have 22 boxes of them to load, so that should be good. And then that will be 2 stacks high on our trailer. That is going to give us more than enough tomatoes to sell. They are still coming in. So, yeah, that is going to give us a whack load of tomatoes. That's 11,000 litres of tomatoes that we should sell today. Slightly front heavy on our tractor. Get these lined up. We need to pack them pretty close in order to make sure that we get them all on here. But yeah, this is a lot of tomatoes and is going to be an absolutely brilliant payday. And yeah, the stacks are still coming in, so this is easily going to fill this trailer with everything that we have. The pallets have stopped spawning and we've got 4 left, so that will be 3 more on this row and then 1 on the back. If we're lucky, 1 more pallet might spawn before we finish and completely load this trailer, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to end up with a nice just 1 pallet short of completely loading this up, which is actually pretty good. That tells me that this trailer is about the right size for a flatbed on here for what we're trying to do. If we're able to load up a full set like this, or a few days worth of tomatoes like this, that's really, really good. The lettuce we can probably load into our freezer trailer and our truck, so that's a good setup for those. There we are. Grab that one. I am so stoked by that. Also, our tractor is doing a grand job of sorting this. We're going to have some cleanup to do at the other end, I can see, with the headlands. But in general, our hired worker is doing a great job of sorting that field out. There we go. Just put that onto here. And yeah, this drop of cash that we're going to get from all these tomatoes, because that is a very full trailer of tomatoes, is going to be such a good payoff for all of this work that we've been doing around here. We are losing money, of course, with our hired worker doing stuff, but we're at the stage where that's not such a problem, where we can actually pay a hired worker to do some work for us while we do something a little bit more manual that we have to do here. Look at this. That is a wonderfully full trailer of tomatoes. I'm trying to do this without actually driving on the field if I can avoid it. Not that it should be a big problem, because we've got to run the stone picker over this field anyway. I am looking at this though and going, oh, maybe we won't be able to plant the canola today. However, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Certainly, yeah, we got September. So September is going to be a really good seeding time. So we're going to get everything in the ground next month. So my plans basically for the last 4 episodes of this series are for this on here today, get ourselves set up, get things seeded and in the ground. So we're continuing the farm going. We will then get, well, we'll get these fields prepared today. We'll get stuff seeded next time. We will then got one more harvest of grass to get done around about mid-October time is when we want to do that. And then finally, oh, that's into reverse. Let's go into forward, please. And there we go. And then in December, we're going to be selling off and seeing how much money we end up with. I'm expecting quite a bit of cash, considering how full we are with the tomatoes today. So we're running a little bit low on both seeds and fertilizer for our gardens. So we're going to be purchasing a load of both of those with the money from this. Lots of selling off going on. Are the back ones selling? The back ones don't seem to be selling at the moment, or are they? I know they are. So all of these going down, we're making a good amount of money from this. 10,500 litres of tomatoes being sold. I think they're about 1,000 litres each. There we go. 9,010. So just under 1,000 litres each. Perfect. That should give us enough to get a couple of big bags of fertilizer and a couple of big bags of seed. In fact, I'm going to get a bag of fertilizer and a bag of seed each for our gardens, and then we'll grab a bag of seed so that we can replant stuff. Nothing in the sales area at the moment, so we want a couple of big bags of fertilizer. So that is going to cost us 3,600. Buy that, yes please. Then we want 3, maybe, I think we'll get 4 bags of seed because it's slightly less expensive. That's going to be 3,200, so we'll buy that as well. And that should do us for now, I think. That's great. So head back out here. We've got 6 bags of stuff to load up. We should be able to do that with our tray, with our forks on here. And I did put the weight on the back. So my hope is that this will pick stuff up fairly easy. Widen the forks out. And yeah, if it proves too much weight to get this on the forks, or we can't get this high enough to get on the trailer, then we might have to do some other stuff. Oh, wow, that is heavy. Get them right at the back. Yeah, there we go. That is still pushing the front of this down. We did actually leave a weight up here. I can see it at the moment. But I can't add that to the back. Okay. Oh, wow. It actually makes the tractor more stable the higher I lift these at the moment. And that's because it's actually lifting the bags further back. And so actually pushing the weight further, or putting the center of mass further backwards, which is an interesting thing to observe. I think it does need a heavier weight. What is this weight? This one is 650 kilogram. This one here is 650. I think it'd be worth leaving a heavier weight down this end at the shop here, maybe, to go with this tractor, because of the well, because I want to pick up larger weights of stuff here, like we're doing with this at the moment. Oh wow, that is rolling something chronic. And I think I've loaded the first set of bags. Either I've loaded the first set of bags when on that side when I should have put them right across, or just parked the trailer in the wrong place. Let's just bring this here. Okay, come on. Get it into position, please. Yeah, I think I've got the trailer in the wrong place. But that's okay. A little bit of shimmying, a little bit of Austin Powers maneuvering, and we'll be able to get these onto here. There we go. Not quite at exactly the same place as the previous bags. Oh, and yeah, we need to... That might be an issue. Can I... Oh, and up. No, that is as high as that goes. Might need to do some more Austin Powers maneuvering. I think I've got myself stuck. Yeah, I got myself stuck. So what we're going to have to do is shimmy our way back out of here and move this trailer in order to get these on this side. Oh, that is why you want to drop your trailer in a place where you have a lot more maneuvering space. Be able to get at both sides of it. So we're going to just back it up over here, give ourselves a little bit more space to load it up. It means we'll have to go a little bit further to actually do the loading. Smashing windows now in the purchasing area. Good thing they're nice strong windows. And then yeah, bring it around here. Wow, this weight on the front really doesn't allow for fast maneuvering. Bring it round. Right, and back a bit. And on, like so. And there we go. So if I just put the trailer here earlier, this would have been a far easier thing to do. Just 2 bags of fertilizer to load up now, and then we can head back down to our farm. So in we go. Still got a nice wide setup. I definitely think we want to sell the 650 kilogram weight we've got on here. I think these are heavier. Oh, wow. Yes. Right. Okay. These are definitely heavier than the seats. So let's just swing this around here. Drop them off. And yeah, I am going to drop this weight off here. So drop that down. Drop it off. We will then grab the newer weight, which we've got over here, get that sold, and for working up here and loading stuff up, I think we need something heavier. Right, I'll just back this in here and get it replaced. Right, there we go, drop that off, move that out the way so we don't accidentally sell our tractor and be unable to replace it. And then here, let's... Oh, that is leased. Yes. Yes, absolutely, I want to return that. Didn't realise that was leased. It's just costing us money. Right, weights. Let's get something a lot heavier. What have we got here? That is 3.3 tons on that Fent one. I think we might go for this. Yeah, this is a great weight. We'll put it in Massey colors. Buy that. Yes. Okay. And then we've got this up at the shop, ready to help us out whenever we need to get stuff loaded onto the trailer. When we're back at the farm, it'll be less difficult. We've got our bag lifter there. We can lift it off a little bit more piecemeal. We're tending to immediately use stuff when we are. So these we'll pull off one at a time. and load on. But look at the difference this will make now. I'll just, if we're still at the right width. Yeah, there we go. And while the front of the tractor does go down from the weight, it is really nicely anchored on the back. Although, don't turn too fast. There we are. And there. And off. And we won't mistakenly drive off with this weight from here because it can't connect to a trailer. Or it can actually connect to a trailer. But I wouldn't like to try and connect it to a trailer. So let's drop it down. Drop it off. We'll grab our other weight so that we take it back to our farm. And then we'll head back up there and start getting this unloaded so that we can keep our stuff running. So heading back to our farm, and it looks to me like our other tractor has finished. Yes, it has. So I'm going to drop the trailer off up here, and we want to grab our bag lifter and start filling these up. Now, funny thing happened when I was leaving the shop. I forgot to tie my bags down, and as a result, they ended up moving a little bit, which wasn't great. So yeah, there was a little bit of movement on these, but we should be okay. I think I managed to catch it in time, and yeah, you can see the bags. A couple of the bags shifted, which wasn't great. So let's go drop this off, grab our bag lifter, and then I've got some headlands to do with my other tractor. So he's done a pretty good job over most of this field. He's left the headland there. We've got headland here that needs doing, so I need to turn this. And yeah, he's got a bit of a strip that he's left there as well. I think that's to do with where the rocks are, making it a bit hard for him to get around there. So we're just gonna bring that in there like so. Turn that. Yeah, it's a little bit of cleaning up. I'm not too worried about the plow and how it's set up, simply because we are going to be going over here with the rock picker. You can see we've got a decent number of rocks again from this field, so that's going to go into our lime production when we get that all sorted. Alright, let's bring this here. And what I'm going to do, actually, is put him back on doing the field in a moment. Right, he was going that way with this. Because that will then mean that this field gets sorted by the hired worker, which is what I'm trying to get done here with this. Even if we do have to do a little bit of clearing up after them. These are awkward fields. Very awkward fields in places. Oh. Right. Let's see if we can get this done in one pass. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Right. And then just head over to the other section over there. And get it to finish it. Little bit of a weird shaped field at this point. But he should have no problem finishing this off. So we'll hire that again. And we've got a lady tractor driver this time. We're going to go and unload those big bags. Okay, so let's unstrap things. First off, like so. And then this one, which twisted around a bit, we can pick up and lift off. So we're going to put one thing of fertilizer in these two. And then we're going to put one thing of seeds in. That will keep both of these nicely topped up for a while. The potatoes actually, I think, are pretty good. We've still got space for potatoes. We've got 31,000 litres of potatoes in storage here as well. We are going to need a trailer very soon to to start getting these out of here and loading them up, because otherwise, whoa, no, can we pick up the bag, please? There we go. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a very tough position in that I just want to produce as many potatoes off here as we can. We can't do that, though, if our garden is full and it's just storing stuff. So we are going to have to move potato boxes out the way. If we do that, we could probably also start loading them into a trailer. I mean, there is 1,000 litres of potatoes in each of these boxes. Yes, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're looking at 40,000 litres of potatoes off this garden just now. So, yeah, there is plenty more to come from that. We may even get up to 50,000 litres of potatoes, which is a really, really nice amount for us to reach in this garden. And yeah, you can get 100,000 litres of potatoes off 2 of these gardens. That's massive. That's as much as you'd get off a small field, which is just brilliant for not having to do anything other than put in seeds and fertilizer and just let them grow throughout the year. Brilliant. So that's seeds and fertilizer done on both. We're now back in the green on the potatoes and just under the green on the tomatoes. So that's all right. Both have a decent amount of water, as does our, well, actually our greenhouse could probably do it with a top up, so we can do that in a bit. First though, I want to get these 2 last bags back to the other shed so that we can look to fill our seeder ready for next time, when we're going to be seeding both the canola and the winter barley ready for next year. And our hired worker has once again said they're finished without having quite done it. Let's just drop this down. I think it thinks that this is not part of our farm, so that's why it's not working this bit. But that's all right. This is a quick cleanup. What we can do, we've still got plenty of time today, is pick up the stones from this field. So we'll do a bit of de-stoning to finish off. We've got all the supplies we need. We are in a position where we can... Wow. Really? Don't have access. Really don't have access. That's weird. We must be too far over. Let's head back over a little bit. Weird that it's enforcing that so much. There we go. Don't mind not quite going to the edge there, although it does let it. It's more that we want to get these bits up top here now sorted. Yeah, we could do with getting rid of some of these bushes we've got right at the top side of the field here that we're having to drive through each time. Wow. That is a proper split that we got there. Let's pull that into there. Perfect. And then we can go round the top here and then send this over to the other field. We've still got plenty of fuel in this tractor, so not worried about that. We just need to get our second field to be ploughed as well. So let's head over there and get this started on there. So up to this corner, again, right on the edge of the map. Down. And 1.2 degrees. I don't want to be that. I want to be at 0 exactly. Just so that it doesn't head off the wrong place. Ah, and our female tractor driver is taking the tractor off on that again. Disconnecting my bag lifter and my weight. We'll leave the weight just over here. I'm going to do the water, I think, at the end. Once we've got all of today's work out the way. First, we're going to grab this de-stoner and go over that field that has just been ploughed. That makes That will make that field ready for planting. It will also mean that we are one step closer. I did have a thought whether you guys would actually want me to plant anything. If I make this safe game available, do you want me to plant anything in these fields, or do you want me to leave them fallow? It will be December. You won't have opportunity to get canola or barley in, which is what we've been doing on here previously. Yeah, if I'm handing this over, do you want me to actually plant it? Or do you want me to leave these fallow at the moment and then you can plant whatever you would like to instead? Let me know in the comments down below. Very interested to know where you guys want me to take this, or whether, yeah, I should plant these fields and pick it up from there. This is another field where we're getting a large number of stones off here. Which is pretty good. We are 25% full at about 50% of the way through the field. We don't want to miss those. A little bit wide there. Let's reverse that up. I'm trying to be efficient on here as well. Not necessarily doing every single bit of the field, just making sure that we get as many stones and collect up as much as we can off here. Which is interesting because there's a large concentration towards the middle of the field. The ends of the fields we're not getting a huge amount. As you can see, the headland up here, I'm not going to have to actually do any of that. Oh, actually, yes, I am. Sometimes it's difficult to see them at distance as well. But we should be able to get both sets of those. There we go. But you can see that we don't need to do the whole field. We are in a position where there are not stones everywhere. There's stones across enough of the field that we end up doing sort of 80-90% of it. But it doesn't matter if we don't go round to do the whole headlands, so long as we don't miss any that are on the headlands and get all of these picked up. I think we're going to end up with maybe 1,200 litres off here, which, again, translates to a fairly decent amount in our lime crusher, or our stone crusher, to make some lime. And yeah, this year we're going to try and sell it off ourselves and make a darn sight more than we made last year, where I think we kind of got robbed for how much we made off the lime last year. It wasn't good. So we're on the last couple of rows here, and yeah, we've got 1,200 litres of stones off here so far. So that is a nice amount, a good amount to top up our... Oh, there we go, slightly off our own land. Top up our stone crusher, create some more lime, which is great news. More than we got off that first field that we did a little while ago. I still don't know why that first field was so devoid of stones. But yeah, every field we've done since has had a good amount that we've got off it. So been very, very happy with that. And look at that. That is just absolutely brilliant. We can get that there like so. So I don't think there are any stones left on this field. Let's give it a check. We'll go through and we want stones. There we go. Lots of stones there. Nothing on there or any of our other fields. So that's perfect. We want to turn this off and then go and empty this out, I think. So this field is now ready for replanting as well. Helicopters on the search for our mystery howling creature again, by the looks of things. Yeah, there it goes. So, oh, I haven't made it very easy for myself with where I've placed that trailer. But I think our plow is... Well, our plow thinks they've finished their task. So, we're going to have to keep them going next time, I think. For me... That is the stones tipped out and into our production facility. We've got nearly 3,000 litres in there now. That's brilliant. We're not going to turn it on quite yet. Because, yeah, we're going to need to get a little bit more money in, I think, before we can do that. we are hooking up our tractor here, our Massey Ferguson, to the seeder because it's time to get some seeds in the ground here on No Man's Land. We brought a load back with us last time. We got some left over. Let's open up the back of this. That isn't opening up. Why isn't that opening up? Oh, there it is. Right, cool. We can undo that then. And we want to grab a weight on the back. Ooh, not hit the combine with the tractor. We want to grab a weight on the back and get these seeds unloaded and into our seeder. We're looking to plant the canola today, and if we have time, the barley. We do have our hired tractor, or our hired worker, sorry, going and doing the ploughing still on the other field, so we've got some destoning to do today as well, possibly. We are getting very close, though, to having to finish things off. We are, well, this is our third from last episode on this map, and I want to get the crops in. I want to get things planted, and then we're going to be looking in our final episode of selling off as much stuff as we can. We're going to take it to December and get everything to that point. And that should mean that we leave the farm with a good amount of money. Somebody did ask how much we still have as a loan on here. And the answer to that is 330,000. So there's a fair amount of loan on here still. Wow, that's still got 400 litres in that. There's a fair amount of seeds kicking about. 2 bags of seeds should be enough for us to plant everything we want to on here and leave some that we can then follow up with and put into our gardens. So yeah, we're going to be doing all of that. Let's just drop this off at the back of the trailer. Right, there we go. And drop it off. So yes, all of the seeds will be used up. Whatever we don't use up in planting, we'll use up in the gardens. So those will be fully done and sorted. And yeah, we should leave with a decent amount of money. It'd be good to get the loan under 300,000. Okay, I think I've got it. I've changed this over to canola. Our tractor there is doing a lot of work. We have got some mowing to do, some cutting. So what I need to do, this episode, we need to get all of these crops in. So we're looking to get all of the canola seeded, and we're looking to get all of the barley seeded, which means we're going to have to destone the other field as well. Now, the way we'll probably do this is to get this field seeded first. By the time that's done, I'm hoping the ploughing is going to be finished. We can then swap tractors, go and do some destoning on the other field, get that clear, by which time hopefully the canola will finish being seeded on this field here. Or sorry, not on this field, on the other field. And we'll then be able to move on to the barley on the other two. Getting everything seeded today will be absolutely fantastic for us. So yeah, and we should have enough seed to get it all done. It is a seeding extravaganza today, but it should all be done. Now, you guys may have already noticed a problem that we have today. Our money is dwindling. We've got £118 left, and looks like our plough may have finished work, but there is some field left, so I'm going to have to sort that out in a minute. But I don't think we're going to have enough money to get a hired worker to go and do the seeding on the next field. We have yeah, a little bit of a problem here with that, in that if we run out of money, we are definitely not going to have enough cash. Well, I don't think we're going to have enough cash to get that field finished. It's already, we are, well, halfway through this field. Just over halfway, so we should be able to get this finished. But if our hired worker over there takes a bit longer, we're going to have trouble getting all of that done as well. Now, what I might be able to do is, instead of getting everything seeded today, we're looking at doing grass cutting in October. And now we can still plant our barley in October. So if we can get all of our canola planted today, and then we'll be in a position that we can then plant the barley in October and still be all right. So what we might end up doing at the end of today is something I didn't overly want to do, but sometimes is a necessity. We might sell a little bit of crop, a little bit of our produce, and make some money back, and therefore actually have enough for us to get the hired worker working next time, and get these fields planted. Just about finished on this field now. We've just got this headland to do. And so we're going to head down here and back. Our other tractor's finished, so we've got a little bit of work to do over there to get that done. We're down to £72. So, yeah, we do not have enough money, really, to get a hired worker working on this second field. It is only 10:33 in the morning, but I'm going to have to switch things around a little bit. I think what we'll do is we will get this tractor back to the yard. We will then sort out loading a bit of produce or something on, giving us a little bit more money. We can then get our other tractor, our boer, onto the onto doing some seeding, maybe. I think it's it would be a good switch over. This tractor is in need of some repairs, though. So if I switch over to the tractor, yeah, you can see we're right on the red line with this tractor. So we actually need quite a bit of cash, I think, to repair this, which isn't going to be helping us at the moment, and isn't going to be helping our power levels. So that's not great. But certainly, if we switch things around a little bit, maybe get that other tractor doing some seeding, it is going to run out of money. Hopefully, by the time it runs out of money, we will be able to get it, or we'll be able to have sold some and get that sorted. Right, so that is this field finished off. Let's go and just drop the seeder here off at the top of this field. Still gonna want to do canola with it, so yeah, we'll drop this off here like so, and then we need to go and switch over this tractor with the other one, although we need to go and finish off the ploughing here with this other tractor. And yeah, then we need to do something about repairing this one. Really helpfully, this tractor is low on fuel. It's ridiculous. We have so much that needs to be paid for and done at the moment that is just causing us all sorts of issues. Get the front tyres of a tractor off the field with the back tyres on, you try and turn this plough, you end up with quite a bit of, well, quite a bit of lift, actually. You find if you turn it on the field, there's enough clearance for that, but it just lifts the front of the tractor enough to cause a problem otherwise. That wants to be the other way to match the furrows. There we go. Right, let's go and refill this tractor with some fuel. Drop off the plough, because we've no more use for that. And then we can switch things around. And with £72 left, yeah, we really are going to need some more money before we can get this fully planting that other field. There is just enough fuel in our fuel tank to fill this tractor up. We're down to 15 litres, I think that reads. We are going to have to fill the fuel tank before we forget. But yeah, that's not great. However, that does mean we can now drop this off and we don't need to worry about the rest. Right, I'm going to go and stick this on our seeder, and then we're going to see if we can load up some produce or something and make a bit of money that might mean that we can actually get all of this planted today. There should be some things. I mean, we've got a lot of lettuce over there. Looking at it, both our tractors are in need of repairs. That's not good. That is gonna be around about 10 to 15,000 pounds to repair both tractors. We do not have that kind of money at the moment. Right, connect that up. Connect that up. Reverse that up a little bit, and hopefully this will go all the way along here. Field not owned. Yeah, to get it right on the edge here is a little bit of fun. There we go. And you should straighten up to 90 and you're away. Perfect. Right, let's go earn some money before this runs out. So we've got a couple of things here that could come to our rescue. We've got a full pallet of eggs. We have a full set of lettuce. And we have 2 full pallets of honey. So let's have a look and see which of these is going to lose us the least amount of money. We've got lettuce, 1,621 per 1,000 litres. That's actually really good. Prices on the way up. Ooh, wow, from a low at the moment. 1,500 to 1,900. 1,600, so it's up there-ish, so it's still fairly low. So we're going to lose about £300 a pallet on that at the moment compared to December. Oh, no, actually, compared to January. So I might leave you guys with some lettuce, considering the price doesn't rise till January. What else we got? Eggs. Eggs, the price is not too bad at the moment. We are looking at 1,900 per pallet. Yep, so October next month would actually be a better time to sell that. And then finally, we've got some honey. Where is our honey? There we go. Which again is at a low at the moment of 1,680. So it is about as low as it can go. None of these are good sales at the moment. However, we don't need a massive amount of money. So what I'm going to do is we're going to sell a couple. What we got a lot of extra stuff of is the lettuce. So I'm going to sell the lettuce that we've got here. There's also the fact that we're not going to be able to sell it at full price before we end this series. So we might as well put 4 loads of lettuce on here. It's 500 litres a pallet. So we're going to make around about 3,200. That should be easily enough to get our hired worker going again. So just get that on there. And then we'll just push it back gently. So I'm going to go too high. We're going to put another one on top of that one and then strap them all down. And then another one, and then another 2 at the back. But the other way around. So, again, slide under here. And grab that. Perfect. And yes, this will lose us the least amount of money because we will just keep doing lettuce to make things up. It's always the lettuce that comes to my rescue. Both on here and on Old Stream Farm. The lettuce is the thing that has saved the day again and again and again. The potatoes we are going to make an absolute fortune off. Although we're probably going to have to move some of those boxes soon. Because of how many potatoes we have. I want to get a bulk trailer that we can transport those in. Because I'm not sure our trailer is quite good enough. I was hoping one might turn up in the shop used, but unfortunately has not happened. In fact, today is the first time for a while that I've had nothing in the shop in the used sales. It's almost as if the game knows that I'm not interested, or I won't be interested in buying anything, because we're winding things up at the moment. But yeah, it is very, very annoying that there really isn't anything in the shop to even tempt me. Not that we actually have the cash to buy anything, so lots of this series has been, oh, I'd love to have bought that, but I can't because we have no money. Right, let's get this on to the back here. Line it up. Drop it down. Probably would have had much space, more space doing it the other way around, but never mind. There we go. Right. Strap that down, like so. We can leave our tractor here. Not going to be enough money to repair this. I don't think we're going to be able to repair these until the end of the year. For now, though, let's get this down the shop and see how much this lettuce is going to give us. Should allow us to get our hired worker up and running again. And then we can deal with the stones. Right, into the sell point. Drop them off. Out they go. And yeah, looking to be about £3,200. Last of it, £3,257. Absolutely perfect. Right, that means we can get our hired worker going again, and we can get to removing those stones. I'm only hoping that with as damaged as it is, our little red tractor is up to the task. With a fresh injection of money, our hired worker is back working. That means we can drop these bits off there, and we can lower this and drop it off as well. There we go. There we are. And then we're just going to hook up our stone collector and get that going. Now, because this tractor is in real need of repairs, it's got a lot more horsepower than normal, and it's underpowered for this piece of kit anyway. And we're going to be using it on a field that is fairly uneven and hilly too. So, yeah, this may not go as well as I hope, but we should be able to still get the stones off here. It goes so much smoother when our tractors are actually working at full extent. At the moment, they're not. Right, I'm going to get the stones off the end here first, seeing as we're here. Let's unfold it. Back it into position. There we go. Start her up and drop it down. And it just makes it easier later on. Looks like there's lots of stones off here. Is that even lowered? That is not lowered. You can see the struggle this tractor is having up this hill. Oh man, that is not going well. And that is purely because it is in need of repairs. It's going to struggle going over that hill every time at the moment. And it's only going to get worse the more full this stone picker gets. We're 40% full now, and you can see the tractor is struggling to get up this hill with this fairly well loaded stone picker. The actual other side isn't too bad coming back downhill. You can see our seeder has now nearly finished the other side, and that's good. It's one of those things where I will fully repair this equipment, but I can't do that while we're using a hired worker, because the moment I repair all this, we're going to go fairly deep, I think, into some debt. I think we're going to go under the yes, so we're going to probably go about 5,000 to 10,000 into debt to repair the two tractors. So I want to try and avoid doing that while we have hired workers going. We're going to need hired workers. I think there was a little bit more stones back there, wasn't there? Yeah. We're going to need these hired workers for this day and the next game day. So as we go into October, we're going to need a hired worker to plant these fields with barley. I don't think we're going to be in a position where we can do that before the end of this month, because I want to skip forward to October so that we can get the grass cut. If we can get the grass grown as much as possible and cut in October, that's going to give us another 8 odd bales on the silage, which is great, and means that it will fully regrow by sort of mid-spring, which is even better. And we'll have got 4 cuts off it this year as well, which is pretty exceptional. But we need to do that on next month, on October. And then after that, yeah, we're going to head to December. We're going to sell off pretty much all of the crops we have. It'll be a little bit early for the lettuce, so I might leave the lettuce. Let me know let me know in the comments, everybody. Do you want me to leave the lettuce or get it sold at the end of this series? Because obviously it would be better to sell it in January, where this will all be left off at. So yeah, definitely let us know in the comments about that. But it's going to be a long old slog for the next couple of episodes to get everything in position. And yeah, then we've got a very big sell-off of lots of lime, of lots of crops, and we've got the barley and the canola to sell off. We've got the tomatoes. We'll have an awful lot of potatoes. It's gonna be a good income. How much money we get though, I have no idea. We're not far off the end of the field now, and we got 75% full off here. So our larger amount of stones off our other fields continues compared to that first field we did. I have no idea why it was such a difference on that first one. But yeah, we've got a much better coverage of getting the stones off here. In fact, I think we're going to cover most of the rest of this field here. Collect these up like so. Oh, I'm going to have to swing out here a bit to get those. That's alright. We can swing back round and then just grab these last few patches as we're coming up to 10 to 5 in the evening. So yeah, as I surmised, we're not going to have enough time today to get the barley in, but that's okay. The important one to get seeded was the canola. That is now in. It's in before the end of September. Our other 2 fields are ready. What we do need to do is get those fields rolled, and I think we've got enough time today just to get that done. So I'm gonna bring our other tractor back, get it out of the way, and yeah, we'll get those 2 fields rolled, and we'll do it the quick way that everybody's been telling me I should do for those 2 fields. There we go. Tip that up. And yes, our field roller or rollers are just over there. Perfect. So disconnect that. We now want that to start processing stuff as well. But our field roller is this one. And this is nice and wide. So this is a job that should finish fairly quickly. So back up to the field we go. I'm going to do both of these fields at the same time. We're not going to lift the roller because, again, not realistic to lift the rollers. There we go. Down. And away. Right. We should get fairly good roll on here, and then these fields, yeah, just won't need rolling. Gonna have to move the tractor out of the way though, because of course it's finished over here and is in my way. Not looking too bad. Now, this little tractor has been an absolute godsend. I'm glad we picked that up. It hasn't taken us very long to get this done. It's only 6:10. Getting myself turned around, and yeah, there's not a huge amount of width left on this. I do love these rollers. They do make things nice and quick. They're not a huge amount of horsepower to use them, and yeah, they do the job nice and easily with a tractor like this, which is great. Even one that is in as dire need of repairs as this one is. But we have completed this well. I'm very, very pleased to have got the canola in. That was my biggest worry, was that we might not get turned around for these crops and not get them in the ground. That we're going to be able to get the barley in next month is going to be great. We just need to make sure that we have enough money kicking around to do that. Yeah, we're going to be... Bring it over a little bit. We've got maybe 1 or 2 more passes here. And certainly this is almost... Yeah, this is going to be a full width pass at the top here. So we're going to run over this bit again in order to get ourselves in the right place. There we go. Yeah, don't have access to any of this land because our fields go right up to the edge, which was a bit of a problem when I was doing the hired workers earlier. It very much didn't like me doing that. But now we're overlapping far enough with our own land there to get it to work. And we just got the very top bit of this field left to do. As the lighting is beginning to fade on here, I'm fairly sure we're going to hear a howl in the near future. But I'm pleased with this. That has been a good and productive day on the farm. We are one step closer to finishing things off and getting everything in position. How much are we going to make off here? How much are we going to be able to pay any of the loan off before we leave this? I want to leave it with a good amount of money. But I suppose you could always borrow money again if that was the case in your game if you want to take over. Let me know in the comments. Should I pay off the loan as much as possible, or should I leave it, and then if you guys want to pay off the loan you can, or if you want to use it to buy new equipment and things you can as well. Let me know down below. But that's about it for today. First up is get our tractor here seeding. We've got the barley to get in so that when you want to take over this map, you can do with some barley and some canola in the fields, ready for next year. Let's turn this on, check we're in the right position. I think we could be a little bit further out. And yeah, then we can get this started. Now I'm holding on to the money a little bit at the moment. Hire worker, and away you go. Because we want to get this hired worker doing these fields and get this done. The downside to this is that our tractor over here, our little Massey, is in massive need of repair. So, as I said last time, and with last time's video, we really, really need to get this tractor repaired. Doing so is going to put us into the red. So what I'm going to do is get those fields planted, get them sorted, and then we're going to go from there and get this repaired at that point. It should mean that this tractor is all good and well, but if we have a look over here at the moment, I'm go into high gear, bring this over here, and just bring this into here. There we go. The repair work on this is £5,085. So it is going to throw us fairly deeply into the red when we do repair this tractor. And so, yeah, it's going to be something we do once this field has been, or once these 2 fields have been planted by a hired worker, we'll be able to go ahead and do that. In the meantime, it is October and our grass has partially regrown. It's not fully regrown. But as we've had with the previous couple, it is in a position where it can be harvested. If we look at the state on the map, you can see that here, that it is in the first stage of harvest. So that is all good. So what we'll do is we will unfold our mower, turn it on, and we're going to whip around this field quickly and get this all cut. I'm going to do this end bit first, get that all done. As always, this rower works very nicely in getting this done. So we will get this all cut and rode up in one attempt or one go. And yeah, should get 8 more silage bales off here today, which will be perfect for us. So I'm squaring this bit of field off to try and make it easier to cut. I think we've got a fairly reasonable shape to it. That sort of matches that, should make it a little bit easier. We did a very similar cut last time, and I said at the time that I kind of needed to square it off a bit better than I did that time. So I've attempted to do that this time. Hopefully that's going to be good enough. We have got a little bit of an odd bit down here, and I do want to get this triangle cut and cleared up. And something I've said, well, actually, something you guys have said after last time's video when I mentioned that we are wrapping this series up and that we're only going to be doing, well, 1 more episode after this one, was I asked you what sort of state do you want me to leave the money in? Do you want me to pay things off, or do you want me to leave it so that there's some loan left, and where do you think we should go? For me to leave it with you guys for a download if you want to pick up from where I've left off. And very much the consensus seems to be to pay off as much of the loan as I can. So my thoughts is there that that's probably a good way to go. We will pay off as much of the loan as we can with what we earn next time. That will mean that if you're picking this up and you want to just harvest the things that I've put in, and keep going as it is on here, you can do very easily. There will be the ability to do that from here. You'll also be able to borrow stuff and immediately expand if you want to. So yeah, it gives everybody sort of the right amount of options going forwards, and will give us some closure to this series. The other thing I'm going to do is, in order to check how successful we've been at this series, we will tot up how much the value of the farm is. So if I was to sell everything off on this map, we will work out exactly how much our farm is worth, and whether we've made a profit or whether we've made a loss on here. Now remember, we started this series with just £50 and our truck. So we'll tot up everything that we have, how much our land is, how much our equipment is worth, and how much our buildings and everything are worth if we were to sell the whole thing off. If we come to more than £50 from that, then we will count this series as a success, because we will have overall made money. So yeah, I want to find that out. I won't include the crops or the value of future crops in that, because obviously we don't know what those will be. But certainly I think we can work out from the value of the farm and everything we have exactly how much of a success our time here on No Man's Land has been. I think of all the times that I've cut this field, this is the closest I've come to having a much more rectangular setup to it. it's still not quite there, and it's still not quite straight enough. I think if I was to go forward, I might remove one more tree there and just line this up a little bit better, because we've still got this merging into the middle. But there we go. Fold that up and we're all good. We're down to £857 from left for our hired worker at the moment. So okay, we should be all right. That is most of the way across the field at this point. So I think that is going to be absolutely okay. We want to switch out now and grab our baler and start getting this field baled up. Before we get started on the baling, though, our worker here has run out of seeds, so I'm just going to have to get this back and get it filled up. And of course that means getting our weight onto the back and our bag lifter onto the front of the Massey. There we go. So that we can get the seeds off here. Now I don't know which of these bags is the one that I've already used, but we should be able to tell that when we come up here. There we go. Yeah, here we go. 400 litres. So this will take more than this. Need to go and open that. And there we go. Right. And then that into there like so. It will take all of this bag. Should take a couple of 100 litres of the next one as well. And as I said before, we're going to go and put these bags, or the remains of this, into our gardens so that they are topped up. And whichever one needs it a bit more, we'll probably put it into there. But this should leave 800 litres here. So when we finish, we'll unload our seeder here, and we will also go and... Oh, there we go. We will also go and put the remaining seeds into the garden places. Our seeds are refilled, and we've got our baler out on the field. Our other tractor has actually switched fields now as well, so the barley is going into the second field, which is brilliant. There we are. Let's unload this. And yeah, we're looking fairly good for getting everything done today that we want to get done. I'm quite pleased actually that our seeder is working fairly quickly through these two fields. That's really good. The canola fields are looking in pretty good shape as well, as you can see. They are very much growing and are going to be a good early harvest for next year, for whoever wants to harvest those. And looking down here, we've got a fairly decent amount of grass off here. That hasn't caught the first bit, so we'll realign up for that. But yeah, this is very, very nicely coming together. We should end up with a really decent number of bales off here. I mean, we've already got one with the leftovers from last time. So if we get 8 or 9 bales off here, I think we'll be doing well. Now, with around 2 months before we expect to sell these bales, we should have plenty of time for them to ferment, which means that we will be able to sell everything that we got. It's actually paid off for us much better this year to cut the shorter grass and get fewer bales off it each time, but be able to get more bales overall. This is our 4th cut this year, and as a result, yeah, we've got a whole load of extra bales off of here. Let's not go onto the crop. There we go. And yeah, so we've done a whole lot better off here this year than we have in previous years, which will bring us in a nice amount. We've had, of the last 3, we've had sort of 8-9 bales, so 8 3 sort of 24, and then we had that really good first cut as well. So that gave us, I think that gave us about 12 bales. So we're looking at about 38 bales off here, which is going to be worth a lot of money come December. So we'll make a pile off that. We've got the straw bales as well from the barley. So those will make us some money. Not quite as much though, because straw bales are not worth that much cash. Then we've got all the potatoes. We basically got an entire crop of potatoes off here this year, which is absolutely fantastic. It's like adding an extra field. So yeah, we've got plenty of potatoes off here. We've got lots of tomatoes to sell. We've got lots of lettuce to sell. Basically, it is going to be a massive sell-off next time. The only thing we're not going to be selling off in the next episode is the honey. The honey doesn't come good till January. So whoever is picking up, you will have some honey to sell, which should be very lucrative for you as well. All in all, I think we're going to make a lot of money before we finish here, which is absolutely perfect. I mean, that will be a complete vindication of what we've done with such a small amount of land. We can make 100,000 off this small patch of land. That's huge. We're on our 7th bale at the moment, so we're getting a really good number of bales off this field. Already 60% of the way through this one. Look at that. That is absolutely fantastic. We may end up with 9 or at the outside, maybe even 10 with the way this is going. There's at least... Yeah, I think we're going to get another bale out of here before the end of this row. There's at least a 9th bale in that bit in the middle. You can see there, because it's only taken us, yeah, not even a full run and back to get that. So I think there's a 9th bale in the middle of the field here. That would be pretty huge, because we're going to get fairly close to a 10th one as well then, in that case. Let's get this. It all depends on how much we started on here with. And I can't quite remember how much it was, but it was certainly fairly quickly we got our first bailout. It would be absolutely brilliant if we were to end up with exactly 10 bales off here this time. That would be almost as much as if we'd waited until the grass was fully grown, which would be brilliant, to be honest. Last 3 rows, and it's definitely going to be 9 bales as our 9th one rolls out the back here. I do not think that there's enough here to do a 10th one. It's going to get us most of the way, but I don't think that there's enough to actually do the full 10th bale, which is a pity. It would have been great to have got that. We'll get all of it off here, though, and that means that when it comes springtime, there will be some grass in the baler, which can be used. There we are. And yeah, with only 21% off the longest row here, it is not going to be enough. It's up to a third of the baler full. And then the last row might get us about 60% maybe. Certainly I think it'll pass 50% full. Either way, 9 bales off here is the top end of what I was hoping for earlier. And yeah, 52%. So all good. Let's go and switch over to the wrapper and get this all wrapped up. The tractor's lack of power at the moment because of its state of disrepair. Thankfully, all of this equipment does not require a huge amount of power. So it's not slowing us down as much as it was with the rock picker last time. Back with the wrapper. We need to unfold it. Are we not hooked up properly? I think we are. There we go. There we go. Behaving itself now. And we can get these wrapped up. In goes the first one. So 9 bales to add to our fairly large collection we got already. It's going to be very interesting to try and get all of these transported. I think we worked out we can take 7 at a time. So it's probably going to take us about 3 trips to get all of these bales dropped off. We want to be careful because I think we might end up with our tractor running into these bales. while it's doing the work. Yeah, that's just lining itself up. So yeah, we're gonna have a, well, we'll count these up at the end of this, but we are gonna have a very large number of bales here that are ready for us to sell in December when the price is at its best. And I really like cutting the grass for silage in October. It gives us a really good basis for the next year and for getting ourselves a good early cut. Oh, wow, this is not going to turn around here. And I think our other tractor is getting stuck on a bale. I need to clear this up. Right, that should be all sorted now. I have no idea where that bale went. Don't know if we've even still got it. And this is our last bale to get wrapped. Will take us up to 35 bales in total, which is pretty awesome. I think we have lost that bale that went flying. I believe my count earlier was that we should have had 36. So it's yeah, I don't know where that bale went. I don't know which direction it flew off in. Looks like we've lost a bale's worth of silage. But all in all, I'm quite happy with that. We're all good. We just need to leave that now to get to ferment and get ready to sell. Our other tractor has finished, and we've got £375 left. So I'm going to give this tractor a rest because we need to, well, actually, no, what I'm going to do is we're going to get this tractor repaired now, and we'll get it put away because we're going to be doing quite a bit of loading with this next time, and probably actually having to hook it up to the trailer as well because it's a lot faster than the brewer is for us in order to go and actually drop stuff off. So we'll probably still use the other tractor to maneuver the trailer about. When it comes to actually selling, though, I think we're going to use this one to go and sell. So let's just bring this around here and we'll get it repaired. So repair cost for this is 5,085. It's going to send us deep into the red, but we do need to repair that tractor. Ooh, something's been fixed. Look. No, we don't. So previously, I've been able to repair the tractor when I didn't have enough money. Now I can't. That's really interesting. So until we've sold some stuff, we're not going to be able to get this tractor repaired. Or for that matter, this one. I have just noticed that our Massey isn't the only tractor that's in dire need of repair. This one is really low as well. So both of our tractors are not in a good state right now. I thought I was going to be giving the tractor a little bit of a rest, or you know, our tractor that's in disrepair a bit of a rest, but appears that's not the case. We need to repair both these tractors. I think the first bit of delivery we're going to do next time will probably be using our well, we've got that trailer, and we've got the refrigerated trailer and our truck. So I think we're going to do our first delivery next time using those, and then what we'll be able to do is go from there with repairing the tractors and getting up here and getting all of these bales sold. We're going to have a November sale for some of our equipment first, though. I'm sorry, not some of our equipment, some of our produce. The canola needs selling in November, and I have a feeling the price might be best for the tomatoes in November as well, so we're going to check that in a bit. But sadly, yeah, I think the next time we're on here is going to be over a couple of days in order to get things sold at their highest price. Now, let's just back this up to this, and then we can get this field rolled. And hopefully we'll be all done before the sun sets. This tractor is definitely less happy than it normally is with this roller. We've had to drop into 4th gear, and even then we're rolling at a slightly slower pace than I think we normally do. Now, as I go along the top edge of the field here, I want to note down the angle I'm going at. Because I want to try and see what the correct angle to square things off is. And looking at this, we're doing at... we're going about 81, which makes sense because that's normally the angle we do that field at. So what I want to try and do is come back across the field at roughly the same angle. In fact, what I'm going to do is come around here, where it shouldn't make any difference to the grass here. We're going to go around here, back round this way, and then try and come out of the other end of the field at about 81 degrees. See if we can square this off and make this whole job a little bit easier for us. That's fairly interesting. Coming across the field at 81 degrees from that bottom corner pretty much brings us to the bottom bit of the rock here, which is quite a good way to divide this field. It means that we end up with a less weird headland bit here, and means that everything should work a little bit better for us overall. Still a little bit difficult to get around that corner, but if we come back this way, we can take this corner out and make that whole turning bit there that little bit easier, especially if we come right back around here. So that, yeah, that just makes everything that little bit easier to handle, and almost squares the whole thing off, to be honest. So yeah, I'm liking that a lot. That is definitely the way to sort of divide this up to make it a little easier to work, and we were almost there with it the whole time. Just needed a little bit of extra work to get our angles right. Almost done on here, and yeah, it's been a little bit of a slog to get this field done, but it's 5:15 and we've got just this little tiny triangle left. It's been a very productive day here. We've managed to get our remaining fields seeded. We have managed to get one more silage cut done on the farm, which is great for our income at the end of the month. Managed to get that spot there. That's good. And yeah, we're going to take our seeder back to the farm. I did just wonder, have we managed to cover all of our fields with our hired worker? Let's just check. Yes, everything looks seeded, which is good. So let's drop this off here. And we'll grab our seeder, take it back to the farmyard. And yeah, once we get some money in, we're going to get these tractors repaired and patched up so that they are all fully working. And yeah, next time we are going to find out how successful we have been here on No Man's Land. Our initial £50, have we managed to turn that into a profit? Today we are going to be selling up. It is actually November. We're a month ahead of where we want to be, but the price of canola has peaked. So we have 2 trailers worth of that to deliver and return. I'm also going to get my tractors repaired with the money from the canola. So we're going to get that out of the way fairly early as well. Especially, as you can see, we're making a decent amount. We're actually getting £1,300 for the canola per 1,000 litres at the moment. So we want to grab this at this point. If we have a look here, you can see that the price is beginning to fall. We're at 1,320. Price fluctuations show that top price is 1,314. So we're catching it right at its peak, which means we'll get the absolute best price for the canola. Everything else, though, is going to be the best price in December. So we're going to get these two, we're going to get our second trailer of canola, get that sold as well. and then get our tractors repaired and head into December. Okay, so back up at the farm. Let's just pull under here. Reload up with our second batch. It was exactly 2 full trailers of canola that we got off our farm this year. That is absolutely brilliant. But with that done, we can head back up to the shop and get this second trailer emptied. Back up to the shop, bring this over here and tip it, and let's see how much we have got in total. So we've got 10,000 off our first trailer full. We're expecting to get a similar amount off the second. I don't think the price has dropped much. There we go, £10,569. Perfect. Now let's have a look at our other crops quickly before we go any further. So we've got 27,000 litres of barley. That will peak next month. We're looking for a price of 678. Currently it's at 643 and falling. So I'm expecting that to go up and hit that top price next month. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We have some eggs to sell. Oh, those are actually peaking now. 2,487. 2,400. We want to sell the eggs now, so we'll go back and we'll grab those at the moment. We also have some potatoes. The potatoes are slightly higher up. Those will peak in December at 383. They are on the way up at 350. We've got lettuce, wherever that is on here. Yeah, there's that. That will peak in January. So we might go forwards to then as well. And if we do that, we will also do the honey. Current price is 1,737. Yeah, that has a way to go. Tomatoes will peak in January as well, so we can get all of those loaded up. Those will go to 1,036. They're currently at 894. And then we have silage. We've got lime too that is currently processing. That may not process in time. It is at 1,613. It's on the way up. So that is going to peak between November and December. I think we're going to have a load of lime to sell in December. Unfortunately, we have to sell it through the lime production. So I might leave that for whoever wants to pick up this map later, in case you want to go ahead and do some precision farming on here. So, yeah, we've got selling to do over the next 3 months. We're going to head back to the farm now and get the tractors repaired because we have the money to do it for once. And then we're going to get the eggs up here to sell. So I'm back up at the yard. I want to park the trailer out of the way. I'm actually going to put it in front of the combine, I think, because we need easy access to our workshop. So bring that over here and drop it off. Somebody did mention that I could unload stuff from the line production, tip it in and then sell it, and that might give me a better price. I don't know if that's true. It seems a bit of a weird one to go and do that. Right, here we go. So repair is 5,085. So half the money we've just got from the canola is going to go on repairing our equipment. Let's just check our front loader. We might as well repair the front loader as well. So repair that too. There we go. So that is our Massey repaired. Finally. That has been a problem for us. And now we can repair our little brewer tractor as well. There we go. Yeah, this one is similarly in a bad way. I bring that round here. And how much is it going to cost to repair this one? This one is only going to cost 1,539. So that's not too bad. Nice, easy, cheap tractor to repair this one. Been a really good boon. Wow, had I known that, I think I'd have used that more. But there we are. So that is our 2 tractors repaired. What we need to do now is go and load up the eggs and get them sold. We've got a decent number of egg pallets here, but I don't quite know how I'm going to get them out. In fact, I do. Hey, chickens coming through. We get them from this side. Chickens will move out the way. Then we can get at the eggs, which is good. Yeah. Otherwise, it gets a bit hectic. But the chickens do tend to get out of the way. Right, and then we can just do slide under like that. And go and get these dropped off over here. We're getting a little bit low on fuel in this tractor, so we're going to have to fill that up. I don't think we have a massive amount, though, of fuel in general on the farm. So it'd be something that we need to get and reload. But obviously, at the moment, what I want to do is get everything loaded up and make as much money as we can. Now, I always said that the measure of success on this series would be, can we pay the loan off and can we be solvent? The way I'm going to do that today for us being solvent, and the way that I'm going to say, and the way that we're going to check how successful we've been, is to evaluate the farm once we've sold everything off. So once all of our tomatoes and potatoes and lettuce and everything has been sold, we're going to look at how much money we have. We're going to pay off as much loan as possible. So anybody who wants to take over this series afterwards, you can do. You will probably have no money, but you will have money that you can borrow. So that should work out okay. What that will allow us to do is then go, right, how much are we short and what are our assets? So we know we've got a value of 83,000 for the land. And then we've got the value of all of our equipment and all of our animals and everything, and all of our buildings and all of that as well. So it is a case of, is all of that worth more than any remaining debt we have? And if so, I'm going to count that as a win. We only started with this truck and £50. So anything that we make on top of that is going to be a win. This truck is worth next to nothing. So yeah, I won't include the truck in any calculation for how successful we are. But I think we're going to be in a pretty good state. We've done fairly well. There we go. So, has our price for our eggs peaked? Let's have a quick look. Yes, price is beginning to fall. 2,495 is top. 2,482. Now is the time for us to sell. Let's get down the shop and get this sold. One thing I haven't done, and I think we're going to need to do today, let's get these sold, is to put some fertilizer on the field. All of our fields need fertilizing. All of them are first growth stage. They are going to need fertilizer before we progress. 7,597 is not bad for all of those eggs. In fact, that has paid for all of our repairs. So we'll head back down to the farm. We are going to get some, I think we've got some fertilizer in our spreader. We'll see how far that goes. But that does need doing before we go any further. So answer is that our fertilizer spreader is actually empty. Now this is the most expensive thing we could go and buy. So we're going to have to go and buy some and bring that back. But yep, it's empty. The rain has come in and it's... Oh, I'm hoping this is going to be a short shower. We need to get this done today though, because the crop is going to grow next game day. And we won't be able to get over it with the tractor wheels. Right, we're going to go and buy just 1,000 litres of this. I'm hoping that this is going to be enough to do the farm. It normally is. And that should mean that we get a good fertilizer state for the crops that we put in the ground over the last few weeks. So we are still having the farm function. And there is still money that will come in from the farm over the next year or so. As I said, if anybody wants to take it over. But that... I don't want to spend too much on getting fertilizer because we have overspent in the past. And at the moment, we're doing okay. Lots of beeps because this does need a refuel. And having got this back down the yards, we just need to get it unloaded. Let's pull this up here. Get this undone. And yeah. This is the only job where I'm going, oh, I'm completely forgot this needed doing. But we'll get this turned around quickly and get back to selling our crops and other produce and making us some cash. I think we're going to have more than enough fertilizer. We've done the first field and we've still got 817 litres left. We need, what, 750 litres? In order to have got a quarter of the way through. So yeah, looks like this is going to be more than enough fertilizer to do this. Let's get this onto here, bring it on, and oh, it's struggling a little bit up this hill, but I think we're going to have a fairly good coverage over the rest of the fields, so we'll see how we do. Coming to the end of the second field, and yeah, I think we're pretty good. We still have over 600 litres left. And if we have a look at our map and see what the status of fertilizing is, yeah, pretty good coverage on both fields. So let's get these last two done. And these hopefully I can get done together, maybe. We've done both of these fields together, and yeah, we've got pretty good coverage across both of them. We've got more than 300 litres of fertilizer left, so that has covered these fields pretty well. Right, we'll finish there. Let's have a look at our field. So we've got up the top here, we've got a slither that needs doing, but otherwise, yeah, there's a couple of little bits where we've missed trying to get this where we want to be. But in general, we've got all 4 of our fields fertilized for less than 1,000 litres of fertilizer, which is great. We'll need a second application, but for now, that should cover things. It's mid-December and the price for the barley has peaked, so we are going to grab that. In fact, no, before I do that, I want to put some extra capacity on our trailer. Yes, it's going to cost us a bit of money to do it, but it's going to speed everything up. We've got nearly 30,000 litres of barley to sell, and we've got nearly 50,000 litres of potatoes to sell. So a 12,000 litre capacity is going to do us much better on here. So customize that. This is going to cost us 4,000. It would have cost us nearly 10,000 to rent some, or to rent a bulk carrier lorry. So yeah, I think it's going to be a better use of our time and our money to do it this way. This way we can also have more, do more carting with stuff, so it makes more sense. So let's bring this over here. I did want to get a new trailer, but unfortunately I don't think one is available to us. No, it's just a skid steer and a very nice big beet harvester. So let's load up the barley, which is there. And yeah, we'll take 2 full loads, 24,000 of this to sell, and then we'll leave the remainder for feeding the chickens. So our first load is worth $1,000. Well, actually, that's going to be quite big. That is 8,053 pounds for the first load, and we've got 8,063 for the second trailer. Now we need to go and grab the straw, which has peaked as well. So we've got about 20 of, I think it's 19 actually, of these straw bales. So I've loaded up the first 10. We're going to have a couple of trips to get these done. But that is all good. Let's get these sold. How much for the first set of bales? Let's get our straps off and see. There we go. So about 1,400. That's not bad. No, sorry, 4,200, I think, for those. So that's not bad at all. And with 9 more bales, we'll bring this up the top as well. Get these sold. Let's see if we can release these all at the same time this time. There we go. And 3,911. That is perfect. Now, we still have an awful lot of stuff to sell, but I think we've run out of time for this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an extra video into this series. There will be another video from No Man's Land later this week, just selling off the potatoes, the tomatoes, the lettuce, and anything else that we have remaining that needs to go. And we will see, finally, have we made a success of our farm here on No Man's Land. Today we have a few more crops to sell off. I was hoping to sort of get this all done last time, but a few of our crops needed a little bit longer to mature price-wise, and we're going to get the most we can for this. So today we've got tomatoes to sell, we've got a lot of potatoes to sell, we have a whole bunch of lettuce to sell, and then way over in the distance over there you can see we have a load of bales to sell. You can also see our tractor over there, so I'm going to get that back over here so that we can start filling this up. I think we're probably going to start off with the tomatoes or the lettuce. Yeah, so at the moment, the easiest thing I've got access to is the lettuce. We'll fill up the trailer with this. It does fit. I think it fits them side by side. Somebody was saying to me last time that it fits them side by side. So we're going to do something similar to what we've done recently on the Old Stream farm. And I'm going to go down here and just collect this on this one here, on this fork here, and then we'd be able to get in beside it, put them down next to each other, yeah, like that, and then with my forks close enough together, we can either, well, we should be able to pick up 2 of these at once. I could probably widen the forks enough actually to pick up 2 at once on the outer sides of the pallets, but this just makes things a little bit more efficient. It's not the most realistic way of picking all of these up, but we are going a little bit for efficiency here over realism, because we want to get all of this done today. And looking at this, yeah, it looks like these will go in very nicely like this. Then it's a case of how far into here can we get them. I can get it all the way to the back. That would be very useful. I don't think that's all the way to the back. What I'm going to do then is just put these here like so. Whoa. Like that. We'll put the next 2 on the top. And then we'll see if we can put them backwards. We might get all of the lettuce in here now. And get all of the tomatoes in as well. Or at least a large batch of tomatoes. There are some of those that are still sitting inside their garden as well. Now looking at this, we're not going to get more than a stack of 2 on here. Wow, that is really weighing down the back of... okay, let's try and get out of there. There we go. And then we want to try and push all of these the whole way in. There we go. And then do the same with the top 2 pallets. And yeah, so it looks like we can get about 8 pallets into here, which is perfect. That is going to be all of the lettuce. What I might do as well is we've got 4 pallets of honey here. Now, the price for honey is not quite as good as the price for everything else at the moment. It is on the fall, but it's not quite reached its maximum. 1,917 though is not massively off, and I would like to get it in as much money as I can today. So yeah, I think we will load the lettuce all into the freezer truck or the cold store, and then we will get the honey loaded onto the back of our truck. You're running a single greenhouse early game. I think this little refrigeration truck is really quite useful. Every time it fills up on the outside, you just load up your little trailer and away you go. Holds 8 pallets rather nicely. In fact, you don't even need to push it all the way back or all the way to the back in order to get your pallets on here. I don't think you'd get more than that doing it the other way. I'm just trying to drop that off. There we go. And we'll just push that in a bit. Oh, no, too low. Get the actual box. There we go. And that's then all in there very nicely. So we'll close that up. Excellent. And then what I will do is disconnect the trailer so that we can pull this forwards and drop the tailgate down, and we can load up the trailer or the bed of our truck as well and get all of this in here very, very nice and neatly. So this is going to take a little bit of maneuvering, but yeah, getting the honey sold today as well. That's fantastic. That is if I line myself up rather nicely as well. Our final pallet onto the back of our trailer, or onto the back of our truck, sorry. And there we go. So all loaded up. Oh, nope, back on, and close up our tailgate, and we're ready to go. Right, let's get this hooked back up then, and bring it back over here like that. It's only taken us till 10:30 to get our first load done, but let's see how far this gets. We are about 10% of the way to are alone at the moment. How much closer is this full set of stuff going to get us? 1,600 litres of honey. Whoa, and 4,000 litres of lettuce. And we are sliding all over the place with this. Man, that's a little bit mad. Right, but we can get onto here. There we go. Selling off the honey first. And the lettuce. Is that going to open the doors? There we go. We can see how much lettuce. There it goes. Last of that. 10,698. That is not bad at all. I'm really quite happy with that sale. Right. We need to head back up and do the same thing now with the tomatoes, which I think will also all fit in here. So how much does one of these pallets of tomatoes hold? Are they 500 litres ones? They are 500 litres. So we've got 20 odd of these sitting in the actual in our actual garden, plus the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out here as well. That is going to be far more than we can fit on here in one go. We might be able to do a couple of goes with it. This is fairly simple to fill this up, so I think I'm still going to go with this. But it's going to take us a couple of runs to get this done. So let's open the back of the trailer. We will simplify the whole thing so we don't have to get out of the tractor. Like so. And get that lined up as well. That is the worst place I could put these things. Let's get them into a better position. There we go. That's better. We can put this here now. Alright, open the rear of the truck. And then that should allow us to very easily load up the tomatoes and get them done as well. So much to get loaded up today. But it's going to be worth it. Absolutely going to be worth it by the end of this. Cold trailer is full. Like so. So now I need to come in and grab the ones to go on the flatbed of our truck. We still haven't made a dent in what's stored on, or we haven't emptied what's stored in this garden. It's quite a lot of produce we have to sell all over the place today. But that's one downside to waiting and holding on until you get best price. You then get a massive amount of work to do in a very short period of time. And yeah, this is quite a bit of work. Lift that up there, plonk it down there, and look at that. That fits in there lovely. And already we've got another pallet of tomatoes ready to pick up. Final pallet to get onto our truck. Like so. There we go. Lock that down. Oh, there we go. Is there a real one? Yep, there we are. Move this back out the way, and look, we still have so many tomatoes to do here. It is a big selling off day, but is there too much here for us to actually sell in this day? I don't think time is on our side here. I'm approaching a little bit slower than I did last time. Hopefully we won't go into the seed container. No, there we go. Yeah, both of these onto here. Open up the back. I'm going to open up the back. No, that's not opened up the back. There we go. Right, so they are selling off, all of them. We're already going up rather nicely. There we go. 5,800, so less than our last load was. But we've got at least one more load of these to go. I think probably and a bit. So we'll get those all loaded up and we'll get up here and we'll see where we are at the end of that. How many pallets can you fit on the back of a truck? Appears I managed to get 6 on the back of this one. Oh, have I strapped. No, we need to strap that middle set. Somehow managed to get 6 on the back of this. That is a little bit mad. Oh, and it has closed the back. That is jammed in there about as well as I can get it. I would put... I wonder, actually. We've got 1 left. I wonder if it will fit on the very, very front. Oh, we need to connect up the power, I think. Yep, there we go. There we are. I'm going to try and fit this very last pallet right on the front near the cab. See if it'll strap down, and then that will be all of our tomatoes done. And we can get them sold today. Perfect. It is 20 to 4 in the afternoon, though. So light is beginning to fade. The sun is beginning to set. I think we're probably going to have to move on to the next day after this to get the rest sold. We've just got the potatoes and the silage left to go. Oh man, that does not look safe. Right, let's strap this up. It does go all the way up there. You could probably get that. Look at the back of that suspension. Right, let's turn the tractor off, and then what we can do is head down, see A, if this truck will move in the snow, and B, how much we're going to get for this stupidly overloaded load of stuff. I can't believe I'm actually moving. On the plus side, the snow has stopped falling, which is good. Right, slow down. There's quite a bit of weight behind us. There we go. Although we're quite well anchored, of course, in our own truck. Open this up, and we should be able to see everything getting sold. Yeah, good amount of money. We should go to about 62,000, I think, from this. We're already at 58. Wow, only 60,000. 7,399 we made off that. So, yeah, we are now about 20% of the way to our goal of paying off or having enough to cover the loan that we've got on here. This isn't actually looking that good at the moment. The day's getting on, the sun is setting, and the snow has melted. I'm going to get this trailer lined up here. And, yeah, we're going to try and get this filled up now, I think. And see where we go from here. But, yeah, this is the second time I've tried to end the series. And it's taken forever to get everything loaded up. I want to try and get these done today. And see where we go. We've got a rogue back. There it is. Somebody mentioned in the comments when we were wrapping these a little while ago that the bale had flown over here by the garden, and I hadn't checked it out. There it is. There is our missing silage bale. So we need to make sure that when we do those, we also get that bale too. But we have a lot of potatoes here. I think we're going to have one more episode on this series in order to get things finished off. Because right now we still have so much to do, so much to sell on here, and the sun is setting. It would take, I think it could take a whole nother episode just to get all of this crop loaded up and sold, especially these potatoes. And we've got 48,000 litres of potatoes. We have not yet sold a single pallet of these. So we're looking at getting, if I can get 3 across on here of these, then that is going to be about 9 or 12 that we can do per row. So yeah, we can probably get this sold in a couple of goes if we do that. But you can see the sunlight is fading now. We are gonna have to get this sorted next day, but we are well on the way to making a good amount of money. We need to make, I think, about 200,000. Well, no, we need to make probably about 150,000. These potatoes are so heavy. We need to make about 150,000 on here in order to have enough money, I think, in total to cover the loan across the whole farm. So yeah, we will see how well we do next time. I think 24,000 liters of potatoes. Oh wow, that is not moving. Okay, this is not going anywhere. Hello and welcome along and welcome back to No Man's Land for what is likely to be our final time. We are going to be getting the rest of the crops that we got kicking around the yard sorted today and sold. We're starting off with the potatoes. They are, well, we've got a lot of potatoes to get sold today. So we're going to be stacking them up on the train. I think we've got like 48,000 liters just in storage on the potatoes. Let's just drop to there. And yeah, 46,960 liters of potatoes in storage. So plenty for us to get sold here. I'm going to try and get them on the trailer in rows of 3. This will be quite difficult simply because it's not that easy to get the middle box on. So you kind of need to get over to the side. The other thing that isn't helping this is the fact that you can see the... Oh, wow. The weight on the back of our tractor isn't really enough to completely offset the weight of our boxes. So this is going to be a case of getting it off to there. Whoa, back it off slightly. And then trying to push these boxes into the middle. And I think we might try and get the middle boxes on first. Can I get the very tips? Yeah, that's not great weight-wise, but if we're slow, we can position that right where we want to. There we go. So yeah, it's going to be quite a careful and difficult task to get this done. Now that I've got one in the middle, though, I should be able to get others in, and then we can build up around that. And then we'll do the same on the next level as well. We're going to be using this tractor to actually go and sell these because, whoa, must raise that a lot slower. Tip it back, then raise it, and hope I'm in the right place. But yeah, we're going to be going and taking it with this, mainly because this tractor moves faster. There's going to be quite a bit of weight on the back of this, though. So it's going to be quite a harrowing ride to get everything to the sell point. And you can see this is just replacing these potatoes all the time. So I'm going to get the rest of this trailer loaded up, and then we're going to see how much this first load of potatoes goes for, and yeah, how much we can fit on here. If we can get this done in 2 runs, that would be brilliant. So we've got our first 12 boxes on here just about. We got 39,000 liters still left inside the garden, along with the 8 boxes that we have outside. So we've got nearly 50,000 liters still in there and still kicking about. So we're going to need to go at least another one high. That will put 24. Well, that'll take us down to about 38,000 liters left. Now, that's not going to get it done in 2. However, if we go 3 high, that is 36. And that will get it done in 2. So that's probably where we're going to go. We're going to apply the same way we're going at the moment, and we're going to try and put these next row in the middle. Yeah, place them smack bang in the middle if we can. I found out things are much more stable if you get it right on the back of the forks. This is able to handle the whole thing if you do that. So that's where I'm going with this. And we'll put another row in the middle here, and that will take us up to 24. And then if we can get one more row on the top, I think I might end up just taking the brewer anyway, simply because if I try and switch tractors, A, there's slightly less power in this Massey, and it's going to have trouble pulling as a result. And B, I think we're just going to have issues trying to unhitch and hitch the trailer. Doesn't seem like a massively realistic thing to do to me when you've got 36,000 litres of potatoes on the back. We're now coming up to 23 pallets on this trailer. We have 28,000 litres in there. Actually, 27,000 litres in there, plus 8 more out here. So that is... what? That is 35,000 litres still in there. Now, my hope was that I was going to be able to do this in 2 goes, but the instability in this trailer at the moment, I just don't think I can add... Oh, that is not a happy trailer. I just don't think I can add another set on top. I think if we do that, we're going to be really pushing it. As it is, we've got that little slope coming up to the sell point, where there's a distinct possibility the tractor just won't pull it up it. So we'll see what happens there. 24. So this will be 24. I think we're going to be left with about 34,000 litres of potatoes to get. So it's going to be a second trailer like this. And then one final one of 10, which will just be 6 boxes. So we might, if this causes a problem, we can do that final box between 2 of them and just have the weight a little bit less, and it would be 18 to do that. So yeah, that would be much nicer. But oh, this is not a happy trailer. Look how low that is. Right, let's see if this tractor is even gonna pull 24,000 litres of potatoes. Oh wow. Okay, down we go. And into the medium range. That is not moving. I'm just going to detach the hoses and reattach them. Just to make sure the brakes are actually off. It's because the ground is so slippery. Okay, let's try going backwards. Okay. More success going that way. We can get onto a solid bit of ground that doesn't have snow with ice on it. We might be in luck. But you can see this is really struggling with this. Oh, trying to move this much in the snow. Okay, this is not going anywhere. There is one vehicle we have on the farm that does have more horsepower though than our tractor here. And that is our truck. And if this works, I will be amazed. Right, let's get this up into gear. There we go. Right. I'm not sure this is going to work. So this truck has 200 horsepower. But we know it struggled a little bit in the past with this. And yeah, I don't think it's even going to hook up to this trailer, to be honest. No. Right. So we're going to try the tractor again, and I need to try and get a little bit more traction, I think. Now let's try this again. Okay, so I've set a hired worker trying to go on this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and push from the back with this and see if we can get this moving. I think if I can get it onto some better ground, it might be better off. But before you get too far on the ground. We're away. Not very fast. Let's go into high. And take this down. Oh, this is going to be slow old going, I think. This is not going to make this by any stretch. I think we might have to take some of these off. We're approaching the sell point, and as I suspected, the tractor is having a little bit of trouble getting up the hill. So what we're going to do is just try and get the forks underneath the back of the trailer a bit. Lift a little bit of the weight off. And if we can do that, it looks like the tractor might make it up the hill. And then we can give it a good push as well. It's not the most orthodox way of doing it, and we definitely can't stack this high again. It's been a real chore to get it up here, but the trailer is up here, and it's going to park it, I think, just to the side of the sell point. But we should be able to get this turned around. Yeah, now we're on some nice flat concrete. Much easier to get this trailer around. And how much is 24,000 litres of potatoes going to be worth as they empty out? And we see what the final value is. 9,065. That was an awful lot of effort for £9,000. Oh, I don't know if this is going to be... oh, wow. I don't know if this is going to be worth it. I think the potatoes need selling on a more regular basis. Let's get both these tractors back to the farm, though. So I'm going to send this back first with the hired worker. And yes, I think we're going to have to do these in 12,000 litre batches. So let's set the destination up beside our car. And that can head off. And I'm going to bring our little Massey back. So I think we need to find a way to speed things up here. And the way I'm going to do that is we're going to start getting 2 sets of stuff transporting. We know we can get a fair amount of stuff into the car, into our truck. So I'm going to start loading that up as well. And then I'm going to set this off with a hired worker to go and sell this, and hopefully it'll we can send it down there, and then we'll send it back here. And then I've got an idea of what I want to do with the trailer. So once the tractor and trailer gets back, what we'll do is we'll get that doing as well. Let's push that in. I should be able to fit 2 in this space, I think. If I can't fit 2 in lengthways like this, I know I can fit another one crosswise. And then that will give us 4 on here. So that will take us down from 32,000 litres to just 28. And then if I can get a load in as well, that will then get us into our cold storage trailer as well. That'll take us down even further. So that's what my plan is going to be. In the meantime, when that's selling, what I want to do is go and get this with the sides on the trailer, because I think we can fill this a lot quicker if we actually have it just carting as normal. So let's get 4 more onto this, and then I'm just going to back the truck up to our freezer lorry, connect the freezer lorry on, and we should be able to get another 8 into that. So that will be 10 off here, and that actually is more than I think we can get on our trailer at the moment. So we've got 4,000 litres into our truck. Let's pull this forward. Wow, that is now really adding a lot of weight. Look, that's so much weight on the back of this that it's really pushed the back of that down. Oh, I hope this is able to handle this, because it's gonna be tough if it can't. Come forwards, thank you. Right, And then oh well. Yeah, we're going to have to take these one at a time. We can't do the 2x2 as we did with previous. It's going to have to be one at a time because they're just, well, it's just too heavy for our tractor to handle otherwise. Oh, that's flicking about. Don't flick about, please. There we go. That's better. Need to get it as close to the tractor as possible. And then hopefully we can just get it on the trailer here as far in as possible, because we know that then this lifts the whole thing back. Although that is going to even things out a little bit. So that'll be fine. And then we'll put another one on top and then push that the whole way forwards. So that gets in as there as far as possible and gets the weight over the wheels. So it makes it easier for the whole thing to handle. Just everything does not want to work out properly. I think it's worth not doing potatoes, to be honest. I think if you're with these gardens, I think you're probably better off doing lettuce or tomatoes or one of the other things. Unless you specifically have a reason for doing potatoes. If you're running a small farm, I think it's just too difficult to get all the potatoes that you get here to get them sold. There are so many that this garden is producing. The final pallet to fill up our cold trailer, and then that will be them all on the way. So that's another 12,000 litres in this. If this works, this may be the better way to do it, because it would be much faster than doing it the other way. Let's see. Let's close this up. Right, so how much we got left? So 22,000 litres with the 14 that we've got here. So let's see if this will go. Let's just go and get this done quickly. I'm just very unsure about doing it the other way. And I think this is probably going to be the fastest way to do this. Oh yeah, this is much better than our flatbed. We're already doing this at 25 miles an hour. Okay, so we're not transporting as many. We're only transporting 12,000 litres this time. Instead of 24 brakes. But we are doing it at 54 miles an hour, which is great. So that is a much, much better way of transporting all this. Even if it is putting all of my brakes under a lot of stress. So we can get all of these sold. Let's open the back up. And yeah, listen to those sell. Another 4,532 with 12,000 litres to go. This is going to take 2 more runs. So yeah, I'm going to go and fill this up twice more, get it all sold, and we'll see where we are at that point. And then we've got the silage to get sold off before we find out exactly where we are. That's another load of potatoes delivered, and we're now up to 78,345. And our Brockman has been an absolute godsend. It would have been, I don't even think, if we'd put 12,000 litres onto that trailer with that tractor, it would have gone anywhere near as well. Definitely wouldn't have gone as quickly, and I think it would have still had a similar sort of trouble trying to get stuff moved. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. That's worked out well. Now we actually have a set of tomatoes and a set of lettuce. So what I'm going to do for this final load is we're going to load up with potatoes still. And I'm going to add in a couple. Well, I'm going to add in the extras as well. The tomatoes we should easily be able to fit. We've only got 10,000 litres of potatoes left, I think. Yeah, so we've got 3,000 in there, 8,000 here. It's not going to give us that full one unless it generates enough potatoes to do that last one. It's not going to generate a full one, so we're going to end up with we're going to end up with 2 pallets fewer of potatoes. You don't need to go right to the front. That's what I learned last time. We can put this over the wheels for a little bit more stability. And then get this in here. So yeah, I'm going to load this up, get ourselves fully loaded, and then we will head back down. We'll sell off the rest of these potatoes, and we still have a whole load of silage bales to sell. I don't know. I'm kind of going, oh, are we going to go to one more video? Because we probably have enough at this point to do so. So, yeah, we'll see where we are at the end of this. We've even slowed the time down to 5 times. But it looks like the potatoes are taking longer than I expected to get rid of. I was hoping I was going to be able to load them up higher. Our last pallet of potatoes. And it did spawn an extra one, so we do have 11,000 litres of potatoes here. So, yeah, we've just got... we've got space for 1 pallet on here that we can put something on with. And given that we have a single pallet of lettuce, I think we'll put the lettuce on and sell that. We're not too far from its best price. So, yeah, we can just pop that on and get a little bit extra value off that. But it's crazy how long this has taken. I don't think this is our last episode. I think we're going to have one more visit to No Man's Land here. We've still got so much to sell on here. We've got all the silage bales need selling. So, yeah. It's not something we could do today with the sun setting. Let's turn all the lights off on the tractor. So, yeah, let's go get this lot sold. And then we'll be in a position to see where we are today. There's still going to be a whole lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done by the silage bales in order for us to get where we want to get. But we do have a good chance still of getting fairly close to being all flush on this map. So back up to the sell point, hit the brakes. Oh, whoa. That's not good. That's not good at all. After a little bit of work, we got the recovery truck and everything's righted. Oh, so let's get this sold. What a palaver. And that is why you don't approach at full speed while you have a full load on it like this. In we go. And this final lot is worth a decent amount of cash. Last of it goes, and there goes the lettuce as well. And we're done. 5,159. So yeah, more overall than we earned previous loads. We still have the silage bales to sell. The only job we have to do here today is to collect up these bales, get them loaded and get them sold. Once we've done that, what we're going to be doing is going through what we've got on the farm. We're going to pay off as much of the loan as we're able to, and then see how much money we've got left as far as value on the farm. So, for example, we're going to have a look at how much the land is worth, how much our buildings are worth, how much all of our equipment's worth, and we're going to see if we're able to get to a point where we can pay off the loan. So if what we've got would essentially pay off the loan if we sold it all, then we'll count that as a win. If not, if we find that actually there's not enough money here to pay everything off, then that won't be, which would be a sad end to this series. But as I said before, there's enough stuff here, there's land and everything to get the farm, or keep the farm going. I think another year on here, and certainly there would be enough money to pay everything off, considering that we've earned what 83,000 in this year in all of our selling off. There should be plenty of money doing another year's worth on here. So I don't think this is far from making a whole load of money. And there is a crop in the ground as well, don't forget. So I think either way, we've been successful on here. But it's whether we're successful as we finish, or whether you guys would be successful going into another year on this map if you wanted to. And let's get this on here. I've got fairly decent, I think, at using this to put bales on trailers. I'm actually slightly amazed by that. I'm gonna get this done though in probably 3 trips today by the looks of this. I don't think it's going to be any quicker than that. We're going to go 2 sets of bales high each time. We get about 12 bales a time on here. If I can get more on here, I will do. But it's always fun trying to get as much as I can on this trailer. And normally, we don't get more than 6 bales a level on this trailer. So, I don't think we're going to manage more than that this time. Here we go. And push it in. Ever since somebody told me that that actually is done in real life, that the bales get positioned like that, it's just fantastic. I absolutely love that is a thing. Now, I could have bale spiked these to pick them up quicker, but basic rule I have for doing stuff with silage bales is if I'm using them for my own use and they're fermented, I will spike them. And I'll pick them up that way, because that is something that people do in real life. It is something that, or a way that farms work. Yeah, very much that. Oh, I forgot to lock those on before I started trying to move these in. Let's get that down and that down. And that way we won't cause anything to move about. And in. Probably been better coming from the back, but no, we're fine. What was I saying? Nope, I've completely lost track of that line of thought. Let's grab this then. Yes, I know what I was saying. So, farms in real life do spike their bales to load them up and use them. I would spike silage bales in order to use them on my own farm. So if I was using these for feed or anything, I would happily use the bale spike on them to speed things up a little bit. But I think if I'm selling silage bales, I want to keep them as intact as possible. So that's why I am doing this way and trying to keep the integrity of the bales together. I mean, there's no difference between spiking these and using the grab in game, but as always, I like my bit of realism. Oh yeah, we get 7 on here because there's enough space to put 1 at the back. So we'll get that on as well. And so yeah, 14 bales at a time is going to take us a couple of runs to get done here. So what I'm going to do is going to get another level of bales on here. And then we'll go and sell these. And we are going to use Well, we're going to use the slower tractor to sell it. I could use this tractor, but I don't really want to keep disconnecting and reconnecting everything. So, yeah, we'll do it that way. Final bale to go on this trailer, taking us up to 14 bales. I've had a quick count of the remaining bales, and we've got another 21 bales sitting there. So, like we had with the potatoes, we've actually got 3.5 trailer fulls in total. Another problem we've got, all that beeping you can hear, that is because we're fairly low on fuel in both our tractors, in fact. So I think this one is, yep, also low on fuel. So hopefully we'll be able to get all this done without having to refuel them. Now this has a maximum speed of 15 as opposed to 25 that the other tractor has. So it's not going to be the speediest way of transporting these, but it's going to be easier than reconnecting and changing tractors all the time. And as we come up to the sell point, we've got, well, I think that looks really good on there. Those 7 bales works really, really well. And we've got the best price for these at the moment, actually. Before we sell them off, let me just show you. So price is beginning to drop here for silage bales, or for silage in general. Showing the fluctuations, though. We are, yeah, peaking at £343. We are currently selling for 344. So, yeah, we are at peak price for this. Let's just bring this up. And these won't sell until I undo these, I don't think. There we go. 17,642. That's fantastic. And that puts us over the £100,000 mark. That is brilliant. I think, though, considering how much this is beeping at me, I just need to go and put a little bit of fuel in it. Not a huge amount. Maybe just take it up to half a tank. But we need to get some fuel in this. So bring this over here. Turn the engine off. Fill us up to half a tank, which is £42. And away we go. That will just stop it beeping at us all the time. We could possibly do with something similar with our other tractor, but that would mean probably bringing it up here to do a drop off. Either that or trying to fill up our fuel tank, but we'll see how we go. So back up to our pile of bales, and it's really quite nice having this grass field next to where the bales are. The fact that we can just drive around on it in order to fill up is really useful and just makes things a darn sight easier for us. Very nice not to have that tractor beeping at us the way this one is about to. Like that. But we're going less distance with this, and we're doing less, so I'm not too worried about whether we're going to have enough fuel in this or not. If the beeping does get a bit annoying, I don't think we have any fuel left here at the farm, so it would be a case of having to take this, as I said, all the way down to the shop and get it loaded there. Can I get this in this side? Yeah, there we go. I think I said when I was doing the end of the last stack that we had 3.5 trailer fulls here. It's actually only 2.5 because I miscalculated slightly. So yeah, we've got this trailer, and we've got one more to get filled. Well, we've got one more to get a bottom row onto. My stack this time isn't quite as neat as it was for the first one, but it is going on there fairly nicely. We're going to get all but 7 bales on this time, which is Not a massive surprise considering we counted 21 last time. And yeah, that's going to be pretty nice, I think. Should get about another 17,000, 18,000 for this trailer full of bales. Will take us up to 117,000 on here. And then a half a trailer, I think, will probably take us up to about 130,000 maybe. Which means that we need £200,000 worth from our farm, which is going to be quite a stretch, I think. But there is a chance. I don't know if all of our equipment is worth 100,000 or around about that much. This tractor has 42 hours on it now. And so, yeah, maybe once was worth somewhere around a fairly large amount. I don't think it is anymore. We do have a few assets kicking around, but mostly I think it's going to be a case of I've locked the bale onto the trailer. Let's unlock that. Still locked onto the trailer. I was trying to avoid doing that. There we go. I've managed to take the plastic off one of the bales. Never mind. Right, we need to come in at a better angle than that. Oh, wow. You get that anywhere near that, and it locks on for some odd reason. Right, let's let go of that. This has gone ridiculously wrong. So, those got stuck on my... I got stuck in my straps. And it sent them everywhere. What the heck? Right, I need to sort this mess out, and then we can get back to loading this up. Okay, that's got everything sorted. Now, let's see if we can get this on here without getting stuck up in the straps, which would be good. Let go of that. Back it off. Yeah, you see, I don't understand why that suddenly became lodged in the straps just then. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. We've been loading up all day with no issue with the straps at all, and then we get in there and yeah, we get the plastic off 3 silage bales and get the 4th and get the rest to just fly about. We'll see if the rest of this goes without incident, but I think we must have been too close or something when we locked the bales down at one point, and that has just caused us a massive headache now. Watch as I take the plastic off another bale. Nope, we're fine. Right, just need to get the last 3 bales loaded up. Final bale to go onto the trailer. Oh, careful. Actually, our crops don't seem to have grown high enough to actually be affected if I drive on them. Still not wise to drive on the crops. You want to leave them as undriven on as possible. The one thing that does bounce back is tends to be the grass, so I'm not too worried about that. Got a couple of months before it needs cutting, and it's going to get a good set of growth come the spring. Right, that will do there. It's not that straight on, but it will get locked down like that. And then we'll move this out the way. Just 7 more bales to get done after this. And we're going to take a trip down to the shop and get this set sold. And once again, we're back down at the shop. How much is this trailer full worth? Let's find out. Off, 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 off. And off. So, yeah, about another 17,000. Fantastic. Yeah, about 17,903 is what we're at. And we were just over 100,000 before. So I think our estimate of 125 to 130,000 is going to be pretty spot on. And we're back down again to our silage bales. Let's just bring this round and park it up. There we go. We're going to do something a little bit different here. I've got some tomatoes and some potatoes that have arrived at our gardens, and prices are actually still pretty high for both of those. So what I want to do is get all of this loaded up towards the front of the trailer and leave myself some space to load up potatoes and tomatoes at the back of the trailer. And hopefully we'll get all of this done in one last sell. It will be worth a little bit extra for us to do that and bring in a little bit of extra cash, which can only help us in trying to get the last little bit done. I'm going to have to grab the top of this and move it. Sometimes this clamp doesn't fully let go of the bale, and therefore when I actually just pull it apart and move it out of the way, it moves the bale, which is a little bit annoying. Now we should be able to fit 4 bales on the bottom, and then we'll put 3 on the top just to get these 7 bales on. That will then mean that we've got space at the back of the trailer. We can get the pallets on there and do that way. Am I far enough onto the trailer that I'm... See, that just does weird things sometimes. Yeah, and then we can just push this on. Come around a bit and in. And no, I'm going to have to come further around. It's really a precision piece of work, this, to get these on here as closely and as neatly as possible. You have to get all your angles right and just sort of, yeah, there we go. That should do the trick. And we want to push the other one right up against that front board. So we'll come back around and push that on like that. There we go. Oh, no. It's pulled it apart. Yeah. My angle is all wrong coming in at that back corner. We need to bring it around and come from this sort of angle, which will be fine. There we go. And in. There we are. So lock those down. And then we'll get the second set done. Last bale. Let's bring this up. And can I get it on from the back? Is my arm on my tractor long enough to do that? Oh, actually surprisingly is. I thought that was going to be much harder than it actually was. So we'll just use this to push it into place, like so. And then we can get those locked down. And then I need to go and take this and switch over to the forks so that we can go and get those last few pallets loaded up. So we've got 4 pallets of tomatoes and 2 pallets of potatoes. I'm going to grab the potatoes first because they weigh more and I want to get them right over the wheels. So let's just bring those in and collect them up. There we go. Yeah, these weigh so much more than the tomatoes. And just a real pain to try and do anything with. There we go. Should go on there fairly easily. Oh, should do. We'll push that on rather than try and lift it up again. There we go. And get the other pallet next to that. That's quite a decent amount that we're going to get off here as well for these extra pallets. Kind of really need it. I don't think we're not quite a full pallet of honey, so we can't go and sell that. But yeah, the potatoes and the tomatoes, both of these are still at best price, so both will do well. The only other thing I've got to wonder is, do I have a pallet of eggs? No. So I've got no eggs at the moment to sell either. Let's bring this, oh, yeah, carefully onto here and down. Right, and then we can strap those on. And those are nicely over the wheels, so that'll be good. And then we just got these 4 pallets of tomatoes. We can stack 2 of them on top of the potatoes and then 2 further back. And that will load us up rather nicely. So bring this on. And down. Straighten it up a little bit. There we go. Oh, wow, that went on really smoothly. And then our second one here. Grab that, put that next to it. And yeah, if we don't have a few more tomatoes, we could do with the money, and we could have got them on here very, very easily. But this is going to bring in a nice little bit of extra pay. So I'm not quite going on so smoothly because I was ever so slightly off, but we're still on there. Push, nudge that a little bit further back. Right, and then we want to lock that down. And now we'll just grab the last 2. I think I'm going to have to move this tractor forward slightly because I haven't got perfect access there. Oh, we missed a patch in the middle of that field. Right, bring you down. And in we go. I'm getting a little bit more adept at picking pallets up now. I mean, we've picked up enough of them on the old stream farm with our lettuce there for me to be getting better and better at it. But even on here, where I'm using the front loader instead of a telehandler or a skid steer or anything, I'm getting better at handling it here as well with our front loader. Although that wasn't the best, we can still come in here like so. There we go. If I get it slightly on the front of the forks, it does make it a little bit easier as well. Right, so we are gonna get this lot sold. It's a bit of a mishmash for our last load, but it is a load to get sold, which is great. The one thing I haven't sold on here is the lime. So there's a whole load of lime sitting in our stone crusher that could be sold, and there's actually some stones. It ran out of water, and so yeah, there's some stones still to be crushed in there. I am going to leave all that. It didn't pay us massively well last time, so I don't think it's going to make much difference. Not as much difference as this load here is going to make. 2,000 litres of tomatoes, 2,000 litres of potatoes, and 24,500 litres of silage. So how much is this all worth? Let's find out. Let's bring this on to here. Everything's emptying out. We'll sell those as well. They are still selling through. Yeah, potatoes are all gone. Tomatoes are now selling off. And, oh wow, can we hit the 130? I think we're going to be shy. Yep. Oh no, 129,000. 265. So 11,365 everything on our trailer was worth there. And yeah, that's a really, really nice amount. 129,265 is the total from our produce. So let's head back down to the farm, and we're going to calculate how much the rest of our farm is worth after we've paid off our loan. So back down to the farm and just bringing the tractors together and all of our equipment back. We have quite a large amount of equipment here, surprisingly. More than I'd realized, really. We've got a decent amount. So, first thing I want to do in finishing off here is get the loan paid off. So we'll head into here and we are just going to repay down as much of this as we can. I think we're going to end up with, £4,000 roughly. So we made 92,000 in January. So that sell-off has been massive. In fact, we made 20,000 the previous 2 months each. So we've made 132,000 over this year's sell-off. So I think that no matter where we are at the end of this, there is enough money there in order to actually make enough to pay the rest of this loan if you wanted to. I need now to get myself some calculation and see what we have insofar as money-wise. So let's go through. The first thing we've got then, looking at this, is we have the land that we're on. So the land we are on, that is field area 26. We only own area 26. Its value is £85,000. So that is the first bit of stuff we have. Next, we need to start looking through the value of our machinery, I think. That'll be the next easiest one to do. Easiest way to do that is to pop into here and to look at the own section. We actually have the bag lifter hired. So yeah, that's interesting. The tractors are up first. We've got our Massey Ferguson MF 3709AL at 21,856. Added to that is our brewer, which is only 6,647. I'd forgotten that tractor was that cheap. Harvesters, we got our John Deere 4400 diesel tool exhaust. That is 12,392. Then we've got our car, which is worth a whopping £780. Wow. But that's because we've got a ridiculous amount of hours on that. Our trailer is worth 4,746. Our header for our combine is worth 3,151. Our stone picker is worth 11,188. So add that in. Our mulcher is 2,821. The plow is 5,943. The seeder is 6,859. Our roller is 2,690. The fertilizer spreader, 2,286. Our roller is 3,187. The mower is 4,331. The baler is 13,421. The bale wrapper is another 13,794. The chainsaw is 500. Forestry equipment, we've got our stump grinder at 16,830. The animal tray, the water trailer is 1,938. Front loader is 2,610. Several front loader tools, so 1,092 for the bale grab, 1,058 for the bucket, 947 for the pallet forks, and 393 for the bale spike. I think, yep, that is all of those. Our weights, our 10 winkle is 2,980. And our Agco weight is 371. Wow, that must be really... It's got 9 hours on it. We've hardly used the other one. That's the one that's sitting up at the shop. And then under miscellaneous, we've got our mobile fuel tank, which is 1,544. We've got our front hydraulic, which is 1,353. And then finally, we've got our Brockman trailer, which is 1,112. So that is all of our equipment. And then finally, what we have to work out, or we have to try and work out, is the value of our buildings. So let's pop back into here. And I think if I select these, yeah, it tells me the value. So the water tank is 1,388. Our barn is 2,314. Our silos are 3,755. The stone crusher is 6,919. The house, that is 461. A little house has been really useful. The gardens, the first garden is 962. So the second one should be about the same. Yep. Then we've got our greenhouse over here as well. That is worth 4,629. And then our free range chicken area is worth 965. And we've got a couple of beehives. So 2,116 for that first little one nested in there. Our beehive cell location is 240. And finally, up here, we've got the beehives here, which is 6,013. So there we go. That is the total value of our farm. So our land, our equipment. Oh, one more bit. There's this. Let's just work out the price of that as well. 469. So there we go. Our full value of our farm then is a whopping 307,730 pounds. So if we were to sell everything off, we would easily cover our loan. So I'll take the remaining 205,000 pound loan off that to give us, from our starting point of just £50 and a truck that is worth next to nothing, we have made over the course of this series a whopping £102,000. I am prepared to class that as a win. I think that we have managed to take nothing and make quite a bit out of it. I am so stoked. That was worth so much more than I expected. And on that fantastic note, that is where we're going to end this series. We have made a huge profit starting from just £50. And yeah, this has been fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed this series as much as I have. It has been an absolute blast doing a survival series here on No Man's Land. But this, as they say, is where all good things come to an end. And I hope you've enjoyed the series. And at this point, all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.